all I need. All I need. You're all I need. All I need.
Get off the train at Pennsylvania Avenue. Saw this beautiful honey and guess what I do? I asked where she was going and she said to work at this expensive law firm where she is the clerk. She just moved to the city when she finished up her bachelor's. She's going to Georgetown to get her master's. I was impressed. What about you? My life's a mess. My dog just ran away and lately I've been depressed. Came downtown to go to the National Museum. I think about 2:30 you can see a film. If you wait a second, I could walk you there. It's close. I said I like that a lot and right now you're the most. She started to tell me of how she dreamed of moving to the city. And the day is beautiful when the night is pretty. That's two things then. Then I hit her with a grin. Right then, I knew that something special would begin. The way she moved, it's only one thing up in my mind. But I maintained the vibe like a brother on the grind. She gave me the digits and said, call me sometime. And you know I'm going through it cause she's looking so fine. Downtown honeys look so damn nice. They looking so nice, you have to see them twice. Uptown honeys got a whole nother thieves. They like to dress rough, but they know how to please. But capital city honeys, man, they know they the best. They keep it real smooth and they know how to dress. Them DMV honeys got a whole nother style. You might get the digits, but then they act wild.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see. No matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need.
Down on 10th Street, that's when I caught her eyes. And what a surprise, she was reading the Wall Street Journal, sipping up on a latte. I winked at her and said, what a nice day. She laughed and said, why don't you join me for a minute? I said, what's your name? Mine is Bennett. She said, mine's is Sherry, I think I'll have a Sherry. She said, we can both have one, there goes the Blackberry. Seeing she was busy, I said, how about a rain check? I'll give you my number and later you can check. She said, bet. Around 7 I got a call from this honey. It's Sherry, I think we need to meet, I think it's necessary. I went out to her, she lived in Rocky Park. I'm thinking this is the place where they do it in the dark. I stepped up to the gate, rang on the front door. She came out, I'm thinking damn, Sherry looking raw. She gave her brother a smile, we welcomed me in. She took me to the room right next to the den. And then the making fresh love can begin. That's when the making fresh love can begin.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see. No matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I need. All I need.
Downtown honeys look so damn nice. They looking so nice, you have to see them twice. Uptown honeys got a whole nother thieves. They like to dress rough, but they know how to please. But capital city honeys, man, they know they the best. They keep it real smooth and they know how to dress. Them DMV honeys got a whole nother style. You might get the digits, but then they act wild.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see. No matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I need.
own it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you own it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you own it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you own it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation
To what? Your life. This brand new thing.
So gentle the soul with capturing
VMEEDIA. We cure Obama derangement syndrome. Every morning at 02:57, July 22nd. You know what I'm saying? Eastern, Central, actually, Central European time. It is 08:58. Yeah. So what's up, everybody? You like that one? VMEEDIA, check this out. This is my new one right here. If you know anybody that suffers from Obama derangement syndrome, please send them here every day for their free therapy session. Cause they definitely gonna get some therapy over here, okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna cure you out of your Obama derangement syndrome, your Kamala derangement syndrome, your Biden derangement syndrome, and any other syndrome. Oh, your woke, you got woke derangement syndrome out here and shit. Oh, we gonna kill your ass of that too. Okay, so come, you came to the right place. Here it is, ODS. If you're suffering from ODS syndrome, you came to the right place, y'all. Let's hear it. On this journey through your soul. There you go. That's right. Calm down, relax. Sit back and relax, y'all. Let me get my notebook so I can go through all of your goddamn psychiatric all your fucking complaints. What are your complaints? Finest. Okay, that's it. That's all. Obama. Okay, Mandami. Oh yeah, did I forget to tell you? We're gonna cure you of your Mamdani derangement syndrome also. And guess what? It's for free. You can't get a better offer than that. You know what I'm saying? But if you miss the train, I might start charging your ass. Okay, so get out there, register to vote. Come join us and everybody in the squad. You know what I'm saying? The VMEEDIA crew. What's up, Eric? What's up, Rafika? Where's Michael at? What's up, Madam? Chilling. Devil doll. Yeah, well, we really mean that shit. I mean, it is what it is, and we offer that up every day for free. Why not? And there's plenty of people out there that need it, but it's only about a third of the population really at this point that it's in dire need. So if you know any of them, please go to their whatever their little social media places are and post the clinic, the clinical trial. The free clinical trial over here. This is my YouTube commercial and shit. You know what I'm saying? We cure you of Obama derangement syndrome for free, you goddamn maggots. Are you a maggot? Well, you came to the right place, by golly. Yes. Do you suffer from waking up in the middle of the night talking about, Mexicans cutting my grass. They might vote illegally. If you're suffering like that, you're in the right place. I'm going to cure you. And also the squad is going to cure you. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? For really hard cases, you know what we can do? We'll just kick you in the nuts. How about that if it doesn't work out for you? But in any case, let's get started, folks. We'll do that for free also. Ha! Right where you deserve it and shit. You know what I'm saying? If all else fails, you know what I'm saying? If treatment doesn't work on you, then we have a last resort. That's what we call a lobotomy, a right shin up in your right in between, you know where. All right. So, but in any case, let's get right to the news. Things are changing out there in the electorate. Things are changing. Yes. And nobody knows where it's really going to fall. But I'm going to tell you right now, there is a group of people that are picking up steam. And ironically enough, they're not They're not communists. If you're suffering from communist derangement syndrome or socialist derangement syndrome, you also came to the right place, by golly, because we're going to treat that too every day, every morning. Free clinical trial now, okay? You know what I'm saying? If you don't know your civics and you need a free lesson in civics, well then, hey, a free lesson in freedom, a free lesson in don't you ever fucking try to take my goddamn voting rights away for any reason. How about some how dare you link up with Putin, you stupid little nasty motherfucker. How about that? How about that? We can cure you of that too. Conspiring with Putin, you little maggots, man. You little maggots. You know, trying to put an American flag on it. Listen, again, you can wear all the American flags you want. Anybody can do that. Did your flag get made in China, by the way? Okay, but look, this wasn't made inside of me. This wasn't made in China. Okay, you can't fake this. What's inside of me? Okay, I'm going to carry it around everywhere I go. And if you don't recognize it, guess what I got for you? Ha! Right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, it is getting to a point where people are getting tired of the bullshit of the Trump administration and the maggots that carry water for him. You know, those morons, that cult, those people that have been out there. Obviously, they've been Trump has really done a number on them. And the metasphere. Don't forget Putin. Putin really did a job in their ass. You know, all the troll farms out there. You know, did you know the elections, man? The illegals is the reason why Biden won is because all the illegals was able to vote. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, sure, you're right, sucker. But listen, you need to get off of Putin's nuts. You need to get off of Netanyahu's nuts also, because that's not patriotic. Okay, that's what you call superficial. You know, whatever you got your civics lesson from shouldn't have been Reddit type of talk. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have been the dark web. God damn it, it's there on the Constitution. Just order yourself a copy. Go anywhere else. Go to the goddamn Constitution.gov and read something about your civics. You know, you don't need Putin to tell you that, hey, women didn't have the right to vote in the original Constitution. Hello, did you even read the Constitution? Goddamn. But in any case, people are straightening that out. People are getting tired of that bullshit. And guess why? Because there is a left side of the Democratic Party that appears to be taking over. Yes, taking over like right now. And if you don't like it, you're probably going to be out of a job if you're running on the Democratic platform. I mean, it doesn't matter how much money you're getting, because, see, one thing for sure is this. Money is not going to buy you freedom. Money's not going to buy you freedom, because that's printed on paper. You see what I'm saying? I mean, they can fake that. But you can think that you can, you know, that special interest groups can buy their way out of this, can pay for the type of congressional members and senators that they need, or even a president, or even a Supreme Court justice. But guess what? Americans are tired of that, because they're finding out with all the inflation, the money they have ain't worth the paper it's printed on. Yes. So some things are changing, and it's coming from the left. So let's check it out.
Hakeem Jeffries had this phone call with Bernie Sanders. Sanders seemed not to care.
Oh, really? Hakeem Jeffries is tossing and turning, but he can't wake up from the nightmare. He's trying his hardest to stop the Democratic Socialists from taking over the party, or else we might mess up the plan and actually beat Maga in the general elections. Then the moderates couldn't use their desperate electability argument that Bernie completely shot down.
And I asked Bernie Sanders about this. Are you making things harder for the Democrats to win back power in November?
This is the U.S. Democratic Socialist YouTube page, by the way.
It harder in some ways to win the majority. Say what happened in Maine.
I think, in fact, the candidates we are supporting are candidates who are representing working people, and I think it's long time overdue for the Democratic Party to stop worrying about their wealthy campaign funders and start worrying about the needs of working people.
Was it a mistake in Maine?
I don't think people have really made the forceful case outside of his identity, to be honest with you. And I don't accept that. I don't accept
being Muslim, or?
Yeah.
And she's referring there, of course, to Abdul al-Sayed about why she thinks that people have not made the case against him. But Sanders is totally unapologetic about his role in all of this.
He definitely is. And having covered and watched his political activity for some time, he and his people will make the argument, he kind of made it there too, that when it comes to the electability argument, he would argue that they are backing candidates who are electable because they speak to this really anger among the working class and this anger among voters about the fact that the system is not working for them.
The idea that the moderate centrists in the party who keep losing to Trump have any semblance of what is electable is completely hilarious. But to try that with Bernie Sanders, who is one of the most popular senators across both parties, even Republican voters favor him over moderates. So I'm not surprised by his reaction here. He seemed to not care. Representative Greg Meeks of New York, a Jeffries ally who was also on the call, said of Sanders, asked recently to describe the conversation, Jeffries would only say, "It was honest." Oof, you know that Hakeem is pissed off right now, just punching walls and kicking dirt. No amount of AIPAC funding is stopping this grassroots movement. And if Abdul wins against $50 million, then no amount ever will. So the next best thing that the moderates have are some backroom deals, and Bernie Sanders cut that off right at the bud. The truth is, Bernie knows that it's his time to strike. He's been waiting for decades for this kind of opening, and there's no way that some croaking from the center is changing any minds. They're definitely trying, though, with these dramatic exclamations as they leave the party, like Steve Cohen here, who says, "I foresaw it getting really nasty and anti-Semitism getting into it, even though Bernie Sanders is literally Jewish. I just found it not the same caucus I joined in 2007. Yeah, you'd hope. Good riddance to this guy. If you were in Congress for that long and Trump is what you have to show for it, then we'll probably just be fine without you. And you know what? Take Van Jones along with you."
I am tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008.
I don't think that this Trump-sucking charlatan has any room to talk about anything. Not only does he cozy up to the fascists in office whenever he can, but the only way he can make a living these days is by straight up lying. For example, he's not the inventor or the author of the Green New Deal. What did he say there, that he wrote it in his book in 2008? Well, here's in a New York Times opinion piece by Thomas Friedman from 2007, where he writes, "We need a Green New Deal. All these moderate losers like Steve Cohen and Van Jones do is lie and then pretend to be your friend. The same way that they've been working on raising the minimum wage for so long that it needs to be raised again. That's why we need real fighters in Congress who are not going to fall for these centrist tricks like Abdul el-Sayed."
You and Mayor Mamdani disagree about how big this tent should be, whether there's room for it in the tent for Israel supporters.
Well, Jake, I'll tell you this. There's always room in the tent for folks. And I'm for human rights. I'm for equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination. Whatever you think about the right of Israel to exist, I wonder if they have a right to our tax dollars. And here's the thing about it. Every time I come on CNN, you guys ask me the same questions about these theoretical rights of existence or whether or not I agree with the mayor of New York. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And in Michigan, people can't afford their basic needs. They don't get the healthcare they need and deserve. They're worried about the quality of their kids' school. And the question seems less to be about the interests of Michiganders than the fact of something happening 6,000 miles away.
I wish
and you know, this is a problem. This is a problem, a real problem, because, you know, one thing that I think resonated with a lot of Americans, and not because it's a slogan, right? But the genuine feelings, right? Outside of the division, the general feeling across the United States of America, whether it's from the red side, the MAGA side, or I'm talking about everyday MAGA. I'm not talking about the billionaires, that control the TV networks or anything like that. I'm talking about the middle class and poor, which is the majority of the MAGA, right? They agree. The left agrees, right? Democratic socialists agree. And you would think Democrats agree that, hey, the United States, American citizens should be the first priority of any goddamn presidency, of any government inside of the United States. I mean, can you imagine the Mexican government like really putting so much focus constantly somewhere else in the world while people in Mexico need help, real help every day? And we're talking about the things that everyday people need. It's not just in Mexico. It's not just in Cuba. It's not just in the EU. It's not just in Greenland. It's not just in Africa. People need health care. People need health care. People need access to education. People need access to clean water. Clean water. People need shelter. That's what everybody needs. Everybody needs. And for some reason, it seems like the centrists in the Democratic Party just want to keep focusing on something that never gets fucking solved, no matter how much money you fucking throw at it, for no matter how many decades you throw at it. It is a failure. It's a failure. The efforts to, mediate between Israel and Palestine, whatever the heck was supposed to be going on, a two-state solution. Well, when you let somebody like Trump become the president too many times, and when you let people that don't first stand on human rights, I mean, when the UN calls out something that happens and you are part of what is happening, and they say that they can say it's war crimes. That means they're talking to you too in the United States. That should be concerning to the American people. Any American, why would you want war crimes done in the name of your flag? Why would you want your military running around the world while we're supporting someone that is accused of war crimes, let alone genocide now? So there's got to be a point where Americans start being American again, right? And really focus on this. And it's not one party that does that. Democratic Party and the Republican Party for decades after decades has made Israel a priority over American people. And that has to change. Israel has universal health care. They have universal education. The bare minimum should be get that shit for us first, since it's our money going to them. Our tax dollars going to them. Come on. And it's no pun against anybody else. It's not really even about Israel. It's about poor governance in the United States of America. It's about corruption in the United States of America. It's about espionage. It's about spying on, running ops inside of the United States of America. It's about paying off congressmen, paying off elected officials, paying off goddamn Supreme Court judges. It's about corruption that has run mad, pure madness. So let's hear a little more, though.
Every single left-wing candidate would talk to Jake Tapper like that. It is incredible to watch him squirm away. And that's how we know we're going to get a real fighter in Congress.
I want to hear that one more time. Let's go.
We're not going to fall for these centrist tricks like Abdul El Sayed.
You and Mayor Mamdani disagree about how big this tent should be, whether there's room for it in the tent for Israel supporters.
Well, Jake, I'll tell you this. There's always room in the tent for folks. And I'm for human rights. I'm for equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination. Whatever you think about the right of Israel to exist, I wonder if they have a right to our tax dollars. And here's the thing about it. Every time I come on CNN, you guys ask me the same questions about these theoretical rights of existence or whether or not I agree with the mayor of New York. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And in Michigan, people can't afford their basic needs. They don't get the healthcare they need and deserve. They're worried about the quality of their kids' school. And the question seems less to be about the interests of Michiganders than the fact of something happening 6,000 miles away.
I wish every single left-wing candidate would talk to Jake Tapper like that. It is incredible to watch him squirm away. And that's how we know we're going to get a real fighter in Congress who isn't going to take the backroom deal. We need that because we're up against literal demons. Folks who want to steal from your pockets to pay for bombs they'll drop overseas. And when those monsters get dragged in front of Congress, I want to see more of what I saw from Rashida Tlaib.
Who do you work for, Director?
President of the United States.
No! You work for the people of the United States. You take an oath to the people of this country. You should be fired because you work for the people, not the president. None of us work for the president. Why do you think the agency was created? Because of the president? Congress created the agency because of the awful financial distress that had happened on our American people. You can blink your eyes all you want. Last year, Americans lost roughly $16 billion to fraud. 25% increase from 2024 on your watch. The highest level on record on your watch. In fact, CFPB has received more consumer complaints in 14 months than in the first 14 years of its existence. Your watch.
The real fear that Democrats have isn't that Democratic socialists will lose to MAGA, it's that we'll win. We all know by now that MAGA is a cult, but it's a cult that's been around since 2016. They've had plenty of time to do something by now. The institutional fecklessness doesn't stop Trump. It's clear at this point that they're refusing to do anything more. Meanwhile, MAGA is just getting more and more unhinged.
The pardon power has existed since our country's founding. You're studying constitutional law, and I think it's been abused probably by both parties.
Including Trump? Can you say Trump has abused his pardon power? Can you say that to us right now? You can. No. You can't, right? You can't say it. I get it. I understand your job.
I just
you
think
can't say it because you'll lose your job. But it's the truth.
Apex Shakur knows that he's fucked, straight up. If this momentum continues and the Democratic Socialist Caucus actually materializes, then Jeffries is going to be doing a lot more begging. Subscribe to you.
All right. So, for myself, and I'm also a part of this group of people that essentially made too much space for centrist Democrats, right? And I'm not talking about the past election because I definitely voted for Kamala Harris, and I thought that she was going to do more than any Democrat has done in the last 20 years. Like, seriously, straight up. I'm not to say that Obama didn't do anything, because obviously Obama's the one who got the peace deal with Iran, right? So although that got criticized over and over and over by Trump, and then the trolls from Putin went out there and backed Trump up, totally dissing Obama. Yeah, we know why. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because they have Obama derangement syndrome, first black man to ever be the president of the United States, and that just got under their skin. Why? Why is that? Why did that get under their skin? Why is that? It's obvious why. It's just because the man was black. That's it. He was a centrist Democrat who did things just like other Republicans and not even really like a lot of Democrats, you could say. I mean, Democratic, but he was centrist. So it's hard to actually know the difference between Obama, but when you're talking about a centrist Republican and a centrist Democrat, look at what happened to Gaddafi. Do you see what I mean? I mean, what type of action was that? So, people need to get a grip. Hakeem Jeffries needs to, think really hard about whether he wants this seat coming up in these primaries, because he is going to be challenged. Anybody that's a Democrat is going to be challenged. And why is that? Because the younger representatives, the younger people that are running for office, they're hungry. They know what the hell they're talking about. They do their homework, and they're not just doing their homework, waiting around for someone to give them a check before they do their homework. No, they're more hungry, and they're out there with the American people every fucking day on the streets. They don't need the money to do the job because they are inspired to make a difference. And it's not by money, it's by the condition of the people, because they're living with the people. So but let's keep it going. Here's another one. Watch this. Let's see how this goes. Oh, and do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button, okay? Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, but definitely hit the like button, please, right now, because it's going to help more people find the stream and find the information. Pretty soon, Mike from Brooklyn is going to be up here, so we're going to go through some data also. But let's take a listen to Mom Donnie's speech the other day. Here we go. Let's go.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other.
And that right there should also be something American citizens want. Because think about this. Think about this. Do you want a leadership that is committing atrocities? Because they might commit the atrocities towards you. And then who's going to prosecute them? Who do you think is going to prosecute a United States government that commits genocide against its own people, or a particular section or group of its own people? Who do you think that would be? Who's going to prosecute the United States, or any leader that in the United States that gives the order, right, to go out there and execute American citizens based on their ethnicity, based on their political affiliation? Who do you think that would be? Because right now you got a Supreme Court that seems to think the executive office can do anything that it wants and no one can rein them in. So that is even a bigger reason. Check this out. You notice that the laws have basically been corroded. The Constitution in the United States, those things that were designed to protect American citizens, they've been eroded by the court. Who do you think would be left to rein in a rogue government if your own government won't act on the Constitution? Who do you think that would be? If the Constitution fails to protect American citizens, who do you think that would be? So just think about that before you think what he's saying is so outrageous.
We do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant.
All right, let me see here. Yo, Devil Doll, I appreciate that. Devil Doll says, Republicans say we won't need help with food or health care, and we send money to Israel. When are we America first, Maga? Exactly. Open your eyes. When are we America first? Are we America first right now? You mean to tell me a maggot is so cheap, all they need is to see some Hispanics and some Haitians get pushed around? That's all they want for their tax dollars. That's it. That's all they wanted for their tax dollars. They don't want nothing else. They obviously can't count. They obviously don't know how much they actually pay into in taxes, in state and federal taxes. They obviously have no idea that what they're getting back, even in just kicking around some immigrants, what they're getting back for their tax dollars is peanuts. So if you're asking if that's all you accept, you may as well be an animal in a cage. You may as well be an animal in a cage just accepting little scraps. Here you go. while visitors come by that actually have a life. People come from other Western nations on vacation and shit and look at you in your cell, in your cage like a fucking zoo and just throw you scraps just because their government thinks they should have a living wage and yours fucking doesn't, and you're too stupid to vote for one yourself. Yo, Michael, you there?
I'm here, B. I'm here. What's up?
This is your man right here, Mr. Brooklyn. This is your man. Yes.
I'm
glad.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Mamdani. No, Mamdani is 100% correct. I think this is also another part of his campaign, right? So he promised, during his campaign run that he would attempt to arrest Netanyahu if he were to make his way to New York City.
Mm-hmm.
The logistics of it are a bit, it's a bit nuanced because obviously, federal trumps state, but state does govern itself. So ideally, even if he were to be arrested, he'd probably be released on a federal level, right?
Right.
The FBI or any higher agency would just take over Netanyahu and release him, essentially, right?
Right.
But I do think that it goes to show him standing on his moral grounds and what he campaigned on, right? Because at the end of the day, Netanyahu has been classified as a war criminal, right? And he should be tried. And I think a part of the war in Iran and the continued war, for greater Israel has to do with him avoiding trial, right? Him keeping a wartime so that way he can't be voted out of position.
Right.
Right. And so I think these are the larger things at hand when it comes especially to Netanyahu, right? A lot of the reasons why he's speculated to continue war, aside from the greater Israel theory or him literally wanting a greater Israel, is because he knows that his job or his time as prime minister is in question and in jeopardy. Even in Israel, if I'm not mistaken, his approval rating in Israel is at an all-time low. I think it's like in the 30s to 40 percentile.
Facts.
So the majority of
low.
Israelis themselves, they don't want him in power. They no longer want him in power.
Yeah.
And so I think Trump has also made a statement in contrast to Mamdani.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to obviously his comments in terms of calling Netanyahu a war criminal and potentially threatening arrest.
Mm-hmm.
But it also goes to show that Netanyahu's not welcomed here, right?
Right.
And I think that's the bigger message, right? I think that's what the bigger message is to Netanyahu, right? Because we don't we don't speak publicly if that weren't the case. Right? Like Mamdani made sure, right, that he made himself public, right, and that he spoke on a public setting, right, that would get broadcast to let it be known globally that regardless of the relationship between the U.S. and Israel, that New York City in particular, he's not welcomed here as long as Mamdani is mayor. And as long as, the American people aren't in full support of essentially a war criminal in Netanyahu, right?
Right.
So, I think I'm for the optics view, but I think this is also the politician in him, right? I think he's showing that there's more to being a politician than just governing local policy and local legislation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's more to it. Right, speaking on a global scale, speaking on a global issue, a global topic,
and this
like
is
Netanyahu. Go ahead.
Right, and this is the thing. We may not be members of the ICC, right? But we're members of the UN, right? We're members of the UN, and these things are illegal in the UN's eyes anyway. You see what I'm saying? So the UN has already had this issue before them many a times, right? And it's going to happen again, right? But here's the thing. I agree with that 100%. Even if you're a New Yorker, it doesn't matter if you're a New Yorker, if you're from Texas, or you're a Texan, if you're from Georgia, if you're from any place of the United States, aren't you still for human rights? Aren't you for human rights? Because our country is a signature to the UN Charter. That means we believe in those tenements ourselves. Our country does. So I'm just curious, like, why is it that we think we can just dismiss these kind of charges? Why do we think it's good for our reputation when we do that? Because in my view, it makes us look no better than Russia, no better than China. The people we actually criticize, it makes us look no better. You see, when we don't acknowledge that these things are real. I mean, you can't brush off the ICC. You know how many countries are a member of that, and which countries are, and the things that they have done in terms of prosecuting people, war criminals, in reality? Should we go over that list before we go? Matter of fact, let me pull that up because I think a lot of people may not know. Let's see here. Which people have been prosecuted by the ICC in history? Let's see here, because it's not that old anyway of a court, but it's an international court. So let's see here. The Hague. Let me pull this up real quick, just so people can kind of know, instead of just brush it off without the information. Okay, it says here, since the establishment of the Rome Statute in 2002, right? So that's just 24 years ago. The International Criminal Court, ICC, in The Hague has indicted over 50 individuals. Because the ICC does not have its own police force, it relies on member states to arrest suspects. As a result, states vary significantly. Some have been convicted, others acquitted, some remain at large, and others have cases dropped or were indicted by different international tribunals like the ICTY or the ICTR, which are separate UN courts. You see? So this is on par with the UN anyway, which we are a member of. So we have to understand that we may not be members of the ICC, but we're members of the UN, and the goals, right? The tenements of that are essentially the same, right? They work in tandem together. So here, major individuals. Okay, Thomas Lubunga Dayola. I don't want to say it wrong. From the Congo, right? Convicted in 2012 of recruiting and using child soldiers. The first ever conviction handed down. And people criticize that because they thought, why an African first out of all the other things that have gone on in the world's history, right? And, I also have some thoughts about that. But given the fact that, yes, using child soldiers is horrible for people. It's horrible. Once you get to the point where you're using child soldiers, you've lost already, because the damage that you're doing to your own people at that point is just, hard to bounce back from, really. But in any case, Bosco Ntaganda, another Congolese, right? Congo, known as the Terminator, convicted in 2019 on 18 counts of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including rape, sexual slavery, and murder, and sentenced to 30 years. Dominique Ongwen, Ugandan, okay, a former commander of Joseph Kony's Lords. And, it's so interesting. It's so interesting because you would think, out of all the people, since Trump calls African countries shithole countries, and since a lot of these people don't like, not that they're all Muslims, but there are some Muslims on here. A lot of these people don't like Muslims, these maggots, and Trump himself, right? You would think he would get behind something like this, right? You would think. Then there's, let's see here. Right. The Lord's Resistance Army, convicted in 2021 of 61 counts of war crimes. Ahmad al-Mahdi, convicted in 2016 for the war crime of intentionally directing attacks against historic religious monuments and buildings in Timbuktu. Yeah, that's fucked up. Okay, now Jermaine Katanga, okay, another person from the Congo, convicted in 2014 of war crimes and crimes against humanity for his role in the 2003 village massacre. Al Hassan Abdul Aziz from Mali. Okay, so there's different groups here. Now there's more high profile folks. Laurent Gbagbo. Damn, what is it? Gbagbo. I'm sorry. That's how you pronounce his name. Gbagbo, right? He actually won his case. He actually gave up, and he was arrested, and he had a trial, and he actually was acquitted in 2019, right? So there you have it. So if there is a chance that Netanyahu could be found innocent, right? He could be acquitted, right? I mean, and in any case, where do you stand on this? Where do you stand? That's the question. Where do you stand? And everyone deserves to be asked that question so they could go on record where they stand with each individual case, right? Because these are world leaders. They should have some say. They should have a thought. They should have a position, whether the position is that they care or that the position is they don't care. We should want to know, right? Now, Jean-Pierre Bemba, former vice president of the Congo. It's a lot of Congolese on here. Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto. Okay, so people will debate this. People will debate this, right? But how come you haven't heard Netanyahu speak about it? So here we are. Prominent heads of states and world leaders indicted, fugitives, active warrants. Okay, so there's more. Vladimir Putin is on the list. Benjamin Netanyahu is on the list. Omar al-Bashir is on the list, from Sudan. Muammar Gaddafi is on the list. I mean, what's your position on Muammar Gaddafi, right? Joseph Kony, right, from the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda. Who else? Okay, here we go. Important distinction, other international courts. So there are other international courts that have been prosecuting people as well, right? It's not just the ICC. So you had the Tokyo trials in 1945, right, where they prosecuted a Nazi leader, right? The ICTY, former Yugoslavian, let me see here, prosecuted Slobodan Milosevic, right? Exactly. People remember this. This was in Eastern Europe. I mean, loads of people were killed here. Loads. I don't even know. Is it 1 million people? ICTR, Rwanda, 1994. Okay, that's another, important and huge case that went on in Rwanda, right? So there's people that will fall on different sides, but you would never hear a person that was a victim of one of these individuals argue this was a bad thing. You would never hear it. And think about this. Who's going to prosecute anyone that, for example, commits genocide against Israelis? Who would that be? What international court would that fall under? I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because if you want a court, you got to understand these courts are there to serve everyone. That's the thing about it. So in any case, I just wanted people to peep that a second, just to have an idea of what this is about. So let's go on. Let's hear some more.
The federal government, however, does. And I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon. And we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Okay, yeah, so that was interesting. Let me see here. There's more news, though. Now they have the NYC interview.
People can afford.
That's been...
And we need to see a recognition of that.
Here we go.
Sometimes politics feels like it's a hobby only some can afford. And I don't want it to be that way.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and today I'm interviewing New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. In his first 6 months in office, Mayor Mamdani's been riding high and has started delivering on the issue that defined his campaign: affordability. He's frozen the rent on nearly 1 million apartments.
We're so excited that the Rent Guidelines Board decided to freeze the rent for the first time in New York City history for 2 years.
And he's made progress on universal childcare.
Going to make childcare free for 2,000 kids this fall, 12,000 kids next fall, every single 2-year-old by the end of 4 years.
What's more, he's recently endorsed a slate of progressive congressional candidates who swept their New York primaries, to the dismay of the Democratic political establishment.
You can't fulfill an affordability agenda for the most expensive city in the country without partners at every level of government.
Of course, Mamdani has many, many critics.
Mamdani's telling everybody he's going to give everything away for free.
He's a psychopath. Mamdani, he's a communist too. By the way, he kind of reminds me of a young Fidel.
That's so interesting, and it's interesting to hear Joe Rogan call Mamdani a psychopath. Well, he actually carried water for Trump for how long? Epstein's best friend, and he's calling Mamdani what did he call him? A sociopath or a psychopath? I mean, What has he done that's psychopathical? You know, and you see how easily he throws that out. At the same time, he will sit down with the man who just lost. He didn't just lose a civil case. He just paid out for the civil case that he lost $5 million for essentially sexually assaulting a woman in a changing room, right? The same man that was on a bus, everyone heard it while he was campaigning for president. Everyone heard Trump say, all you got to do is grab him by the you-know-whats. Everyone heard that. The same man who's a 34-time felon because he wanted to use campaign money to pay off Stormy Daniels, whom is a porn star, who he had an affair with while he was married. I mean, and Joe Rogan is calling has Mamdani done any of that? When was Mamdani's best friend the most prolific sex trafficker in the United States of America? What does he want? What does he expect? So it kind of goes to show you that even Joe Rogan is willing to play this game, try to pretend like he's the cool guy. He's the cool white guy. He's down to earth. Ha ha ha. I'm a comedian. I know Dave Chappelle. But then at the same time, he turns out to be the same type of fucking hypocrite. The same hypocrite. I mean, you can't be on both sides. You're either against Epstein and you're not going to sit down and cater to people that fucking were his best friends and cap for him, said, yeah, Epstein's a nice guy. Where do you draw the line, Joe Rogan? Where do you draw the line? And he calls this guy a what?
Mamdani's telling everybody he's going to give everything away for free.
He's a psychopath. He's a communist too.
He called him a psychopath. He called him a psychopath just so easily. Like words don't matter. Psychopath. I mean, this is where we're at. This is what the media has. He's independent media. I mean, I'm just saying, if he was a psychopath and you had something to prove he was a psychopath, say he's a psychopath. But this is a case where we have media that is not worried about proving anything that they say. And it's that bad. It's that obvious. You don't have to do anything wrong to be called a psychopath. At the same time, you can do everything fucking wrong. Cheat on your wife, pay off porn stars, hang out with Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years while he's raping and killing and murdering little kids. You could do all of that. And what are you? The president of the United States. Okay. But you can't be against that and run for mayor of New York. You can't be against poverty and run for the mayor of New York. You can't be against homelessness and run for the mayor of New York. You can't be against middle class people not being able to afford childcare so they can go to work full time. You can't be for that without being called a psychopath by Joe Rogan. It is what it is.
It kind of reminds me of a young Fidel.
How's it going? Good. Hi. How are you? Good. Hi. Yes.
But he's now undeniably a national political force. So just how does he plan on using all this power? Here's my conversation with New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Welcome to the interview. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
On a day of the World Cup.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard some of my colleagues cheering in
Yes. I think there's about 20 minutes left in the France-Spain game.
Yeah. So sorry that we're
do me a favor. Do me a favor. Click the like button. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get the likes up so more people can find the stream. Come on. Let's do it. Appreciate it.
But yeah, I appreciate the time. I was going to do this whole interview without mentioning President Trump, but as often happens, he tends to enter the chat, regardless of one's intentions. And President Trump recently shared a video by Michael Savage, who's a pro-Trump pundit, calling for you to be criminalized and deported. And my question is, what does it mean when the President of the United States shares a sentiment like that? And how do you deal with it?
I think that it's part of the corrosion of political and public life, that this is frankly something that I don't even blink at anymore because it's become, in many ways, a norm of the last few years. And I also think that Americans are hungry for a very different kind of politics, one where disagreement is a part of it, deportation and demonization is not.
Does it worry you that it is normal and that by not reacting, it normalizes it more? Or do you worry that he's trying to goad you into reacting? I don't want to be part of the sort of cycle of that. I'm just wondering how you calculate it.
I think that for all of the fear-mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is exactly that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's a city that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings and shooting victims and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal childcare, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind. Workers, who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants, more than $64 million. These are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
One last question on this. When these kinds of attacks against you, and I can hear you deliberately not trying to personalize it, not trying to respond to it, but does it impact you and your security, for example? I mean, we've seen other people who get targeted like this verbally. It has an actual impact. There's more threats, there's more focus. So
there are threats.
You know, this is an interesting part right here because, the United States has gone through a history. I mean, and we've seen this before. And a lot of the people that have seen it, they have that live, maybe that are around today, right? That are on the right wing. They sit up there and they try to make it seem like they were, okay with it, or they forgot. Either one group would say they're okay, they were fine with it. Like some people would say, yeah, I supported Martin Luther King, and then in the same breath they will criticize what he did. But Martin Luther King was for peace. Martin Luther King was for peace. I mean, how much of a hater do you have to be to kill a man that believed in peaceful change, peaceful demonstrations? How evil do you have to be? What is wrong with you to where you have to come out of yourself and kill a man that says, I just want equality and I want to say I want it in using peaceful terms? Like, it's delusional. It's sick. People that hated Martin Luther King, they have a problem. And it's not just hate him personally or hate his ideas, right? Because when you look at his ideas, I mean, come on, he was for workers' rights. How fundamental is that in a free country, in a free society? You mean you're not going to back up a person that's for workers' rights? Just because the people were black doesn't mean it wasn't for the benefit of a lot of people, even poor white people. Yes, Martin Luther King talked about poor white Americans too being left behind by their own government, but fucking Maga is too goddamn stupid, too ignorant to even know. You see what I mean? Like, stop looking at the man's color and think about what he's doing. And it's the same thing with Mamdani also. Stop thinking about his religion. Stop looking at his color and think about what he is actually doing and saying only. Don't debate.
But they won't. They won't.
Go ahead,
because the reason why is in their mindset, it falls along with all the rhetoric that has been pushed when we look at even the assumption of what DEI is. And they'll look at Imam Dani and say, he's a DEI hire, even with every initiative to kill anything that even might look like DEI, because they don't believe that a person of color, that a person of a different religion, that a person who wasn't born here can't be qualified for a position in office, right? Or they don't deserve a position in office, as if that's some exclusive right of a citizen. And so when we look at it, it's all dog whistling, right? It's dog whistling to a racist base. It's dog whistling to, extreme bias when it comes to religion, right? And it speaks to a certain level of individual who hates anyone who doesn't look, quote unquote, right for the job, right? And if it's not a Giuliani-esque, right? If it's not a Michael Bloomberg-esque, right? If it's not a, de Blasio-esque, which de Blasio wasn't bad, but if it's not that white hegemonic ideal individual, they're not willing to see policy. They're not willing to see, legislation. They're not willing
they settle
to
for
see
mediocre. They settle for mediocre because of color.
Mediocre is an understatement, right? They'll settle for anything if it has the right look.
Yeah.
And that's what failed America. I mean, we can look at red states all day. Look at who represents them in the House and look at who represents them in the Senate.
Mitch
And
McConnell.
look at their healthcare rates.
Mitch McConnell.
You said,
Kentucky Fried Mitch.
Mitch McConnell, right? The Lindsey Grahams of the world.
Yes.
Right? So when we look at their constituents, they're leading the country in poverty. They're leading the country in lowest education, right? And these are all states ran by white hegemonic males, right? And it sucks that we have to bring in, skin color, religion, and race into the topic, but that's what they do in dog whistle.
Yeah, it sucks, right?
When they look at Mamdani. It sucks.
It sucks. It's lame.
But they're doing the same.
It's lame.
And if you call it out, it's racism.
And
right?
it's lame because the other people that look like that don't want to have a part in that, they also have to go through this shit too, where they see people making it all about race. So in other words, when you live in diverse communities, these people fuck it all up. They make everyone who's living together, everyone that said, you know what, we can work together, we can live together peacefully, they now bring up this shit that is divisive, and they make the people that live in those diverse communities that happen to look like them go through all of this shit also. You see what I mean? And it's like they have to, explain again. We don't all agree with that. It's like you don't have to explain. We know all white people don't agree with Maga. We know all white Americans definitely don't agree with Maga. The cat is out of the bag.
I mean, let's look, for example, even when they, when the rhetoric of Mamdani does pop up, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rhetoric that goes along with it is 9/11. The fact that they bring up 9/11 for someone like Mamdani, who was possibly 10 years old at the time,
it's fucking insane,
and had nothing to do with it, but because they assume and conflate being Muslim with exclusive 9/11, it goes to show that they're inherently biased and racist themselves, because they wouldn't say that to a random Muslim person on the street, but the fact that now there's a Muslim who's a mayor, now they want to conflate that with 9/11, right? And we're supposed to believe that these are the same people who says, I'm not racist, but right? And anything that comes after but is shit.
And think about this. And think about this. Who did MAGA blame for 9/11 anyway?
There you go.
The deep state. And now they blaming Obama. Now they blaming Mamdani. No, it's like they actually blame the deep fucking state.
That's when they pick and choose, right? They're picking and choosing, right? Because when it's convenient for them, it's the secret cabal and the deep state. But when
now it's a Muslim.
When the racism is convenient enough, now it was the Muslims, right? So which one was it?
Yeah.
Was it the deep state?
Exactly.
Or was it all Muslims that you conflate with 9/11? And if so, I hope that you don't have any Muslim friends.
Yeah.
And I hope that if you do, you let them know that you associate anyone who's Muslim with 9/11 and have that conversation with them and see if they're still your friend after that conversation.
Yeah, and who,
right? That goes to show. the lack of diversity in your friends group, the lack of diversity in your everyday life, the fact that you most likely don't have anyone who's Muslim around you, the fact that you probably don't work
Sad.
with anyone that's Muslim, the fact that you think less, that if you do work with someone that's Muslim or identifies as Muslim or as a neighbor that is Muslim, that you think less of them. And in
Exactly.
fact, you
That's
think
crazy.
even less of them to call them a terrorist.
Yo,
Right?
yo, bro.
Because that's the bigger idea of it, right? Like that's the larger scope of it.
Yo.
Right. So
They thought Dick
Yeah.
Cheney was behind 9/11.
yes.
Now it's Mom Donnie.
Now it's Mom Donnie.
Which one is
Right?
it, Dick Cheney or Mom Donnie? Goddamn. Hey, yo, let me say what's up to Pick and Grin. Exhausted. Pick and Grin says, exhausted with the corruption, incompetence, and complicity from the current administration. VMeedia, please keep striving to change minds and work towards a more perfect union. I believe. Much appreciated. Yeah, and that goes for you too,
Much
Michael.
appreciated.
Yeah, that goes for you too, bro. Come on now. Let's get back to the hypocrisy. It's not Dick Cheney anymore. Now it's Mom Donnie.
Yeah, right? Just because it's convenient, right? It's convenient now, right? Instead of looking at the progressiveness and the growth that New York City in particular has done from being by suffering an attack like 9/11, right? Going through a stage of Islamophobia, overcoming that stage of Islamophobia to a point that now we can have a Muslim mayor. Instead of applauding that, we still go back to grade school insults and say Muslims did 9/11.
Yeah.
It's insane, right? Because no one's saying that, every school shooting, if you're a white individual, that you're going to go shoot up a school. Like, it's false equivalencies based off race and based off racism that they're using, but they won't conflate it when it's convenient. They only conflate it when it's convenient for them, but not for others. But go ahead.
And it's only incidental that he's a Muslim. It doesn't have anything to do with his job. Nobody's talking to him about the Quran at work. No one's even talking to his constituents. I mean, people don't care about what his religion is in New York. They care about what he's standing for, and that's something American.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, and talk about policies, right? Talk about policies. Talk about, free childcare for 2K and up, right?
Is that Muslim?
Talk about,
is that Muslim? Because we have that in Denmark.
Affordable housing.
Something like that,
Muslim?
right? Exactly.
That
Danes like
Muslim?
it.
Is affordable housing
Yeah, Danes like it. They don't think it's Muslim. They think it's Danish.
Right?
Affordable
and the Danish
housing.
population has a less of a Muslim population than we do here in America. So that goes to show it has nothing to do with being Muslim.
And Denmark's a Christian country. So is it a Christian concept? Free education, paid education, universal health care? Is it a Christian concept? Because Denmark's a Christian country?
Go.
Is it?
Or is it a progressive policy that's meant to help the constituents who receive that benefit? That might be
regardless of who you are, regardless of your religion. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Real talk, man.
And it's tackling wealth inequality, right? And it's tackling wealth inequality in one of the most expensive cities in the world, in the U.S. in particular. And so the fact that, he can still withstand it, even from criticism openly by the president. If you could show me another more modern president in the past 12 years who has single-handedly called out individual mayors from a state and degraded them and talked negatively about them on a public platform or public news or media news, I would say, okay, but that's not what happened, right? But this is also why his MAGA base loves him. This is why his MAGA base loves him, because he's not your average politician. But when he's not your average politician, chances are he's doing something like this, right? In a negative way, using the platform of the president of the United States in a negative manner, right? To chastise, to call out negatively, to call names, ad hominems to a mayor in a city of a country that he runs, right? When we do that, it dog whistles to his base, right? It's saying, hey, any MAGA supporters, anyone who believes what I believe in, stand up and now start talking negative. It creates, a spark of negativity on behalf of Trump. Right, he utilizes his populism in such a negative way, and that's what the MAGA base doesn't understand. Right, we can use that in contrast to Obama, who used his populism in a positive way. Right, versus Trump, who uses his populism and his power as president in a negative manner. And that is one of the main differences between Trump and any other president who preceded him. Right? Including Biden. They did not use their executive power or executive influence, not necessarily power, their influence and their voice to negatively speak on other constituents in local or state government. Never have they done that, and nor did they. Even if they did disapprove on a policy, they would keep it on a policy level. They would not call them psychopaths or sociopaths or communists, right? They wouldn't call them these names because they understand the level of professionalism and power that comes along with the executive branch, right?
Facts.
And that's something that Trump doesn't take serious because he's not a politician. But what he's also not is a conscious, concise human being, and that's even more speaking to his character.
He's a
than
fucking
anything,
crook.
right? 'Cause that's what
He's a goddamn
I mean,
crook, yo. He's a crook.
He's been a crook. He bankrupted the majority of almost all of his businesses, right? And so that's exactly how he's treating America, right? The same way he talks about any of the constituents who don't fall in line, like the Mamdanis of the world, is probably how he treated his management team when he was running businesses, right? Which is why they were failed businesses. So this is the rhetoric that when we hear, instead of arguing with policy again, instead of arguing with legislation, instead of arguing with initiatives, they argue with the fact that he's Muslim, and that's just such low-hanging fruit and bears no truth
The lowest
in his qualifications as a mayor.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And if you're not a Muslim, then you're a communist, and he's picking your pocket.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, get on your knees, maggot, and then gaslighting them, and then picking their pockets and shit.
Exactly, right? And I think, MAGA is so quick to find, and again, it's a part of how Trump, the psychology of how Trump utilizes his populism, right? I think that's what is the bigger aspect I want the viewers to focus on, right? As a president, you have a certain level of appeal, and Trump does have a certain level of appeal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so popular amongst his base. Not a bunch of Americans, but amongst his base. He's able to galvanize them, right? We have January 6th as an example of that. We have the outward MAGA megaphone, even if it is probably about 30% of the Republican base. They're a loud majority. You'll find them in this chat. You'll find them in any other chat of a leftist, YouTuber. They'll be in the chat section. They're screaming, "I love Trump," without backing it by legislation. They're screaming, "Trump is the best president.
They
Trump is God."
They screaming, "Donald Trump,
right?
You are my daddy. I'll do anything to make you happy."
Right. And so he does have a level of influence, but he understands his influence, and how he uses it is in a negative way. He uses his populism as a president in such a negative manner, and that's where my, disapproval and disdain comes for Trump in particular, right? Because he wouldn't, if he didn't have the influence over his base the way he does, then we wouldn't see a lot of these outward acts, in particular from his base, right? We wouldn't see the hateful acts outward, right? We wouldn't see the racism,
that's the thing, bro.
Right, the rapid racism has become popular, right?
Yeah, they're willing. This is what's crazy about it. This is what's so insane. You got a fat man like Trump, billionaire fat guy like Trump, capping for the billionaires, the people that really are elitists, the very elite he talks about. They're just gluttonous, right? And then he keeps sending them spook signals like, "Look out for the communists. Be careful for the Muslim. The communist is under the bed. The Muslim's going to take everything from you. See, he's over there." And then he's picking their goddamn pockets. He's just picking their fucking pockets,
But that's exactly what he does.
And then they go out and kill for him. Then they go and kill for him. While he's picking their pockets, they out there killing the wrong person. They should turn around and point that gun in the right direction at the person who's picking your pocket.
He galvanizes and he directs his base in a manner that is just so negative, right? He dog whistles to his base at any given point, right? He knows how to play off racism. He knows how to play off of, false perception of economic gain, right? The Dow, the economy, the stock market, your 401k. These are all things that he's dog whistling to his base, and then the next thing he says is a hateful thing. So that way you conflate the two as one, right?
Facts.
Oh, stock market's great. Mamdani's a communist. Both those things are right, because that's the manipulation he does as the president, and he continues to. And it's not even sophisticated. He doesn't use any metrics. He doesn't use any sophisticated methods. He just literally
Embarrassing.
just dog whistles and uses the most low hanging fruit for insults, paired with a triumph or perceived triumph, right? To get them to perceive the two as good
look.
or as one bad, right?
Yeah, we almost won. We won. We beat them. We beat Iran. And then the next week, we almost won. And then the week after that, yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Give me 60 more billion. Now it's going to be like 2 trillion for Netanyahu. 2 trillion for an idea that wasn't even yours. $2 trillion for a fucking idea that wasn't even yours. I mean, and that's what you spend when you busy looking for the communists under the bed. That's what that's about.
But the plus of all of this is the fact that this is a part of what's needed in order for the infrastructure and the populism to crumble, right? We already know that Americans overall do not support this war, do not support Netanyahu, and as racist and outward racist, both xenophobic and anti anything but American, that the MAGA base is. They're gonna be the same people who are essentially anti-Jewish, right? Anti-Zionism, right?
They're not going. No, they're not going to be. They're not going to be. They already been. They already been anti-Jewish. You know.
So now,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
So I'm saying now we're gonna see that same outward hatred. The same outward hatred they have towards Mamdani is gonna be towards Netanyahu, and now we're seeing the base now having to choose, right? Oh, I disagree with the war in Iran. I disagree with Israel's actions. I disagree. And now that disagreement for MAGA base always turns into hate. So now that's going to be hatred towards Jewish individuals who most likely don't have anything to do with Israel or the conflict, right? So once we start seeing the rise in anti-Semitism, right, the crimes that are going to come along with that anti-Semitism from his base, now can he continue to point at Antifa and say they're the violent ones? Look, they're the ones committing the crimes, because we know already with examples of the Jan 6 and examples of outward hatred and racism in the form of populist movement. When we look at a few of these more recent influencers like Chud the Builder, who are outwardly racist towards black individuals, calling people chimps and telling them not to chimp out, it shows that that's the rhetoric, and
that's so original. That's they're using their granddaddy's language. Like that's so fucking original. You're the monk, the chimp. Gonna make you mad.
And it's popular under Trump, right? Where people, influencers weren't going around saying these things or thinking that this is good content to say these things under any other president but Trump, because he promotes that. Even if he doesn't outwardly promote it at face value, he dog whistles towards it. Right. By eliminating, civil rights visibility, by eliminating visibility during Black history, right? Or rewriting or not mentioning Black contributions in education or in school, right? When you do that, now you allow for this rhetoric of, people of other races to be less than or devalued. And it allows for this outward hatred and racism to be promoted up and presented outwardly in society, right? And so the same thing is going to happen and will happen with, with anti-Semitism, right? And anti-Zionism, right? And so that's how it's going to manifest itself. And, quote me, in the next, by this year going on, we're going to start seeing outward hatred in the form of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism from the right, right? The right will start doing what the right knows how to do, which is forms of, acts of hate, right? And destructive acts of hate, whether that be, destruction to, certain mosques or certain temples and things of that nature, or, that represent, the Jewish individuals as a people. We're going to see that on the right, that those things start becoming targets now because of the way the right moves and because of how their mindset is when they tackle something that they hate or dislike, right?
Right.
And so that's going to be the next step as we see these midterms progress. Can Trump continue to cover up for the outward hatred and acts of hatred that his base will do and continue to do? Is he going to continue to somehow finagle it and just blame it on the left, right? Like Marco Rubio is doing and saying we're having outward hatred and acts of destruction on the left with no proof,
just
right?
making
with
up
no
shit.
proof of organization,
Exactly.
right? They're making it up, right? Individual acts are not collective acts or acts that are organized, and they can't prove that. But with MAGA, it is very, very easy. It's very easy to prove. They have these, right-wing groups that are active, like the Proud Boys, right?
Like the group that held the Jewish boy up on the subway train in D.C. and started telling him that America won't be pure again until all the Jews are gone. I mean, they're already doing it. And then yeah, exactly. And then we got this kind of shit going on.
No, and that's how it's going to start, right? It's already started, right? But that's how it's going to continue to be amplified, right? And so whether, obviously Trump and, his current department choose to see things, that's what's going to play out in terms of how America moves forward, right? America is going to move forward in a hatred manner, especially the MAGA base, right? And I want to see, and again, do we think that rally in DC was the end of it? No, it's just the start of it.
Exactly.
And they're waiting for public displays. They wait for public events to be able to show that they have some sort of power and unity, even if they cover their face, right? Because at the end of the day, that's exactly what they move
check this out
in a manner with more militia. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a white man sausage party, right? Uneducated sausage party, and the only women that go along with this are the women that actually believe they shouldn't even have a right to vote, which is insane. Like, so it goes and proves, like, they start off with one group, then they move to the next group, then they move to the next group, then they move to the next. So it started off with immigrants, then it was Muslims, then it's Jews, then it's, black Americans, black people, then it's women of all things. Like, peep this. This is women.
About the rights of women and black men in America. Here's what they had to say.
The Founding Fathers restricted voting rights for vast majorities of people, including women. The women didn't receive the right to vote until the 19th Amendment.
And then we fixed that.
I don't think that was a good thing.
You don't think so?
I don't think it was a good thing. I believe
the 19th Amendment?
Yeah. Every person, women, men, black, white, whatever, has equal dignity under the law and before God. That doesn't mean they'll have the same roles and should have the same influence in a society.
So who should have influence in our society?
Christian leaders.
White Christian men. Interesting.
White Christian men.
Right. White Christian men. And these bozos are talking about the Constitution. They didn't have all of that in the Constitution, the 19th Amendment, none of that stuff, right? But in the Constitution, it tells you who from this point on will write the laws and how they will be written. That's the first thing it says in the Constitution. So the people who signed the Constitution, the majority of them, right, were like, what were they? The Federalists, right? They were the Federalists, right? Under Madison, right? They already had in mind what was coming after that Constitution. Already had drafted shit. They were already ready. So they said they weren't going to sign the Constitution if it didn't have the first thing in it, which is who writes the laws and how they will be written. Congress. You see what I mean? So the 19th Amendment and every other amendment after that, 14th Amendment, Second Amendment, all that shit comes because of the Constitution, and many of the people that signed all these First Amendments, they were founding fathers anyway. So what is this clown talking about? So now we're sitting here debating this shit, talking about all this shit. And you know why we revisiting all this stuff? Because somebody got what? In what year was it? Somebody got Obama derangement syndrome. And now all of a sudden we got to go back in time and explain what the founding fathers intended and all of this shit. We've only had Obama. Look at this. Obama, Kamala, the vice president, and Mamdani, the mayor of and it's like now we got to talk about the founding fathers like nobody's read the Constitution. We got to relitigate the founding fathers and shit. I mean, it's insane. It is insane. And they even want women to not vote. So women, any woman, especially if you're a MAGA woman, but any woman really, and for that matter, any person, it doesn't really matter at this point. Any human being that's an American citizen, do yourself a favor and go out there and register to vote, because these people literally want to take your vote. And don't you dare think that it's just about that is just about Mamdani and immigrants. Hell no, they're not talking about Mamdani and immigrants. They're talking about women too. Just women having the right to vote. So if you're a woman, do not vote for any of this. They are coming for you. Look, even Pete Hegseth was talking about this the other day. Like seriously, in mass media, he posted something in his social media that was bolstering up this idea that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Like seriously, so this is a serious moment. These people are sick. So do yourself a favor, especially if you've never voted before, register to vote at vote.gov. All you got to do is go here. Go to vote.gov, choose your state. Let's say you live in Alabama, for example, right? Click Alabama, and it will go right to the Alabama's. It will go to the part, the section of the page where you register as an Alabamian, right? And you can update. You see, it says update your registration, or you can register. You could do either one. Click right here, and then you go straight to the Alabama Board of Elections page where you can register to vote, right? So there it is. You see? And it will tell you exactly how you vote. All right. So there you have it, folks. Don't waste your vote. It means everything. It's why you pay taxes. You ever heard of taxation without representation? Well, there it is. That's your representation. If you don't vote, you are literally being taxed without representation. You're giving up your representation. Do you know the people that didn't have representation? Those were basically the underclass, slaves, servants, and many other people, women, many other people, just regular people that didn't own property. They were not allowed to vote. Can you imagine not owning a house? Do you know how many of you motherfuckers will actually not have a right to vote today because the home you live in is owned by somebody else? Seriously, this is serious. So in any case, we got more shit to go over, but let's hear some more Mamdani real quick, and then we will get to Netanyahu. So let's go. Appreciate it. Oh, do me a favor. Click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, I appreciate it. The chat is open. So you also, if you're in the chat, no matter if you agree or disagree, understand one thing. You're here. No, I'm not cutting you out unless you say something that is totally a lie, right? You're not getting blocked unless you either say something totally disrespectful, racist, or whatever, misogynist, or that you're just pumping disinformation. Also, if you're in the chat, come on up. Hop up on the panel. Here, I'm going to put the link and you can come up to speak, especially if you disagree. If you got some helpful information that you think is special and you think you deserve a little limelight on your information, hop on up. The link is in the chat. Let's go.
Kinds of which that sadly became familiar over the course of the campaign. I am lucky in that I'm protected by the best of the best in our NYPD. And I'm also concerned because if these threats have changed my life and have changed the lives of those that I love, I often wonder about the threats to those whose names we don't even know. Because what is so terrifying about the normalization of political violence is not even just those to whom it's directed towards, but what it makes acceptable towards any other in this city, in this country. And that is a real fear that I have as we try and show what a city can look like where everyone belongs, that there are those firmly invested in a kind of division that is at odds with that.
Did you at some point have to make peace with the fact that you are a target?
I don't know if you can make peace with it. I think you can come to expect it. You can come to rationalize it as if it is part of what it is that you do. And
you just do it. It's part of what you do. And if you're going to let somebody punk you out, threaten you out of doing what you believe is right, well, then you weren't meant to do it anyway. Martin Luther King didn't let nobody punk him out of doing what he thought was right. Malcolm X didn't let anybody punk him out. You see what I mean? Kennedy didn't let anybody punk him out. Did Lincoln? I mean, I'm not, maybe, but did Lincoln? No. You see what I mean? So you can't really, separate your principles that way. If you have principles and if you have morals, you have to be willing to pay the ultimate price in this situation. That's what standing up for yourself means. Look, Renee Good, she paid the ultimate price. Who else? You know how many people protesting against ICE paid the ultimate price, paid with their life? Look, the military, people in the military dying, they paid for what they believe for with their life. It comes with the territory. It comes with the territory. That's what it really is about when you believe something. You see what I mean? So, me, my personal advice is, you see me out here, I don't give a fuck. Life is not worth living if you're not going to live in your truth. Simple. And if you let somebody punk you out of living your truth, you were never meant to live it in the first place, So let's hear some more.
I grew up and I would hear politicians say things about their family, how they didn't sign up for it, this, that, and the other. And when you're on the outside and you're hearing that, it sounds at a certain point to be quite cliche. And when you're living it, you realize the depth of that sentiment, that we sign up for public life. Shouldn't mean that we sign up for threats or violence, but at least we made a choice. And then there are those that we love who did not make a choice other than to love us. And yet somehow those threats, that violence also becomes a part of their life. And it has seeped into the lives of many more people across the city, across the country. And, I grew up in New York City. To me, disagreeing is one of the most New York things you can do. Sometimes you'll hear two people and it sounds like they're fighting, but that's just how they say I love you in New York City. And so it's not to say that we shouldn't have that kind of disagreement or dissent or debate.
All right, let me flip over here because me, myself, I'm not into the fear mongering. So I think she spent a little too much time on that. Because that's just what happens. All politicians are getting death threats all times of the day. Activists get death threats all times of the day. That's just what it is. So let's see here. Let's get to
whether
this
or not
part.
to engage themselves.
I'm curious about what he said here about Gaza, and then we're going to get on to Netanyahu.
Up watch parties was then killed by the Israeli military. There is no respite from a genocide, no matter even in a moment.
The reason you didn't endorse Esbayat, his relationship with AIPAC, the pro-Israel lobby, his longtime support of Israel, was that like sort of the seminal thing that for you was a differentiator?
I think these are all important factors. I think the need for moral clarity in our politics, to quote Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, is something that speaks to a wide variety of policies and also applies to our foreign policy when it comes to the funding of the Israeli military. And you saw in the final weeks of that race, AIPAC spending a significant amount of money to try and stop Daria Lisa. And what you see when you speak to the constituents of that district is a very different hope and vision for the place they call home and also the country that they've helped to build. And it's hard to explain to a New Yorker why their needs are not even being discussed, and yet we have billions of dollars to kill civilians halfway across the world. I mean, earlier we were talking about the World Cup, and, you know, we'll be watching the games here, and then you'll look to the news and you'll find that even someone who had gone to Gaza on a relief mission to set up watch parties was then killed by the Israeli military. There is no respite from a genocide, no matter even in a moment of joy for the entire world.
All right. So, yeah. Now, that seems to be not just a central point. I don't think it's an issue just for Democrats or for people on the left, Democratic Socialists. A lot of Americans are tired of our tax dollars going to Israel. And it's not about Jews or anything like that. It's about the fact that it's been a lifetime that Americans have sent their tax dollars to Israel when things at home are not fair and are not okay and safe for loads of Americans. That's really what it's about. And if you think about it, it's not so hard to believe, because isn't that what Maga ran on? Make America Great Again? That was a popular slogan. It resonated with everybody. Make America, as in the United States of America, as of invest in America. Isn't that what Trump ran on? More jobs in America, investing in America, better lives in America. Everybody's going to have a better life, you know, this kind of concept. Well, now all of a sudden we're in a war with Iran, started by Israel, started by Netanyahu, right? It wasn't Trump's idea. Trump explained to everyone why it wasn't his idea, because he talked to Netanyahu and he said Netanyahu was going to do it anyway. You see what I mean? So it's not that Trump explained it saying he was going to do it anyway and Israel came and helped after they found out. It's the other way around. So, you know, it just turns out that we got $1.5 trillion for this war. Simple, you know, and or for the military, but which is going to get used up pretty much fast in this war. Like, they're literally back asking for more money right now, while they did what? While they actually cut healthcare, while they cut other services, while they held up a housing bill to make housing more affordable for American citizens. They're literally back at the table already asking for more money. How does that work? How do you ask the same Congress that Trump, that passed the housing bill and Trump won't sign? How do you go back to that Congress and say, now give me more money for the war Americans don't want? I mean, it's crazy, but that's the state of the United States right now. Now let's see what's going on with folks and their criticism of Israel and what people want Mom Donnie to do. Let's see.
Donald Trump's administration exists to protect wealthy pedos and war criminals, and Zohran Mamdani is doing something about it. America's mayor is making sure the people who break our laws are held accountable, and Donald Trump is losing his mind because of the arrest news that Zohran Mamdani just made public. And let me put this in perspective. Right now, the air outside is unbreathable. It is either fire or poison, depending where you are in America. Our water is largely undrinkable because all of it's going to data centers or golf courses. You can't eat the meat because it's filled with worms or it's too expensive. And lettuce, I'm not even going to get into all that. And Donald Trump has no interest in protecting those basic building blocks of life. But Benjamin Netanyahu, oh yeah, then Donald Trump will intervene. Then Donald Trump will lose his mind, which is exactly what he just did, as we are going to get to after Zohran Mamdani was asked this question and made a big announcement in an interview with the New York Times.
Last question on this topic. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is perhaps planning to visit New York for the UN General Assembly. You pledged during your campaign and after you won to order his arrest to comply with the International Criminal Court warrant. What will happen if he comes in September?
Look, I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow the laws that we have here in New York City because I believe that there's an importance in following the law as a leader who presides over our city, and that's something that I plan to do.
Meaning? I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
Meaning that whatever the law allows me to do in New York City, that's what we will do, but we won't be writing our own laws to that end.
What does the law allow you to do?
That's an active conversation with our legal department in seeing what the prospects are we have here in our municipality. However, what we've seen at the national level is a desire sometimes to write your own laws, to go outside of the bounds of legality. That's not something we have an interest in.
I mean, normally when people come to a UN General Assembly, they're granted a sort of amnesty because it is the seat of the United Nations. Is that what you're thinking that you'll honor, or you're actively looking to see if you can actually arrest him?
I think we are looking at all of our legal obligations, and one of them is with regards to the United Nations. But the other part of this is we're not talking about a personal assessment of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're talking about the International Criminal Court and the fact that they have a warrant out for this prime minister's arrest. And I think it's important to talk about the weight that has as a charge, and also that as the mayor of New York City, I'll be following the laws of New York City.
Okay.
The mainstream media really does its best to try to paint Mayor Mamdani as this radical, someone going rogue and doing something insane. How could you possibly arrest a...
And this is the crazy thing about it. Trump actually, he threatened himself and did reduce the funding to the UN, the very body that people are going to in the first place, you know? But let's continue.
World leader? Well, first of all, Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. He should be tried at The Hague. This is just accepted fact from every other real democracy.
Now, look at Jack Cocchiarelli, right? What does his skin color look like? What is his ethnic background? He's American, but what is it? You know, it's European American of some descent, right? I'm not sure what it is. So it goes to show you that it's not just a certain people that are looking a certain way, a certain color, that believe that Netanyahu is a war criminal. He is a war criminal. I mean, it just has to be acknowledged. That's what it is. It's just like Trump is a felon. It has to be acknowledged. It actually is. Just like Trump paid $5 million on a lawsuit regarding sexual assault. It was a civil case, but he just paid that money. Just like he took the money that he was tried for. Those 34 felony cases are attached to Stormy Daniels, a woman he had an affair with, a porn star, while he was married. It is just a fact. Just like Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump's best friend for 15 years. Just like Donald Trump said Jeffrey Epstein is a nice guy. It is not disputable. You can't dispute it. Those are facts.
In the world, any other actual nation that isn't run by criminals and oligarchs. This is what they believe. It's what the UN believes. This is just fact. It's not ridiculous. I find it ridiculous that the media had a bigger problem with Zoran saying this than Donald Trump illegally capturing Maduro and killing Venezuelans in the middle of the night in doing so. I think that shows how the Western media is aligned to protect Israel and to protect Zionists. But what Mamdani is saying is the same thing that he's always saying. How government should work is how he'll make his government work. And he's also saying, if I can't, under the laws of the city of New York, I won't be able to. I'm not going rogue. I'm following international law, and a law that protects basic humanity and human rights is the law that should govern our country, because that's how Zoran operates, and it is why he is so popular. It runs completely counter to how Donald Trump operates, only ever looking to serve himself, and of course, the wealthy pedos that built his administration, paid for his administration, are in his administration. That is also Donald Trump. So this really doesn't come as a surprise to me. It doesn't come as a surprise to me that, as we're seeing right now, Zoran Mamdani's plans to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu have Donald Trump throwing a temper tantrum. After sharing plans to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump responded to New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, writing, "Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. He is fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters and has spent the last 47 years killing American soldiers and others. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death and destruction, something that should have been dealt with years ago by previous presidents." Donald Trump will do whatever he possibly can to protect wealthy pedos and war criminals, because those are the people who occupy his administration. Those are the people who funded his last campaign. The Israel lobby gave Donald Trump hundreds of millions of dollars while running for president, and they run cover for him right now by buying up media outlets. That is what Larry Ellison did when he purchased TikTok at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu, who should be arrested. Any other real democracy would do exactly that. And if we want to talk about who's killed Americans, how about we bring up the USS Liberty? Does Benjamin Netanyahu want to say anything about that? Americans are dying right now in Donald Trump's war on Iran on behalf of Israel. But he doesn't care because we know who he actually serves. But if you want some good news, we still have Zoran. Right? That is the good news that we can look forward to. We can also look forward to the fact that Netanyahu and Trump are getting pretty old and are both pretty sick. So I guess we can look forward to the day that beautiful it, finally happens to both of them. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I really want to happen. And I just cannot believe that this is his reaction to just like the law. Well, actually, I can't. I take that all back. I can believe that Donald Trump's reaction to the law is completely freaking out and saying he's going to go after Mayor Mamdani. But of course, like I said, the press has been freaking the fuck out. Oh my God, Zoran wants to follow international law. He must be a communist jihadist. Just all the bullshit and racist stuff that they say. But Zoran was asked about this again, and his response only made clear that he's absolutely right.
I'm good, thank you. I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the Ambassador of Iran, just how you, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate, and as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on when it comes to an adherence to local law. And that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12.
Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe that should be honored. And I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
Thank you. Last question will be Heather from News 12.
Zoran Mamdani is a generational politician and communicator. And I think it's just because he is able to point out the absurdity in the questions that he is asked by answering like a normal person. And there are a lot of Democratic consultants and, in the establishment class trying to figure out how to distill down that special sauce of Zoran into their, centrist AIPAC-backed candidates. And you can't, because those people don't have a worldview, right? Their worldview is who gave me money. Okay, I got to vote that way and pretend that isn't the cause and effect, right? AIPAC isn't giving Haley Stevens $50 million to try to steal a Senate seat because they think that she's a great gal. It's because it'll be a great return on investment when she sends billions of dollars to Israel, which she won't be able to because we're going to make sure Abdul al-Sayed wins. But Zoran Mamdani, his actions are guided by his worldview, right? He thinks that international law should be followed. He believes that all people have dignity and rights. And so he will honor that dignity and rights by fighting for the real majority in this country, the only majority in this country, which is working people, and he'll honor the dignity of those abroad as well. And so Zoran Mamdani is very easily able to answer questions when the answers speak from what he believes, something intrinsic about who he is as a person. And
his answers are speaking to the facts of the matter. That's it. Just the facts of the matter. The majority of Americans are the working class. You have one vote. That's the one thing that makes the country exist. One, that you actually have representation with your vote, and that another person, no matter how much money they have, their vote is only worth one cast. So you can spend all the money you want, but you still only got one vote per person. You see what I mean? And we know that the electoral college is not the most fairest thing, or maybe it's outdated, right? But still, if you go out there and you register to vote, they are totally scared about that. So if you want to scare these folks, if you want to scare Elon Musk, if you want to make him not be able to sleep at night, if you want to scare Trump, if you want to scare Howard Lutnick, if you want to scare Peter Thiel, if you want to make them have nightmares, the best way you can do it is register to vote right now, because the more people they see, and they will be watching how many people register to vote. They will be watching that. And when they see that number climb, they know it is over for them. And guess what that means? That means they have to go to somebody else's country to pick their pockets. That means the biggest hit on earth, the most wealthiest country on earth, is not their bitch anymore to just rob the working class and take their taxes while doing absolutely nothing for them. You see, they are totally scared of that. So what folks should do is continue to register to vote and tell more people to vote. Now, here's the interesting thing. Talk about following the law, right? Trump is not the only person that's not following the law, right? Guess who else is not really interested in following the law? Peep this. This is crazy. It's Netanyahu himself.
The Israeli parliament has dissolved, paving the way for October elections. And the country's longest-serving leader is bracing for one of his toughest ever re-election fights. Benjamin Netanyahu faces questions over his leadership during and since the October 7th Hamas attacks. That includes questions about a new constitutional crisis, pitting his government against the judiciary. Producer Carl Bostic in Tel Aviv reports with Arnik Shifrin.
In Israel, dissent is boiling. Hundreds of protesters filled Tel Aviv's Habima Square to voice their disdain for a leader they argue is corrupting Israel's democracy and misleading his own people.
There is no government above the law. We are all equal before the law, and all of us have to do what the court says, even if we don't agree with it.
Earlier this month, for the first time in Israeli history, Netanyahu's Likud party said a decision by Israel's Supreme Court can be ignored. The case was about the sale of a news channel to Netanyahu's critics. But retired Supreme Court Justice Ayala Procaccia argues the case is really about democracy, even though retired justices don't usually engage in public criticism.
A country in which a governing authority takes the law into its own hands is a country where the seeds of disorder and anarchy are sown.
You can't stick to original ethics when the situation is burning and is collapsing.
Procaccia was an Israeli High Court justice for more than a decade. She worries Israel's on a slippery slope of democratic backsliding.
The total combination of the anti-democratic activities that have begun 3 years ago and have escalated more and more and more, reaching the peak of the breakage of our democracy. It's an attack against the Supreme Court, actually weakening the gatekeepers of the government.
Since 2023, Netanyahu has tried to overhaul Israel's judiciary, passing legislation to allow the ruling coalition to have more influence in picking judges, including on the Supreme Court, and trying but failing to prohibit a doctrine that allowed Israel's high court to strike down government decisions judged extremely unreasonable.
This is the reason that why we are facing such a constitutional crisis.
Eliad Sharga is the founder of the Quality of Government movement, a civil watchdog that advocates for government transparency and is himself a former Likud official.
Mr. Netanyahu, to escape from justice, amend at least 50 times the basic laws in Israel, to adapt the system to his needs, his political, his legal needs, just to remain in power and just to escape from justice.
In 3 months, Netanyahu faces an election that his aides admit he might lose.
He wanted to take control on all the media in Israel, that he will be able to control the people, especially before the election.
And now listen, Israeli people, this is an American speaking to you, born and raised. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period, okay? My family has fought in different wars. My father was in the military himself, right? But not only my father. But here's the thing. We Americans are very unique because we have been supporting Israel loyally and faithfully for a lifetime, over a lifetime. You need to be able to take criticism from the people that have actually been there for you. And I'm telling you right now, Americans are tired of Netanyahu, and they are tired of this war between Israelis and Palestinians, and tired in investing in whatever the hell is going on right now. It has not come to an end. Our part of the bargain was a 2-state resolution. That has not happened. We can't keep funding this. We can't keep doing it while we don't have enough in our own country for our own people. Just regular everyday people. Regular everyday people. Our politicians have been no good at resolving this conflict. So American people want out. We want out, and it's not personal, although Netanyahu is a trigger for a lot of Americans, although he's triggering the world because people are concerned that the Israeli military is better at killing civilians than it is actually stopping any type of military conflict. Despite all the money we give them, despite all the support, it just won't make Israelis stop taking land from Palestinians. It just won't make the country make peace with Palestinians. And we want Palestinians to make peace too. But listen, it is very complex. And at some point, when the situation keeps getting more complex, and it's because we are a major player in it while it's getting more complex, the rational answer is, why don't we just stop? Since it's not getting better. That's the rational question, that's being put on the table. And I'm telling you, Americans are feeling that. It doesn't matter if you recognize it or not, from the right wing, from the left wing, from the center. I'm telling you, as an American citizen, a wide demographic, a majority are tired of this conflict. And so you might want to start listening now. So kudos to the Israelis that are tired of Netanyahu. Kudos to you. You need to fight for your country because what's been going on there under this leadership is not right. It's not going to bring you peace. Netanyahu is not going to bring you or your families peace. And if you want that peace, you should take these words from the people that have supported you. I'm just saying.
He won't get the result of the election, and we can face what you guys face in America on 6th of January.
But the court's critics and advocates for judicial reform have long called it out of control.
If you go back 25, 30 years, you would have a Supreme Court exercising its right of judicial review, of overturning a law once every 2 or 3 years. Then all of a sudden you're getting it 2 times a year, then 3 times a year, and then pretty consistently. So eventually people in the parliament are saying, who elected you?
Michael Oren served as the Israeli ambassador to the United States under Netanyahu from 2009 to 2013.
There has to be a greater input of Israeli public opinion in the decision of judges, who becomes a judge, choosing judges, as in the United States. You have that ability to impact the composition of the Supreme Court. We don't have that.
But the reason that Netanyahu...
But we don't have that if we don't get out and vote. Because right now we have 6 Republican conservative judges that are adamant about rolling back the Constitution of the United States. That means they're actually helping Trump rig the elections. They're actually helping Trump and foreign agents, foreign governments that want to interfere in the election and actually hinder the election, hinder democracy. And what they're doing specifically, Trump is doing, is he is reciting the very lies that have been written by the Kremlin to undermine the democracy. That's exactly what he's doing. And on top of it, he's now taking other actions inside of the country to eliminate groups. What is it? The federal group that would actually help support free and fair elections. He's firing people from that. I think he fired like 1,000 people just in one day that are there just to support states. Funding, roll back funding to states, just money that's there to reinforce the actual elections. Now, the bottom line is that to be registered, you know how you get registered to vote, right? The most common way is you go down to your DMV. The same way you get a driver's license. They want to see your birth certificate. They want to see a utility bill that's mailed to your house. They want to see your social security number. They might ask for 5 or 6 different things. They might ask for your tax returns too. Do you know that if you didn't file a tax return in a few the last couple of years, the DMV might be able to stop you from getting a license? So they know exactly what they're doing. The same precautions that are put into you getting a license, right? Whether you're an American citizen or not, the same precautions, right, are the same ones they use to register to vote. It's simple. They don't need you to have a special new ID now, because why doesn't your normal ID work anymore? Why don't the normal processes work anymore? Why don't the processes that got Trump elected, why aren't they good enough for anybody else? Trump's been elected twice with the same normal processes, and now all of a sudden it doesn't work. Foreigners are going to vote. Illegal immigrants are going to vote. Well, what about the illegal immigrants that voted for Trump then? Did illegal immigrants vote for Trump? How many were there? There's no evidence. If there was any evidence, this very administration would have shown you the evidence. Tulsi Gabbard went down to Georgia. She's supposed to be working with the intelligence community. She's not even a part of the FBI. The FBI raided offices in Georgia. Where is the proof? They still have not shown anyone the proof. Tulsi Gabbard just fucking quit and said, "See you later, y'all. Ain't nobody here but us chickens," and ducked and just left town and shit. From what? After she was supposed to be conducting an investigation about foreign governments interfering with our election, and she just disappeared. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to it? Trump was told this year by the intelligence community, including the Pentagon, Russia is a threat. And they told him, how is Russia trying to interfere with the elections? And he said, by saying that the registration process is no good, by saying over the internet that illegals and foreigners are voting in the elections, by saying the same things that Trump has been spreading. That just so happens to be the exact same thing that the intelligence community said that the Russians were spreading on the internet. I mean, come on.
Today faces such a political challenge is that even some of his historic supporters are fed up.
He is a person who has lost the trust of a tremendous amount of Israelis. He has not taken responsibility for October 7th, which is a big issue here.
He has not taken responsibility for October 7th. There's people that say that they already knew. Think about this attack. Think about how it happened. People hang gliding in. What the fuck? They're saying people are accusing Netanyahu of knowing about the attack in advance and doing nothing just to be able to use it as an excuse to take more land. Yes, that's what he's been accused of. Seriously. I mean, and if that's true, that means that he actually aided and abetted in the death of Israelis. If it's true, that's what people are saying. That's what they're saying. Look, he didn't just say it. He didn't just flat out say it, but what he said leans towards what a lot of other people have said, And then they add this extra element that he purposely just said, oh, well, let them do it. Then we can get what we want after. I mean, that's foul.
He is a person who has lost the trust of a tremendous amount of Israelis. He has not taken responsibility for October 7th, which is a big issue here. He has poisoned relationship with just about everybody he's worked with in the past. Not with me, but just about everyone else. And it's time for change.
And that's
look, if you can't know that the attack is coming on October 7th, how can you know if Iran has a nuclear bomb? How can you know where the nuclear bomb is? How can you know anything about that if you didn't know about October 7th? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Whatever happened to the great intelligence community of the Mossad? You mean the great Mossad didn't know about that one, but they know about everything else? They don't know about Jeffrey Epstein though, huh? Interesting.
Sentiment is fueling Netanyahu's opposition. Gadi Eisenkot, a retired Israeli army chief, is running against Netanyahu and leading in the polls.
When the Minister of Justice of the State of Israel calls not to comply with the High Court decision, he's actually hinting at something else to us. It's beyond the desire to weaken the Israeli judicial system.
Hold on.
Justice of the State of Israel calls not to comply with the High Court decision.
Not to comply with the High Court decision. Let's hear that again.
Is running against Netanyahu and leading in the polls.
When the Minister of Justice of the State of Israel calls not to comply with the High Court decision, he's actually hinting at something else to us. It's beyond the desire to weaken the Israeli judicial system. The desire here is to destroy.
And like many here, Eisenkot criticizes Netanyahu for wars in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, none of which have ended or could be considered a victory.
There are military achievements, there are great challenges, but no resolution was achieved in any arena.
That concern echoed by Eisenkot's supporters.
I think the Israeli society is now ready for change. Mr. Netanyahu, who served the country for 30 years, I think it's enough, especially after October 7.
And so Israelis and the world look to see whether the upcoming elections produce a new era of Israeli politics or a continuation of Netanyahu rule. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick.
Right. And so, that issue hasn't been solved. And what do we have going on right now? While this is going on,
there's another new development
in Israel. While this is going on actually in Israel right now as we speak, people are accusing Netanyahu of his department head, I forget which department it was, sending messages around telling other government officials to not comply with the high court's ruling. I mean, at the same time they're doing that, this is what's going on.
that could be rattling global markets, especially oil markets, even more. Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen have now declared their own naval blockade, they say, against Saudi Arabia in the Bab el-Mandab Strait in the Red Sea. That's another critical international shipping channel and oil route. And also, there's new reporting just in today that the Houthis have begun broadcasting messages warning Saudi ships to stop traveling in the Red Sea. Joining me right now is retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. He's the head of geopolitical strategy for Academy Securities. It's good to see you, Spider. Let's talk about this. I mean, the Houthis now threatening the Bab el-Mandab Strait, declaring this blockade on Saudi ships.
Mike, you there? Oh, okay. I thought I just heard you popping up. Okay. Let me let it play.
From passing through. If this
I'm here.
does
I'm here.
go into
We'll talk
effect,
after the clip.
Okay.
If we now have a second major shipping channel that is threatened and thus, there will be disruption to it, what does that mean for the United States if this becomes a new front of this war?
Well, it's been a front in the engagement with the Houthis in the past, as we realize. Also bear in mind the Saudis, over the course of about a decade, tried to eliminate the Houthis without success. Many would say it's difficult to try to bomb an organization back into the 14th century when they're already in the 14th century. So the Houthis have had an opportunity to really establish themselves over time. They've been quiet, as you know, over the past 4 or 5 months as a result of epic fury, and their ability to stay in touch with Tehran, which is their primary lifeline for support, has been minimized as well. What this tells you is that they've been hunkering down, they have capacity, and they are now going to reach up and turn up the heat, obviously. The concern truly is, do they have the capacity to do that? Can the Houthis close the Bab el-Mandeb? Well, they've done it in the past, but it's been opened again because of the efforts of the United States, not with a lot of help from other allied partners. But there's an incentive for the Saudis certainly to be involved, because the Saudis, have created a pipeline infrastructure, as you know, from the Gulf over to the Red Sea. This is the oil that's being pumped out. So that attempt to create an alternative and some resiliency and redundancy is now going to be threatened pretty significantly. So the U.S. has a presence. The Saudis have a capability. What is going to be done that's going to detract from epic fury, if in case, if we are now on the front edge of a new engagement with Iran, will that alter that type of an attack profile? Those are the key issues that need to be addressed. So the Houthis can say a lot of things a priori. Right. Let's see what really happens. And then I guarantee you the Saudis will step up, and the U.S. will certainly get involved as well.
Nick, the Iran-backed Houthi group in Yemen, as you know, has declared its own maritime blockade on Saudi shipping. This is a big deal. What's the fallout from this?
Now, here's the thing. He just mentioned allies, right? He just mentioned allies. Wait a second. Didn't Trump just go out and spend a whole year insulting every ally that we have? Didn't he just go out and make life more complicated for every ally? Didn't he just go out and threaten to take Greenland? Didn't he just go out and basically threaten to make Canada the 51st state? I mean, didn't they send J.D. Vance over to diss European culture? And we have to think this is some sort of sideways game, right, that they're playing, because Europeans actually have universal health care. Europeans actually have pretty much in most of Europe universal education, right? So he went out there and dissed these people for a whole time. Look, he pulled out the help that the United States government still could be doing is over. They could give intelligence regarding Russia invading Ukraine, but Trump went out there and just dissed Ukraine, so this is crazy. The Europeans have rallied to deal with that problem in Ukraine, and now Trump, and they also rallied to deal with the problem that the U.S. posed against Greenland, right? And now they're sitting on TV acting like they didn't see none of that, talking about the European allies are supposed to come help in a war that Netanyahu and Trump did not go out to discuss with them in advance, to even ask them what their opinion was before they even went to do it. And this is on CNN. Just peep game how they're doing this. And listen, if I was a European, I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. You're not helping American citizens by getting involved in this conflict. I'm going to tell you why. And you know why. Because first of all, the same asshole that has been on your back talking about invading Greenland, dissing your culture, right? When most Americans like European culture, because at least you value your children, at least you value fair housing, at least you value a fair working wage, at least you value your citizens having access to universal education and universal health care. At least you have those cultural traits down. We value that. The majority in the U.S. value that. But this MFer that dissed you is actually trying to harm us in our own country and get rid of the democracy. Stop people from voting. How are you going to diss Europe when more Europeans vote on average than American citizens? Europeans have more representation in the parliament than Americans have. At best, Americans have half of the parliamentary representation that a European has. That means let's give an example. Let's say for 500,000 people, Europeans would have 2 representatives. Americans would have 1. It's just an example. This is how the data rolls out, though. This is how the data looks. That's at best. At worst, when you're dealing with countries like Denmark, who Trump dissed, Danes have 35 to 40% more parliamentary representation per person than an actual American citizen. Don't help Trump. Do not help Trump. You are not helping democracy if you help Trump. And you know that. Most Europeans are smart enough because they got education. You know what I'm saying? So they know where this is going. Listen, stand your ground. This is the setup. Trump wants you to get involved in this conflict so you can spread your military out, harm your economy, and reduce your ability to save up and defend yourself from Putin. They want you to spread your military ability out while you're already been under threat, constant threat, hybrid threat, and threat of invasion of fucking Russia by a madman who doesn't respect democracy in his own country. Russians are fucking tired of Putin. Don't help Trump. Trump is helping Putin every step of the way. He's helping Netanyahu without asking anybody else what they think. He's helping Putin without asking anybody else what he think. Shit, they got some nerve coming out here actually acting like Americans should, acting like Europeans should be coming to this call. Call in advance. Don't call when it's too late. Yo, Michael, you want to say something there?
Yeah, I mean, this was expected for the longest of times, right? We can't continue to logistically fight a war while being overseas, right? I think, and that's what a lot of Americans don't understand. Like, oh, we have the strongest government and the strongest military, and it's like, yeah, but the military has to get deployed, first of all. Second of all, that takes an act of Congress. Third of all, we still heavily depend on joint operations because you want to know why? We're not overseas.
Right.
This is the reason why we participate in NATO. This is the reason why we participate in a lot of global individual team-ups, right? Because we need initiatives, because we need our global neighbors, right? And so to tap into our global neighbors now goes to show that we do need them, right? Apparently, according to Trump, initially we didn't need them. They were not needed, and America can do anything on their own. And it goes to show that was just rhetoric. It was just him bolstering his own ego, signaling to his own base, because guess what? He clearly does, right? And in order to function and have a legitimate take on even Iran, he's going to need global help. He's going to need the help of the EU and its major partners, right? Like Germany, like England, and so this goes to show, and obviously Iran, they knew they had an ace in the hole. They knew they weren't going to be as stupid to go and reveal that information ahead of time.
Exactly.
But they knew, and they clearly knew this, right? It was Americans who thought, that they won the war. Yeah, good luck.
As soon as this blockade happened, who got money off of oil? More money than they would ever be allowed to get? Russia. The United States did, and Russia. Trump didn't think for a second about the rest of the globe, the global impact, Asia, Europe, anybody else. And there's a lot of people caught in between this. They didn't think about it at all. Did Netanyahu think about it? So if you didn't think about it in advance and you did it, why are you asking for help now? Why? Because if they come to help them, they will simply do the same thing again instantly. You see what I mean? It can't be trusted.
It enables them. Yeah, it enables them, and at the same time,
in the name of Flavor Flav, can't trust it. Can't trust it.
No, it's the truth.
911 is a joke, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Look,
what the fuck? Fight the power.
And I think
go ahead, man.
Americans now are forced to realize it, right? I think that's just one of the things. And even if they don't, Trump is forced to realize it. But to circle back to, to everything else, Iran knew what the long-term game and implications of this war would mean for them, and the strategic opportunity and chances that they would have to take in order to be competitive in a war like this, right?
Right.
And so, this circles back to this circles back to one of our previous lives where we were discussing the alternative route. This is that alternative route that they're shutting down, by the way.
Exactly.
Just so you know. Right? This is a part of that alternative route. Right? When they say they're trying to get around the whole Strait of Hormuz blockade, this is it. This is it, right? Which essentially is in the form of a pipeline that goes across Saudi Arabia.
And how long that's going to take to build?
Years. Right, because that's what they want, right? They
look.
I mean, they don't want that, but
and you know what the crazy thing is? You know what the crazy thing is? I'm almost sure, bro. I'm definitely sure. I am definitely sure about this. The prior agreement, security agreement, that had already been agreed upon by Saudi Arabia, Israel, and many others, Qatar and many others, it has something to do with trade routes, and I'm pretty sure oil across that Saudi Arabian thing was part of it, but now this shit is all broken up, bro. I'm going to look into that, but I'm pretty sure, we were already engaged in our own trade and security relationship there where we were funding. We were actually giving them not only weapons, right? Not just Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, giving many people weapons, right? And other things to build up the trade capacity to be able to get around Iran, and Iran wasn't, they may not have liked it, but they weren't at war regarding this. They weren't at war with all their neighbors. Now it's just like the whole thing is over, man. Now it's going to be war. How are you going to build a pipeline in war? You mean to tell me your idea is to build a pipeline around people so they can just blow the pipeline up anytime? That's your plan?
There you go.
What the hell?
Like look, so essentially what this whole thing is about is the fact that, the rebels aren't going to allow them to even start it, right? So they'll sabotage it by any means. But ideally, what would happen is that would lead to American boots on the ground, right? We would secure the building of that pipeline in Saudi Arabia, right? And the last thing Iran would allow is to have U.S. troops that close in proximity to Iran, period. That's just how it would work, right? So that's why they made it vocal, right? They made it vocal in advance to say, hey, look, you guys start building this pipeline, we're going to take action, right? Because that's a direct statement to Saudi Arabia and to America, right? To let them know, hey, look, you even attempt to send boots in the ground anywhere near Iran in the form of Saudi Arabia, we're going to attack. Right. And that's where they're not talking about it. Right. They won't speak on the finer implications of what it means to build this pipeline. But essentially, building this pipeline is sending American troops to secure the safety of Saudi Arabian workers to build this pipeline. Right. Even though it would take years, but it gives the U.S. more of a boots on ground. It allows for them to give boots on ground without directly going to war with Iran, which is essentially what Trump is trying to avoid, right? So Trump is trying to avoid going through Congress to get the traditional funding.
And who does he need in Congress to do it? See, this is the same thing. He went out on the international stage, dissed all the allies in the country. He started off dissing everybody that was from another party. We don't need you. We don't need you to do nothing. So they're not getting anything done in Congress now. You see what I mean? So who did he need? So he can't even go to Congress. The votes aren't there.
Well, the votes aren't there. And here's what I will say. The votes might have been there earlier.
Right.
Right. The votes might have been there a lot earlier had he initially done the initiative after, October 7th when, they attacked Israel and all that. He probably would have gotten some form of support from Congress, overwhelming support that would allow him to push forward, right?
Right.
But the fact that he waited and essentially left it up to Israel to be able to take it into their own hands to attack Iran the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
Now he can't. And the reason why is because now we have overwhelming majority who's not in support of supporting Israel. So essentially any Congress member is not going to threaten their future to be elected because Trump wants to go to war. That's the bottom line. right? Because their constituents don't want it. That's what matters. They know that overwhelmingly their constituents do not support boots on the ground here now, like currently. And so the last thing they're going to do is commit career suicide, right? They're not going to do that. So they're not going to support an active war effort in Israel, right? I mean, in Iran, right? In combination with Israel's actions. So he's not going to get it passed through Congress. And so he has to do everything he can to maintain the conflict while still allowing for him to have boots on the ground to continue these actions that he's trying to do, right? By continuing to keep pressure on Iran. So he's trying to find different ways to indirectly send troops near, around, or by. And I'll do you one better. In the hypothetical scenario that they want to build this pipeline, and we do send U.S. troops to Saudi Arabia, what do you think would happen if these rebels were to kill a U.S. citizen? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think that would allow for Trump to do?
War. Go to war against them, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what he wants, right? This is how he's thinking strategically, or at least the figureheads around Trump who are trying to find a way to initiate these war efforts. That's the bottom line, right? That's what they're not saying on legacy media. That's what they're not trying to tell the vast amount of people, right? But that's essentially what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to find a way to be involved or nearby a conflict zone to allow for them to be able to take advantage and create a reason for them to go to war, right? By forcing them to attack or putting them in position to attack U.S. soldiers.
Now,
right?
Peep this shit, bro. Peep this, man. Peep this. They had historically they've had two other pipelines that they've been discussing that ain't happened, and this is the third one that they're actually discussing, and this is the one that's straight through Saudi Arabia, right? And you look at the map. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the same challenges. You know, it's the same challenges. You know, come on. Does this look like that's going to be an easy endeavor? There's mountain, even though it looks like desert. There's mountains. There's what do you call it? Valleys. There's exactly. This is not just like flat. This is not Iraq.
The geography challenges are going to be insane, and they know that. But what they're going to try to do is throw money at it like they do everything else. But that's not going to change the timeline on logistics of how hard it's going to be to develop a pipeline across a whole country like Saudi Arabia, right?
Right, and even Iraq had some. The northwestern part of Iraq is basically similar terrain, you know. But Saudi Arabia is even worse. It's even worse, and it's bigger. You know, that's crazy, right? Go ahead. Sorry about
and it's
that.
also a whole lot. No, it's also a whole lot less developed, right? So. Right. Their overall country isn't as developed as their major cities. Their major cities, yes, but the outer areas aren't. So on top of that, it would take years, right? This would prolong Trump essentially, right? But the plan isn't to prolong him. The plan is to create conflict. The plan is to insinuate conflict, right?
Right.
So that way they can start the war. They can initiate the war efforts that they haven't gotten approved from and won't get approved from.
Right.
So that's just the larger plan of this current admin, right? That's essentially what they're trying to do, right? Get close enough, create as much of a threat as possible to Iran, right? Without having to formally call it war, right? And so they think that they're smart, but they're really not. Again, there's a reason why these rebels decided to say, hey, you do this, we're attacking. It is literally telling him, hey, look, you do this, we're going to cause conflict. So before it even gets to that, it gives them the out to say, hey, look, we know that they're going to cause conflict. If we go there and we do this, we're asking for conflict.
Right. Trump is an idiot.
Right?
Because he was baited into that's the thing about it. He was baited into the whole thing, and he's such a sucker. He doesn't know how to get out of it. You know, he wants to look like the strong man, but you can't get out of
this.
There
you go.
It ain't going to work.
He can't. There's nothing that's going to get him out of it.
He's
right?
dumb.
And I think that's something that he overwhelmingly, is starting to understand now, right? And he's getting to that with a lot of his advisory. They are telling him this. There's no world where they don't tell him this, right? They are actively telling him, hey, look, this is what the reality is, right? And he's trying to figure out what's a way for him to overcome that, right?
Right.
Hey, how can we still get our troops close enough, but not ask Congress for the funding it'll take for war, right?
Right.
And the war would allow for him to spend a whole lot more and blame it on Democrats years later when they have to recover our economy from such vast spending, which he's already done with tax cuts. So wars and tax cuts have unanimously gone hand in hand when we speak about Republicans. Like that's their bread and butter. That is literally what they call it. Bread and butter. That is what they call it. That's their bread and butter.
Right.
Right? So when we look at something like that, you know, it's not new. This is straight out the Republican playbook. It just so happens to be that MAGA more recently now discovered what it is to be politically aware. Now they're learning on the fly, you know, the separation of powers, right? Now they're learning, and it means nothing because Trump will not get this approved, right? And again, this will be a conflict that unfortunately it's looking like it will take the next president to come in and somehow create a peace deal, right? Because it's not going to happen under Trump, right? It's not going to happen under, you know, and I think that's something to be aware of when we look at negotiations when it comes to this national defense budget, right? It is the reason why they're pushing so hard on it in order for it to get passed now, because they know later it'll have even less of a chance to get passed through, right? So it's something that we do have to watch. You know, I think, you know, I myself am going to be hyper aware as to, you know, what the national defense bill now entails, right? What the finer details of that bill entails. Who does it benefit, right? Because we pass this every year. Every year we pass this for our national defense. And it just so happens to be that this year it includes Israel. This year it includes that additional, you know, Section 224 now, which was formerly 219. And so this is something that, you know, Americans should honestly be aware and just be angry enough, right? Be angry enough to understand that this is what our current government wants. They want to trick us into a war, right? They want to trick us into a conflict. And for Trump, it allows him to spend more, right? So what war does, it allows for whoever's in charge, well, you know, obviously whichever administration is in charge, to essentially pump money into our system, right? So when we go to war, now we get funding, right? That funding obviously adds to the debt.
Yeah.
But it's like a quick fix. It's like a sugar rush.
Yeah,
what we do now is we start fast forwarding the spending that goes to the Lockheed Martins, that goes to all the defense contractors that we use to build the weapons that we build. So we have a stockpile of weapons. We'll start utilizing that at first at war, but we never really want to get depleted, right? And even now, right now, between the war in Ukraine and now the war in Iran, we're still doing that. We're stimulating the economy by spending the money to these contractors to build the weapons, right?
But let me make one correction, because Lauren says something. Lauren Harrington, she says VMEEDIA pipeline is already there, built in 1980. Exactly, there is a pipeline there, but the problem is that the problem is this, because of the
pipeline doesn't.
It's not big enough. Yeah, it's not compensating for this conflict, you know. So they're threatening to shut down, and the pipeline doesn't compensate for it. So they want Saudi Arabia to offer up, you know, to build to increase its capacity. But here's the thing: you can increase the capacity. You're right, though, Lauren. You could increase the capacity, but it's right in front of the Houthis and Iran.
So the pipeline currently pumps, like, if I'm not mistaken, maybe like 2 to 3 million gallons a day.
Right.
Something. Here, let me see. What would be optimal is, like, if I'm not mistaken, 20 million gallons a day is optimal for what they need to continue the output.
No, you're right,
Iran
bro.
is.
It says that right now it's 2 million barrels a day. They needed to get to.
I know this.
Yeah, you know it. They need to get it to 7 to 9 million a day. That's what they need. It's like,
and guess what? That's not optimal output. Optimal output is 20 million gallons a day. That's
optimal. Right? Exactly. That,
right? I didn't make those numbers up. Right? I looked it up well before all of this. Right? So, their optimal is 20 million gallons a day. At its optimal, once this hypothetical pipeline is enhanced, it comes out to be 7 million gallons a day. That's just under a third of what they would need to match the production of what the Strait of Hormuz is able to put out.
Yeah, they needed to be expanded 10 times its size.
Yeah. Just about 3 times,
crazy,
right? Just about 3 times.
Minimum 3 times. Minimum 3 times.
Yeah.
That's crazy, right?
So exactly, right? So when they're speaking logistics, they're not telling you the full picture, right? Because I know that pipeline exists, but 2 million is nothing in comparison to 20 million that the Strait of Hormuz puts out. And then with that said, the production of this pipeline or the
but peep this, yo.
Infrastructure.
But peep this. This is the crazy part about it, because it's like, isn't it easier to build it in peace times with Iran? Isn't that easier to do it in peace times to expand that pipeline? And then here's the thing: there's other dynamics to it. Do you think?
But look, they would never allow it. Iran would never allow it. The reason why is because it cuts Iran out. Iran wants.
But here's the thing, bro. Do you even think Israel wants it?
Well, Israel, believe it or not, Israel. I doubt they do want it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm curious about that. But you know why? Because they didn't want a lot of the security deals that Biden made. Seriously, they were fighting against air. Because look, to expand this pipeline, let's just stay on that for a second. To expand pipeline and to expand trade, these countries have to have what? They have to have aircraft, more aircraft. They have to have more military sponsored by the U.S. It has to be secure. That's what they were working on already under Biden.
Yeah.
But Israel didn't like that. They didn't actually like the weapons. They protested the U.S. about, trying to make a deal with Saudi Arabia to give them more weapons and things like this. But in any case, go ahead. I'm going to let you get the last word, and then we go to the next one. Yeah.
So, like I said, the optimalness of this pipeline is a fraction of a fraction. It wouldn't even make an impact or, what they need to, right? So again, the Strait of Hormuz is about, I think, 20 to 30% of overall global oil output on a daily basis. So it's the reason why our oil prices have skyrocketed, right? And so with that said, it's not a real fix. Again, it is used as a talking point to be able to put boots on the ground or as close to Iran as possible. That's literally what it is. Effectively, logistically, it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
Again, it would pump a fraction of a percentage of what they would need or what would be optimal to continue that 20 to 30% output that Iran puts out through the Strait of Hormuz.
And
right,
and who does it benefit? I mean, the thing about it is, it seems to me like most of this benefits Iran, because it doesn't take a lot to be a spoiler. It doesn't take a lot to be a spoiler, right? And
it's nothing, but Iran would never give up their leverage, right? The Strait of Hormuz is what makes Iran a necessity on a global scale. So if we think they're just going to go, okay, Saudi Arabia, build this pipeline and kill our economy, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. So, I think to even bring it up again, it's a bit disingenuous, but it's just a flat out lie, right? And it's meant to be a not even a solution, because it's not that, right? It's just meant to be a pacification. Like, hey, look, we're doing something while inciting, conflict, right? While proposing conflict and saying, hey, we'll figure out a way to make this war happen, essentially, right?
Basically. And it's not on Trump's terms. So that's the main thing, you know. And if you have someone, you know, there's a lot of people that are maybe not American, or maybe have different perspectives on what it is to be American, what you support, who you should support. As you can see, a lot of Republican representatives, like 90-something%, 99.5% support Israel. No matter what, they support Netanyahu, right? So there are a lot of Americans that no matter what, they will support Netanyahu's decisions, right? Then there's others that basically don't agree with that, right? There's a lot of Americans that don't agree. And even just because your representatives agree doesn't mean your constituency does anymore. And midterms are coming up. So, I mean, people are going to find out a lot about this, but already the popularity with this war, the data suggests Americans are tired of it. So Americans don't want to keep investing in any of it. And the more it keeps expanding, the more it's frustrating, the midterms. And I think, you know, to be honest, or just on a basic level of tactics, they're totally aware of that. They know that Republicans are losing popularity as long as this war continues. They know it's not good for Republicans. They're putting pressure on Trump. They're putting pressure on J.D. Vance. They're putting pressure on Marco Rubio. They're putting pressure basically on the government that went along with this in the first place by prolonging it. So what makes them think that Iran would even want it to end? Right now. The key is right now. You see what I mean? And keep in mind, they already made a deal with Obama. There's some Americans that didn't think that deal was good enough, right? Right. So there's some split there. You know, we will see. We will see how it goes. But I would just say, if you respect the fact that Iran is a substantial country, they're industrialized. They do have educational system there. They are proud. They've been a civilization for quite a long time. They consider this their sphere of influence. And there's others that consider it their sphere of influence also. And then you have China creeping in and cleaning up, because people don't see China as a violent partner, a violent presence. So they're willing to work with China on all kinds of things, you know. So, but in any case, let's anybody want to panel up? You feel free to panel up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not an expert in this. I'm just evaluating it as we see, right? But I would say this. The good thing about it is that we're willing to have the conversation. I'm not bound to any secret society where I can't speak my mind. I have freedom of speech. I'm an everyday person. I'm a voter. I'm going to speak on it. You see what I mean? And I'm not going to make any excuses why I can't hop up on the stream and speak my speak. You know what I'm saying? So I would encourage people that if you do know something and you think it's that vital, don't use not being able to hop up as an excuse. You see what I mean? Nah, you can hop up if you really want to make your presence felt. And anybody can. So, you know, we're not perfect. I would really like to hear anybody else's views on this. Yeah. And I'm respectful of everyday people. Now, I would like to learn something, so hop on up. But let me drop the link in the chat too. Here we go. Panel. Boom. There we go. Now let's hear some more about what the Houthis plan on doing. I mean, it's not just the Houthis. Look, there's also other shit, man. They're about to sell weapons, sell more fighter jets now. Peep this shit. This is crazy. Let's hear some more. Hold on. I want to see what DW, what the news is saying there about this situation from the European side. So 2 seconds. Let's get it going.
Has the war in Iran entered a new, more dangerous phase? Now, so far, much of the attention has been centered on the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Yemen's Houthi rebels, who are backed by Iran, say they'll obstruct another major shipping route in the region. To discuss why and the implications of this threat, I'll be speaking with Nadwa Al-Dawsari, Yemen analyst at the Middle East Institute, and Bara Shiban, international security analyst with the Royal United Services Institute, RUSI. Welcome to you both. Now, before we get into the conversation, let's take a quick look at the map. As mentioned, the Strait of Hormuz off the Iranian coast has been the major focus in the U.S.-Israel war against Iran for some months now. But to the southwest, off Yemen's western coast, is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, another shipping choke point. It's around 26 kilometers or 16 miles at its narrowest point. And that's where the Houthis want to impose a blockade, which they say is targeting Saudi Arabia. Let's listen to the rebel spokesman.
The Yemeni armed forces announce a maritime embargo against the criminal Saudi enemy based on the equation of a blockade for a blockade, and it will enter into force effective immediately upon the issuance of this statement. We affirm the right of our great people to confront blockade with blockade and full-scale escalation with full-scale escalation, and to establish this equation.
All right, let's bring in our experts. Starting with you, Bara. Now, the Houthis so far have been relatively quiet during this war. Can you sum this up for us and tell us why they're now getting involved?
I think the Houthis were basically waiting until they are needed. The IRGC and the Iranian regime is more or less anticipating a Trump more aggressive campaign by the Trump administration. So a deterrence is needed right now. The question was always not if the Houthis are going to get involved, but rather when are they going to get involved, and when does the Iranians need them? And it looks like they need them right now the most. For the Houthis, in order to make an impact, to make it loud, they need to address this towards Saudi Arabia, one of the U.S. closest allies in the region, and make a direct threat on the shipping lanes, on the oil production, and hopefully that could cause panic at the oil market. And we're all waiting to see what's going to happen tomorrow and the days to come to the oil prices.
Nado, I just want to get your thoughts as well as to the involvement of Saudi Arabia in this. I mean, there's so many neighboring countries around, but they single out this one nation.
Well, I think this is not just about like Houthi-Saudi confrontation. It's like Barat mentioned, it's one piece of Iran's broader regional strategy. So in the short term, what the Houthis and Iran or what Tehran wants is to work with the Houthis to create indirect leverage on the United States by raising the cost for a key U.S. ally. And Saudi Arabia is the largest U.S. ally in the region. In my opinion, Yemen offers safe haven for the IRGC, where they can continue to do work with relative ease compared to like Iran. Over the past years, the Houthis, with the help of Iran, have expanded the reach across the Horn of Africa. They developed sophisticated smuggling networks. They've established relationships with militant groups like Al-Shabaab in Somalia, ISIS in Somalia, Somali pirates. From Iran's perspective, that creates strategic infrastructure that can be leveraged over time. If Iran indeed succeeds in consolidating its position in Yemen, it won't simply be about projecting power. It will be about building long-term strategic leverage over the U.S. and its allies. So Yemen is not exactly a destination. Yemen is the platform. And I think that's what we need to focus about, not just that the Houthis are creating a blockade. The blockade serves different reasons. But in my opinion, this long-term reason or objective is what's absent from reporting and analysis.
Interesting. Just picking up on that and probably going back a bit to what you talked about, Bara, earlier, that whether this is, or rather, how much of this is the Houthis acting in their own capacity versus being directed by Tehran?
From now on, I think it will be quite cynical to think about the Houthis just as a separate a group away from the IRGC. Now the IRGC wants to leverage that relationship that it has built, the networks, the smuggling networks that Nedwa was mentioning. Before the IRGC relied so much on Hezbollah operatives, Hezbollah fighters coming in and outside of Yemen. But now it is time for the IRGC to start using that leverage and start operating inside Yemen. Also, it has the advantage Yemen has a very difficult terrain. If the United States would think of attacking the Houthis, it would think multiple times, not just twice, before sending troops on the ground due to the difficulties that they would face inside Yemen. So there's multiple advantage points that the IRGC can leverage using the Houthis. And now that long established relationship, the benefit that the Houthis have gained from their relationship with the IRGC regarding their ability to proliferate drones, use ballistic missiles, start attacking ships. That was all enriched and supported.
Yo, Taj, man. Welcome to YouTube. Everybody, Taj joined June 28th, 2026. Let's all welcome him to YouTube. Taj, how many accounts do you have, bro? Just wondering.
With the help of the IRGC, and now it's time for the IRGC to start, gaining the reap of that seeds of investment that they have laid for quite many years. And it's difficult before the IRGC would have relied heavily on Hezbollah. Hezbollah right now are not at an advantage point that they can use, that the IRGC can use due to the multiple hits that they have received from Israel. But the Houthis, on the other hand, are at a force that are enjoying relative freedom of mobility. They can attack, they can threaten, and the only way that you can get and gain the U.S. attention is if you start threatening Saudi Arabia.
Nadwa, we saw. Wow. So you hear that. Mike, what do you think about that, bro? Like, this is interesting. And I guess this is not diverging, even though this is EU news. This is out of Germany, right? DW. Is it France or Germany? Yeah. But I think it's France, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think. But in any case, what do you think about this? This is what's running right now in the EU versus what we just heard in the U.S. from legacy media. Does it sound similar? It almost sounds like it's parallel. No, not at all. It sounds close to me.
Yeah, no.
But this one goes a step further.
Yeah, it's giving the perspective of reality, right? What the logistics are looking like in terms of how difficult it will be to have troops on the ground, right? Like I said, those troops on the ground are just a ploy to allow for the Houthi rebels to attack American soldiers so they can incite war. That's exactly what it's meant to do. It's exactly what it's meant to do, right? That is why they want boots on the ground, and that's why they're pushing this narrative now. And so it's something that, we wouldn't win that war. It would take, again, us doing this is asking for
we're helping China
of war.
We're helping China.
Yeah. We're helping China. We're helping Russia, right? And this is where it goes back to what we spoke about a while back, soft power, right? When they can't turn to a viable partner, they turn to another major superpower, the second and third best superpower in China and Russia, right?
Right.
And that's what China wants, right? And again, China wants to be that superpower again. They have aspirations of being that superpower again because it allows for them to really effortlessly not have to work hard. Remember, China's military they don't have too many military bases, right? So they can't, logistically,
but wait a second.
Harder for them to follow.
Yeah, but they do have some. They got a base right there in the Horn of Africa, bro. They got a base there. Yeah.
You have to remember, logistics from Africa to like the Middle East is still a troop. You get what I'm saying? It's not like the U.S.
No, I mean, it's right. It's right. No, it's there in Djibouti, bro. They have a base in Djibouti. I believe so. They got a whole shipping port there, but I believe there's military. And I think, let me just check that out. I'm just curious about that. But go ahead while I check that out. Go ahead.
I don't think the U.S. would allow something like that close, right?
No,
especially when it comes to like.
Well, let's find out. But go ahead. You, in any case, it helps China, and I'm not saying that China is interested in engaging in war, but
on a soft power, on a soft power level,
right.
It does, right? Because they effortlessly can get partnerships and deals done now that they're leaving America behind, right? Now that they don't want to deal with America, or they want to just even avoid this conflict overall, they're going to do that. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Listen,
and so
look at this, bro. China has a military base, and it's in Djibouti. It's in Djibouti, and you know this makes me. You want me to read? Let me see. It says it's located in Djibouti, a small nation on the Horn of Africa, situated right. We know where Djibouti is. For everybody that wants to know, Djibouti's right here, right across from Yemen. In case you can't see that map, it's right across from Yemen. You know, directly across. And what it says is that the choke point, right? That's where that is. Now it says it's called the People's Liberation Army Base in Djibouti. It was inaugurated in 2017, so it's been there. Now, significance: it was China's first official overseas military base anywhere in the world. And now what
I was getting at.
What does that? But what does that?
They normally don't have.
No, they don't. But
bases.
what does that tell you? This is 2017. It's 10 years later, bro. At the very least, anything that goes on with the U.S. military in this region, China will be observing very, very closely. Like, that's what it tells me. And 10 years in advance, it almost tells me like this is falling right into their playbook almost.
Yeah. I mean, essentially what they'll do is they'll fall back, allow for these conflicts to play out, just so that way when they do need, because what China will do is they may not get involved per se directly.
You're right.
But they will give money. They'll give money, right? Like, hey, we'll fund this war.
And they will give,
be in it.
And bro, they will give weapons.
Oh,
somehow.
I mean, you know what it is?
Maybe not to the Houthis, but
yes,
you know,
but they'll fund it some way, right? Like that's what China's specialty is. China's specialty is funding, right? They're giving them the money to acquire, right? Whether they get those weapons from any other place, they're good at funding, right? They're gonna be like, hey, look, I may not help you, I may not put boots on the ground, but I'll point you in the right direction to where you could be able to get weapons, where you might be able to use my money to go buy these weapons, right? And that's what China's infamous at.
It's under
right? They've done that with
it's under the guise of the UN. They're what they but US has a base there too. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Well,
US has a major base in Djibouti, a major base.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, and it's because they want to be able to keep tabs on anything Arab related, right? And then that's how they utilize Israel. So Israel's utilized in that manner, right? We have our bases nearby in neighboring Arab countries, but the person who keeps tabs on them and the person who monitors them intel-wise is essentially Israel, right? And again, this is a part of the larger Israel ideal, right?
The more I look at this, bro, I'm just almost thinking like, do they want this war to expand into Eritrea?
Yes.
Into Sudan, like just into that Ethiopia maybe? Like, is that what they're looking for? Like, just to destabilize so much that it spreads? I mean, I'm just curious about that.
Because what that does is that allows for greater Israel. Greater Israel. That is the whole overall. They want a larger presence in the Arab region, and that looks like, and obviously logistically, America's not connected to those continents. It's not connected to Eurasia or Africa.
Right. We pulling our bases out. We leaving. We leaving Africa. We don't want to have soft power there anymore. We pulled our soft power out. We don't even want our military. Trump doesn't even want the military in a lot of places.
And so that's I think. Do I think this conflict? Obviously, the conflict is advancing, right? I think with the death of the more recent, our more recent military individuals who lost their lives, they're going to they're using these as amplifications to find ways to put boots or directly attack Iran, right? I think more recently we are now developing hypersonic missiles, which we didn't have before. So we're trying to develop technology enough and to be, because this is going to be a long war. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be next week. This is years.
Yeah.
Think Afghanistan. Think Iraq. Think, this is how we have to think of this kind of conflict, right? This isn't a tomorrow thing. This is well beyond Trump's administration, well beyond into the next administration, depending on how they choose to deal with it, right?
Yeah, this is like
but
asymmetric American politics here, because although they're doing things that we are, the other party disagrees with, right? But internationally, how it plays out might be very different. Like, for example, Democrats, for example, if they get power, what could they do? How would they see it? I mean, this is going to be interesting. And I would say this almost tells me, if let me ask the chat a question. Sorry about this. Let me ask the chat. How many of you, and I'm only asking Americans here, no pun intended, but I really want to ask Americans, and I really want the people that have accounts that are over a year to answer this, right? But listen, how many of you want the U.S. to be engaged in a conflict in that region of the world for the next 20 years? How many of you think that's okay? Put a 1 in the chat. How many of you wish that the U.S. would stop engaging in these conflicts there in this region? Put a 2 if you wish the U.S. would just stop it. And of course, this is generalizing, because what does stop it mean? But you get what I'm saying, because look, people ran on this. Trump ran on removing the military. We even had Biden. Biden said, yeah, Obama wanted to remove the military out of Afghanistan, out of certain areas in the world. It was already American policy to move out, to get out of the Middle East. That was our strategic policy. Don't use soft power, not have military boots on the ground. That's been what it was supposed to be. And then now Trump is there, and Trump is like trying to get engaged. I mean, I'm just curious about this. And, as much as people might want to say they don't like the Democrats, if you're a Republican, you could say you don't like the Democrats. Well, do you like Trump doing this? Because if you don't like the Democrats, quote unquote, being involved in foreign wars and all of this shit, don't you think Trump is setting up the next president to be there? Like, I don't know. It's just a question to ask. I don't know the outcome of this, but there's a lot of different ways to look at this. All right, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead and you want to wrap. Say one more thing before we play a little more. I want to just cover some of the soldiers and some other things that's happening in this, and then be out.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
I'll just wrap it up with the fact that right now the game plan is to get boots as close to the ground as possible, as close to Iran as possible, to be able to further the conflict. We already lost soldiers, and those soldiers, if we think that Trump he has a huge ego and is going to let that go, he absolutely won't. China's in the background, Russia's in the background, and just remembering, the more that we stay involved in this conflict, the less equipment we have to supply for Ukraine, right? So that gives the edge to Russia, even though they're losing now. Again, it's a long, drawn-out war, right? They obviously have the upper hand now, but with more support, with less support from us,
right,
the more they'll be able to, gain a foothold in the war in Ukraine, right? Every one of the super major powers has ambitions to expand. Russia clearly wants to expand. Ukraine, China wants to expand in the form of Taiwan. So they want to expand, and they're using this war as a distraction to be able to slowly make themselves a more viable global player, to make them succeed in becoming greater China, greater Russia, and the U.S. as in greater the greater U.S.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it worked out for Russia, but it's working for China. Hey, we got somebody who just hopped up. Where'd they go? They just left.
Yeah, they just left. Yeah, it was Jet.
It was Jet. Come back up, Jet.
You can come back.
Yeah, come back up. Yeah, where'd you go? Let me drop the link in the chat again real quick. All right, let's hear some more. Maybe Jet is going to hop back up. Let's see here. Let's hear some more.
Just picking up on that, we saw, I think it was last year and the year before, the U.S. carrying out strikes in Yemen. How much impact do you think that had on the Houthis and their ability to carry out this blockade that they're threatening?
So tactically, U.S. airstrikes might have disrupted the Houthis' command and control. It killed some operatives, but it didn't largely degrade their capabilities because just a few weeks after the U.S. ended the campaign, the Houthis sank 2 ships in the Red Sea. They clearly still maintain capabilities that can threaten international shipping and regional security. But long-term, the Houthis have used the U.S. Military strikes to reinforce their narrative that they are fighting a war on behalf of Muslims, Arabs, Yemenis against U.S. imperialism. So they instrumentalized these airstrikes to promote their propaganda, which they use to recruit and gain credibility across the region. So the short answer is I don't think that U.S. airstrikes it might have disrupted the Houthis for a little while, but it hasn't really changed much in terms of their capabilities.
Right. Now, the UN has expressed its concern over this latest development. Let's take a listen to what the spokesman for...
Yeah, sorry about that. For some reason, there's a delay in the stream. Sorry about that. Here we go.
We've seen the reports and are very much concerned by the renewed Houthi threats against Saudi Arabia, against freedom of navigation, which leads to the risk of an even wider regional escalation. We call for immediate de-escalation. We urge all parties to address their differences through dialogue and diplomacy, and reiterate that Security Council Resolution 2722 and subsequent resolutions related to Houthi attacks against merchant and commercial vessels must be fully respected.
Just come back to you, Nadwa. How do you think the Saudis will handle this?
Now, that's a very big question. We don't know how the Saudis will handle this. The Saudis have showed a lot of patience with the Houthis over the years. Between 2017 and 22, the Houthis launched 1,000 ballistic missiles and over 350 drones at Saudi infrastructure, including their main oil facility in Aqiq. And the Saudis in 2021 started direct negotiations with the Houthis, which led to the truce in 2022. So the Saudis have been trying to sort of bring this war to the end, talk to the Houthis, convince them to come to an agreement with the Yemeni government. But at the end of the day, it's the Saudis who don't want to solve this conflict. They keep escalating at every opportunity. I think at some point, the Saudis will have to deal with this threat. And I don't know if that's going to happen now or a year from now or 5 years from now. But this is a threat that cannot be, as proven time and again, cannot be dealt with only through negotiations.
Right. Bara, I'll bring you back in. A while back, we saw what the Houthis did to shipping in relation to the Gaza war. I'm just wondering what you think their blockade would look like right now if they were to go ahead with the threat.
So with the Houthis, they always try to continue developing their capabilities in terms of how their precision strikes, their ability to hit targets more effectively. We saw this throughout the years with their attacks on Saudi Arabia. It started with lone missiles fired here and there, but as time was moving, their ability to hit deep into Saudi Arabia and start really targeting key infrastructure sites significantly improved. So with the shipping attack, they constantly try to build on the capacity, the ability to improve their drones, their missiles, their kamikaze boats that attack ships. And if you're someone like me, who you're talking to maritime experts all the time, anyone will tell you there is no force that can patrol the whole sea. Yes, it's a sea problem, but at the core of the Houthi attacks, it's a land problem, and without addressing that, you will not be able to patrol the sea forever. And the coastline is still a huge portion of the western coast of Yemen is controlled by the Houthis, and without addressing that, the Red Sea is always going to be under threat.
Right. And Nadwa, I'm just wondering as well, do you see a scenario where this war is then fought on two fronts, on the Strait of Hormuz as well as the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? Do you see this kind of escalation as the future?
I mean, I think if pressure continues on Iran, the Bab el-Mandeb card will have to be played. And I think that what we see today, the Houthis, first, they're escalating rhetoric against Saudi Arabia, and now announcing a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia is part of this gradual escalation. And I think in time, if this pattern continues, we will see a war. We will see the Bab el-Mandeb front also used to, in the larger fight between Iran and the U.S.
Right. So it doesn't appear to me it looks like the analysis is similar, but they just went into a deeper skepticism about how easy this event would be that Trump is suggesting, or Western media might be suggesting. It's just easy to do. And I would caution American citizens, like, look, think about this. Legacy media is basically how Trump won. When you think about Trump and how legacy media talked about Biden being old and frail and can he do it, this kind of thing, and versus Trump, right? The best friend of Epstein for 15 years, right? A convicted 34-time felon, right? Was cheating on his wife with a porn star, gets caught by using campaign dollars. I believe that's what that was, to siphon it over to a porn star so she would keep her mouth shut, allegedly, right? That's what he's convicted of. Essentially, those 34 counts are about a porn star. It's crazy. He broke that many laws to try to hinder her from speaking, or but in any case, it's just weird how Americans seem to compare Biden to Trump. Like there's a comparison. Is there a comparison between Obama and Trump? What's the comparison? Did Obama enrich himself to this degree? Did Biden enrich himself to this degree? I even think they say Biden didn't even have any type of trading going on. If so, maybe one time, right? Obama, they said, had some kind of trading happening. I'm not sure. Don't quote me, but Trump apparently has, hundreds times more than anyone ever has, right, as the president. So did the media give Trump a pass when Trump was out there saying misogynistic things in the media? When he was out there, basically throwing, whistles, dog whistles to organizations or to groups in the U.S. to create political violence. Like, how did the media handle it? I'm just saying, like, did legacy media play a role in just how things are today? The level that things are today, or could they have spoken up more? And even now, is legacy media really speaking out, or are they, under distress or what have you? But in any case, What's happening right now is some American soldiers were killed. And it's not to take away from the massive amounts of civilian life, because swarms of Iranian civilians have been killed. We have a school that's been acknowledged to have been bombed where 200 children died. Just in the very beginning. I mean, that's the way this has been going. And you don't hear any coverage, really much coverage from legacy media about the death toll of the citizens, just regular people, let alone the military, right? Obviously, if they're at war with each other, then you're going to be hitting military sites. But I mean, how often do Iranians hit civilians and kill them? What is the death toll versus the American military killing citizens right now? I mean, residents, just civilians, regular people. I mean, I'm just curious about that. But in any case, it's having an effect on our military. Should Iran be so effective at killing our military personnel, at bombing our military personnel? Should they be this effective? You let me know.
Nearly 100 U.S. service members have suffered injuries, though mostly minor, in the last 14 days. That's despite President Trump insisting that Iran's military has been destroyed. New CNN reporting finds the Pentagon has been slow to disclose injuries. Officials cite security needs for those delays. A Trump administration official says a dignified transfer will take place for 4 fallen service members tomorrow. 2 have been identified. First Lieutenant Tyler Freehan and Private Isabella Gonzalez were killed by an attack in Jordan on Friday. A 3rd service member was killed in Iraq on Saturday, and remains have been recovered in the search for a 4th soldier missing in Jordan. Now, President Trump,
I think that body's been recovered. I believe that was an African-American guy, a young dude too, in his 20s.
Has warned that Iran will, quote, pay many times over every time it kills a U.S. service member. Let's get right to CNN's Betsy Klein live at the White House with all the latest developments this morning. Betsy, what are you learning?
Well, John, this has been multiple days of escalation for this conflict and a particularly violent moment in this war. We have learned that the Pentagon has really been slow to report injuries, as you mentioned, but Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell announcing in a statement that nearly 100 U.S. service members have been injured since this conflict began to re-escalate and that ceasefire fell apart back on July 7th. Now, Parnell says that most of those injuries have been minor concussions. But of course, this comes after 3 U.S. service members were killed over the weekend. And we have learned that the U.S. has located remains of an unidentified person after one U.S. service member, another U.S. service member, was reported missing in action. Now, U.S. Central Command has announced a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. This time, they say, again aimed at degrading Iran's capability of attacking those ships in the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare. Now, this comes as mediators between the U.S. and Iran are floating the possibility of a 10-day ceasefire, an effort really here to get diplomacy back on track. Now, this proposal would include lifting restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, and that comes as the U.S. has imposed this naval blockade on ships traveling to and from Iranian ports. And Iran, as I mentioned, has been firing on commercial shipping vessels in recent days. Now, as we think about where the administration's head is at, the U.S. official telling CNN in a statement, quote, right now, President Trump is focused on making Iran pay for their violations of the Memorandum of Understanding and their continued acts of terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition, the president will make Iran pay for the recent deaths of U.S. soldiers. That official goes on to say that diplomatic talks are continuing here. But in terms of next steps, it is possible that the Trump administration chooses to pursue this diplomatic off-ramp here. It is also possible the president has threatened to target Iran's critical infrastructure. That could include bridges, as well as Karg Island, a key oil hub that would almost certainly require boots on the ground. Now, President Trump is very angry. He's made that clear in a series of posts to social media that says Iran killing U.S. service members will have to pay, quote, many times over. He's set to meet with the president of Lebanon, a key ally in the region, later today, and tomorrow will pay his respects at Dover for that dignified transfer.
Congressman, the cost of this war has been profound and in so many ways. we understand in just the first few days of the war, all of the THAAD missile defenses in the region were taken out except for maybe one. And there's a lot more where that came from. So there's that. And then there is the human cost, which I find just so stunning for the American public at this point in this war to understand that 100 American troops have been wounded in just the past 2 weeks. This is in just the past 2 weeks. And we're perhaps only finding out about it because reporters have been pushing and trying to get to the truth. So what do you know the full extent of American injuries? And do you know the full extent of equipment losses? When I mention THAAD.
We don't.
Yeah.
Look, we don't because the Pentagon has not been transparent about that. I get reports from people who they know a service member at a base in Jordan or Iraq or somewhere say, yeah, we heard there was an attack. There's 20 or 30 people wounded. Pentagon doesn't say anything about it. We dig into it as the New York Times has, and you then find out. But look, this is, again, no transparency. As you said, no press conference, no conversation about this. We have a dictator running this country. We have never had a situation where we've been at war and the president has treated it as his own war where he doesn't have to share information with the American people or with the Congress. I mean, this is a frightening situation. And yeah, they have not been telling us what's been happening in terms of lost equipment, in terms of the cost of the war, and certainly in terms of the service members who have been wounded.
Can I just say something that I think is, I guess it's painfully obvious, but I feel like I have to say it, Congressman? You are the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. It would seem to me definitional that if anybody knew the extent of losses of things like the entire missile defense system for the United States bases and countries that we support in the region and American troops being injured, that your source wouldn't be somebody calling who has a friend who serves on a base, but you're telling me it is.
Yeah, well, and we're digging. My staff is constantly in contact with as many people as we can at the Pentagon. They are just not being transparent. We have to sort of pull it out of them or find it in one place or another. So, look, I mean, the lack of transparency certainly is concerning, but the bigger concern, we're in a war that we have no idea how to get out of. And the costs are mounting. The service members' deaths are unbelievably tragic. They continue to be at risk. The financial costs, but also just the international economic costs. Now we've got the Houthis saying they're going to shut down the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is only going to add to these problems. We need to negotiate a settlement and end this conflict.
Why do you think the administration has waited 14 days to tell the American public?
Because they're trying to. Donald Trump does not want to stand in front of the American people and make the case for this war. He never thought he'd have to. I mean, look, it's one thing to say we're into this thing for 5 months now. The most egregious part of that, besides the launching of the war without a plan, is the fact that there was no effort to prepare the American people. And so Donald Trump, instead of actually doing the hard work of preparing the American people, talking about what the goal is here, has instead tried to convince everybody every week that the war is over. And it's part of why are you hiding the injuries? Because it's not something he wants to talk about. It's not unprecedented in American history in terms of this level of hiding these things, but it's disgusting. And by the way, Russia and China potentially are providing this targeting data, and we're not hearing anything about that. In fact, Kash Patel's going to Russia now in October.
I want to hear more about that. General, the Pentagon previously told CNN that reporting delays that they're necessary to protect troops across the Middle East. And even top lawmakers have said that they're in the dark. Listen.
They have not been telling us what's been happening in terms of lost equipment, in terms of the cost of the war, and certainly in terms of the service members who have been wounded.
Is that standard protocol?
It is something where obviously there's a little bit of a delay to be able to properly notify families of any kind of injuries or deaths. So that part is actually normal. However, we need to step back a second, as the previous congressman said, that what are the objectives? What is it we're doing here? The president would like nothing more than to return to a pre-war condition and declare success and get out of here. The problem is we don't have that clarity, and it's very disturbing whenever the president in his own tweets says words like, hey, we're going to kill more of you if you kill any of ours. That is reminiscent of September 16th, 1941, where the Nazis said, we will kill 100 for every one German soldier killed. We don't fight for vengeance. We fight for honor and for the for the national security objectives. We don't even know what they are anymore. And that's very, very sad, very dangerous. And we are in a quagmire, as you said earlier.
Jeff, I want to bring you in because sources are telling CNN that mediators are pushing hard for a 10-day ceasefire. And frankly, we've heard the ceasefire discussions many times before and wondered whether they were going to last. Is it in effect? Is it totally gone? The U.S. is already downplaying, though, any real chance that it actually is going to have the president agree to this idea. What has changed from the last discussion point about ceasefires till now?
Well, what has changed is that both sides are attacking each other, and that's changed everything. That's, of course, why the ceasefire was thrown out and why the memorandum of understanding was thrown out. And the president is not suggesting, at least in his public comments, that he's ready to move back to that. He has said a couple times that Iran wants a deal, but that's kind of it's almost a verbal tick for the president. He constantly says that, even when there's no real evidence, or at least no detail about that coming from the other side. So right now, it's conflict, but even Iran has acknowledged that there was some outreach from potential mediators. We assume that's Pakistan and Qatar. Mm-hmm. Took me a second there, sorry.
Okay.
But they have an interest in seeing this end too. The region is really being affected by this right now. The whole world is being affected by this, and the president will be too, and will face additional political consequences this fall if this war continues.
General, Iran was able to successfully hit a U.S. airbase, not just once, but twice within a 2-day span. Do you think that Iran's firepower is more intact than the...
Somebody asked in the chat, where is, well, let me see, Eric, who did you ask about, Eric? You asked, where is Jack and Do TB? Yeah, I'm not sure. She was actually trying to hop up, and then all of a sudden she hopped down before we got to her. But if you're out there, come on and hop back up. Let me see. Let me put the link in the chat real quick. But I did check the list, so I don't think there's anything there with the block list. So that's not what's happening, whatever it is. But in any case, let's play some more. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Anybody else want to hop up? Feel free. When I put the link in the chat, that means anyone can hop up. If you support Trump, hop on up. It doesn't matter. Let us know what you think about this conflict. I mean, because as you hear, it is affecting a lot of people. By the way, if you're in the chat right now, let us know what state you're in. What country are you in? Let me know. I'm curious about that too, because it also helps qualify some of your other comments to people that may not know what part of the world you're commenting from, right? For an example, I'm an American citizen, but I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period in the Americas. But as a grown-ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. So I'm an expat. I'm here with like over 10,000 other Americans that live in this part of they live in Denmark, right? It's probably up to 11, maybe 12,000 now. But in any case, let me know where you're from, and let other people know in the chat where you're from. You know what I'm saying? So they have an idea of who they're speaking with. And so we get some real data here in the chat also, because comments are good, opinions are good, but it's also good to know where those opinions come from, what part of the country, what part of the world, because it could qualify and help other people understand, now I get what that person is saying. Really, that person thinks that and they're from this part of the world. Interesting. All right. So, all right, let's go on, because we're not done. I got another hour or so up here. So I'm going to be running. I might do another hour and a half. I don't give a damn today. Thank God I have the time. So let's keep it going. If you haven't clicked the like button, it's about to get more exciting, by the way. Don't worry, because there's a lot of news and there's not enough news to enough time to cover it. But I don't like to just cut through there. I like to hear and get the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? And because of that, it takes us a little more time. But it's about to get juicy, so no worries. Do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked it. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. All right, let's do it. Let's go.
Pentagon's willing to admit here?
Absolutely, yes. The president continues his propaganda that he has destroyed the Iranian military. That is far from the truth. They are able to hit, in all of the media, we see one crater, one target destroyed per missile. They are not bombarding the middle of nowhere. They have extremely good targeting data. They are able to hit their targets in the U.S. while, of course, we can.
And what does that mean? How are they getting their targeting data? I mean, before they were saying Russia was helping them with targeting data, right? Who was helping them with targeting data? Do we really know? I'm thinking maybe Russia might be, but who knows? Who knows at this point? But in any case, they apparently do have some good targeting data, whether they're getting that through their own, infrastructure or what have you, their own technology or not. But as you heard, this is one missile hitting its target. This is not just like 20 missiles going out hoping to get somewhere. You see, so yeah, it's worth noting.
Can defend many of the drones and missiles. It is virtually impossible to secure every area, and our soldiers and military members are paying the price that we are not learning these lessons like the Ukrainians have so well.
Congressman, tomorrow, Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, they're going to head to the Capitol. They're going to ask for at least $80 billion for this war. Several Republicans are not convinced yet. Do you expect pushback, though?
Oh, yeah, there's going to be, look, there'll be huge pushback. And again, the administration needs to make the case. The American people are willing to go to war. We've seen this through our history. If a case is made for why, and even if they can't go back in time and make the case for the initial strikes, now to discuss, look, hey, guys, honestly, we have two options. We either leave the Strait of Hormuz to Iran, that's untenable, or we have to escalate. There's no good option here. But that is the case that has to be made. And I have heard too many, though, Laura, too many Republicans and even occasionally a Democrat out there saying, boy, this has been so successful. We've destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. Okay, they had F-14 Tomcats. Made me sad to blow those up, by the way. But the Air Force was no threat to us. The Navy clearly doesn't need to be the threat because drones and ballistic missiles are. We've been told over and over that their ballistic missiles threat was degraded by 89, 90%. Then we read in great publications like Jeff's that, in fact, that's not the case. They've only degraded about 20%. Tell the American people the truth. They're willing to make sacrifices if you tell them the truth, but this continued lying is going to catch up, is catching up, and that's why nobody believes anything that these people say.
Damn, that is damning. That is damning. Wow. And I do think that that's credible. Obviously, as I was saying before, Americans are getting tired, and it's not just the right. It's not just the left. It's not just the center independents. Americans in general. And think about this. Let's just be very clear about this. The more aware Americans become, because believe it or not, we got a lot of disenfranchised Americans. Don't think because we're the richest country on earth that we don't have a lot of people lacking education, a lot of people lacking a decent wage, a decent job. Loads of people are missing health care. And it is a norm in the United States right now where we think that is okay, that's acceptable as the wealthiest country on earth. It's a norm for a lot of Americans, and this is where I speak about the disenfranchisement. It's a norm for us to accept that as normal when other Western countries don't and have not accepted that as normal since the end of World War II. Like, seriously, and but Americans being disenfranchised because of our legacy media, we don't know a lot about the Western world, how Westerners live. We're very isolated, and the more me myself, I've been traveling around my own country in the United States for a long time, long time. I've been to a lot of places in the U.S. And I'm not talking about just for a day to pass through. I'm talking about spent some time, rural parts of America, the center of America, south of America. I spent a lot of time and also outside of the United States. So I'm not your typical American. I'm aware of what standards look like in different places. You see what I mean? I myself live in Copenhagen, Denmark, and the standards are very different. It's more reflective of the Scandinavian, right? The Nordic model, but it's a part of the EU, and every person in the EU has health care. Full stop. Nobody's making an excuse about it. There's nobody running for office trying to make excuses about, well, we don't need everybody. Everybody doesn't need health care. No, because you want workers to be able to go to fucking work. Okay? Even in the medial jobs, you want them healthy, getting out there to work and paying their taxes. That's what it's about everywhere else. In the United States, we want people paying their taxes, but we don't give a fuck what happens to you when you get sick. And that's the norm. That is the norm. We want people to pay taxes, but we don't give a fuck when they, have some other issues that, if you have a healthcare issue and you don't have the best health care, you're not making a lot of money, just having a health problem can get you kicked out of your apartment because you won't have enough to do too. That deductible might be $4,000, $5,000, and your rent might be $2,000. What you gonna do? You gonna make a choice on your life? Is it gonna be your life, or you gonna stay in your apartment for 2 more months? Make a choice, and make a choice now, damn it. But that's not the rest of the Western world. So that's what I mean by disenfranchisement. Also, the media. Our media keeps us locked into stupid choices that don't have anything to do with the facts. Americans have half the parliamentary representation. And I say this all the time because legacy media doesn't fucking say it. Americans have half the parliamentary representation of any European citizen at best. Half. At best, half. That's half less of a representative. 1 million people have 2 representatives in Europe. You know, let's just say it as an example. In the United States, it would be 1. That's at best. When you compare it to places like Denmark, you might have 35 times less the representatives for that same amount of number of people. You see what I'm saying? At the same time, you won't have universal health care. Same time, you won't have universal education. Same time. So there's a lot of disenfranchisement in the U.S. You see what I mean? So just let me know how you feel about that in the chat. Do you think those standards are okay for you as a taxpayer? Fuck your political party, because this is about math. This is about basic math. That's another disenfranchisement issue, being able to know your math and shit. Do you think it's okay? Do you think the standards in the United States with healthcare are fine for you? Do you think access to education in the United States is fine for you? If you do think it's just fine, the cost of housing, if you think all those 3 things are fine, put a 1 in the chat. If you think hell no, why can everyone else in the West have have these things built into the tax system and we can't? If you're pissed off about those 3 things, education, housing, and healthcare in the United States, put a 2 in the chat. I want to know what you feel, and other people want to know you feel. Otherwise, this conversation is just going to end up like legacy media. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So let's go. 1 or 2s in the chat. The chat is open. It's not even in subscriber mode. I like to do it like this so everybody can participate. But look, we need to get the 1s and the 2s. So let me know. Do you think it can be? Do you think it could be better? I mean, do you like it as it is? Put a 1 in the chat. If you don't like it as it is, put a 2 in the chat. All right, let's go.
As Moscow tries to solidify its hold on occupied territory. Our senior international correspondent, Ben Wiedemann, is on the ground for us in Kharkiv in Ukraine tonight. Ben, is this so-called voting essentially happening at gunpoint?
Basically, it is, Wolf. I mean, we're seeing video and hearing reports of election workers going house to house, door to door, with ballot boxes accompanied by armed men, in some cases armed men wearing balaclavas. There's no real secrecy in this vote. Some people were aware that these election workers are going from door to door, are locking their doors, closing their curtains, and simply not answering to avoid voting. In fact, the Ukrainian authorities have urged residents of the occupied territories not to answer the door in case strangers show up. Now, at the polling booths themselves, the polling stations themselves.
Damn, so they're going around with guns in Crimea, forcing people to vote. The Russians want to have another fake ass election there. Is that what's going on? They want to have another fake ass election. Yeah. In any case, it's about to get heated, y'all. So let's keep it going.
Apparently, there aren't any voting booths. Basically, you vote in the open.
Yeah, did you notice that? Karina, did you notice that when you start asking about 1s and 2s, the trolls go silent. They disappear. They got nothing else to say now. They got nothing else to say. They just want to be in the chat for free. They want to be special. They don't want to answer questions. So are they even Americans? Are they even real? Do they even have a stake in this conversation? Really? So again, I'm going to say, if you believe that it's okay, the standards in the United States right now regarding housing, healthcare, and education are fine, put a 1 in the chat. That means everybody. Mods, keep an eye on who answers and who doesn't. And if you think it's fucked up and it needs to be changed, put a 2 in the chat. If you think it's not good enough for your taxes that you pay, put a 2 in the chat. That's what I want to know. Yeah, there you go. Let's see.
In some areas, 50 to 75% of the population of these areas occupied by the Russians, the populations have left. They've gone because of the war, because of the occupation. And so to make up for the lack of numbers, according to Ukrainian intelligence, which has intercepted documents, it indicates that they're allowing children as young as 13 to vote. So all indications are that this is a farcical, a sham
This is crazy.
Referendum. But obviously the Russians are pushing it as hard as possible to provide the legitimacy for when inevitably, it seems, they are going to announce their annexation of these areas. Wolf?
Ben Wiedemann reporting for us from Ukraine. Ben, thank you very much. Meanwhile, in Russia right now, Putin's military mobilization is driving desperate people to flee the country. Our senior international correspondent, Matthew Chance, is tracking the situation for us. Matthew, you've been watching the dramatic fallout, the mass protests, the thousands of Russians fleeing, mounting pressure on Putin at the same time. Give us the latest information.
So, I see Tony Hughes didn't want to put a 1 or a 2. Tony, where you at, man, with your 1s and your 2s, man? Tony Hughes, do you think that the system in the U.S. right now, the current state of healthcare, access to education, and housing is fine right now the way it is, right? If you think it's good enough, put a 1 in the chat, Tony Hughes. If you think it needs to be better and is nowhere near what it should be for the taxes you pay, put a 2 in the chat, Tony Hughes. You're also included in this, all right?
Stakes, Wolf, are really getting really high in Russia for Vladimir Putin because although there are no protests at the moment, there's more expected over the next few days. We are still seeing thousands upon thousands of people, mainly men of fighting age, but also with their families as well, trying as best they can to get out of the country. Train stations packed, trains traveling outside of the country filled with young men of fighting age, lines of cars towards the borders in the west, in the south, other directions as well, just doing whatever they can. Flights as well, absolutely packed, sold out as soon as the tickets become available, as people desperately try.
Okay, here we go. So let me see something here. Let me just do a data. Lauren, I see you there again. I appreciate you, Lauren Harrington. Let me give you some data. Let's find out how many government workers in the United States have private insurance that is not a part of Medicaid and Medicare. Do you know what the percentage is of government employees? That is people paid by the taxpayer, their salary. People that have jobs that the taxpayers' taxes pay for. Do you know what percentage of them have private insurance that is not part of Medicaid and Medicare? Let me know the answer, because I'm going to tell you right now, there's loads of them. And they also like their health care just the way it is. But those people also are getting government health care subsidized by the taxpayer, even if they get so much money from the taxpayer, they don't need Medicaid and Medicare. What do you think about those people? I tell you what, do you think it's fair for government workers in the United States of America to be able to afford private health care that the taxpayers pay for? Do you think it's okay that they have that private insurance that's not connected to Medicaid or Medicare, and the average American citizen that pays their taxes and pays those government workers' salaries can't even get health care at all? Do you think that's okay? If you think it's okay, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that's fucked up, put a 2 in the chat. I'm going to bring up the data. Let's continue with this, though, for the meantime.
To get out of Russia, because even though Vladimir Putin has made it clear that he intends to conscript reservists only, people with military experience, and he's calling it a partial mobilization, nobody really buys that. People are concerned that this is going to be much, much broader. And already there are stories about people who have never been in the army that have been served papers that they have to go into the military straight away. There are terrible stories about protesters who have been protesting against the draft and against the war, who have been taken by the police from the protests and moved directly into the armed forces, being drafted directly from the protests. And so there are these astonishingly frightening scenes taking place. And actually, I mean, I know a lot of Russians because I've lived there for so long, but you know, this is the first time that I've spoken to people and they are genuinely anxious and concerned about what's going to happen next. For so long, this was just a conflict that was on their television screens, didn't touch their lives. Now, with this mobilization or this partial mobilization, it has really come to life and really come home for the majority of Russians.
Yeah, so things in Russia are not actually looking that much up. But here's some data for you. I just want people to take a peep at this. Right, just so you understand, so you don't get confused when somebody says, I like my health care the way it is and it's private, I love it. Well, just for the record, approximately 80 to 88% of civilians, U.S. government workers, federal, state, and local, are covered by private employer-sponsored health care insurance rather than public programs like Medicaid and Medicare. Key breakdown. The government sector, federal employees coverage type provided through the Federal Employees Health Benefits FEHB program. Access and enrollment. Nearly 100% of full-time federal employees have access to FEHB, and roughly 85% to 90% actively participate. Is it private? Yes. FEHB is managed by the government as the employer, which pays 72 to 75% of the premium, but the actual coverage is provided through private commercial insurers, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Aetna, Kaiser, Permanente. Okay. State and local government, right? And again, you see this. This is private. How many government workers are covered by private insurance, right? Not connected to Medicaid or Medicare. Is it private? Yes. FEHB is managed by the government as the employer, which pays 72 to 75% of the premium, but the actual coverage is provided through private commercial, right, insurers, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, Aetna, Kaiser, Permanente, GEHA. Okay, state and local government employees, right? Access rate. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, 89% of state and local government employees have access to employer-sponsored health plans. Participation take-up rate. Roughly 78 to 88% of eligible state and local government employees choose to enroll in plans. Is it private? Yes. State and local governments contracts with commercial private health insurance networks such as PPOs, HMOs, HPs to deliver employee health benefits. Why Medicaid and Medicare are minimal or active government workers? Medicaid, because full-time government salaries generally exceed state income eligibility limits for Medicaid. Less than 3 to 4% of active full-time government workers receive Medicaid as a primary coverage. Medicare is restricted to individuals aged 65 and older or those with specific qualifying disabilities, while retired government workers on Medicare may retain their private FEHB or state plan as a secondary supplement. Active workers under 65 rely on their commercial work state plans. So guess who pays these people's salaries? The American taxpayer. So is it sponsored by the American taxpayer? Is it sponsored? Is this government health care that we're looking at? I mean, if you pay their salary, if the taxpayer pays their salary, then yes, it is. And guess who the taxpayers would be? It would include a whole host of people that can't even afford the deductible on Medicaid or Medicare anyway. Is that fair? Is that fair? I'm just saying, is it fair? So these are things we got to keep in mind when we hear people saying, "Oh, you know, I got it. It's all good. It's private. Everything's fine with me." Okay, but I heard that story before. I'm just curious. There's a lot of rich people out there. No problem. Trump don't need it. Elon Musk doesn't need it. But what people need to know is that 80% of government workers have it. Pretty much 80% private. That means the taxpayer. That means from the poorest to the middle class is paying for their health care too. I'm just saying, it's worth thinking about. All right, let's go on.
So dramatic. You know, Matthew, we've also learned here in Washington that U.S. intelligence officials have been privately warning Russia against using nuclear weapons, and they've been doing so for several months. What else are you learning?
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that privately. That's a story that was first, of course, reported by the Washington Post, but now we've confirmed it from our sources as well. And that's interesting. There are these back channels between Washington and Moscow still when it comes to these most serious of issues. But I would say that, you know, the United States, U.S. officials, Biden, you know...
hey, I'm not knocking anybody's health care. I'm not knocking anybody's health care. Kudos to everybody that has access to health care and can afford it in the United States of America. Excellent job. Well done. But if the taxpayers pay your salary, and I'm not talking about Laura, I'm saying you see 80% of the government workers, their health care is paid for by the taxpayer, and it's private health care. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. That's all I'm saying. And we're not talking about Medicaid or Medicare. Just something to think about. Even the people that have Medicaid or Medicare and can't afford their deductibles, can't afford their copays, pay other people's health care in the United States of America through their taxes. That's all I'm saying. Is it fair? Put a 1 in the chat if that's fair. Put a 2 in the chat if that's not fair. That's all I'm saying. I would say it's not fair. That's all. What you do about it, hey, I don't know. Do you even have the desire to do something about it? I don't know. It's up to you. I think it's unfair. That's my vote. So let's continue.
His officials, his Secretary of State as well, Antony Blinken, they've been publicly warning the Russians as well that there will be consequences, although they haven't said what those consequences would be, but consequences for Russia using tactical or, of course, strategic nuclear weapons. It's not the first time that Vladimir Putin has threatened the use of this sort of ultimate military force. He tends to do a bit of nuclear saber rattling when he's feeling quite defensive.
Yo, Hazel Flats, it says, if Americans can afford to start wars around the world, then they can afford health care for all. I think it's a mathematical fact. I think it's a scientific fact. I don't know why it's not happening.
Is that they're not seeing any signs in the US from the US side of any kind of actual movements towards deploying nuclear missiles with a view to actually using them. But obviously, when a nuclear power like Russia makes a threat like this, on some level, you have to take it seriously. You have to plan for it. And that's what Vladimir Putin is hoping for, of course.
Matthew Chance reporting for us. Matthew, thank you very much. Let's discuss all of this and more with the former director of national intelligence, the CNN national security analyst, retired General James Clapper. General, thanks so much for joining us. How do you predict Russia could use these phony referendums in Ukraine to escalate this war?
Well, Wolf, I think, first we'll all be sitting on the edges of our seats awaiting the results of these referendums next Tuesday. And of course, the concern is the connection of these referenda.
It's a farce anyway. I don't think my view of it is it's not going to make a difference because everybody knows Putin is full of shit. You know what I mean? I mean, come on now. You sent 100,000. Russia has lost 1 million soldiers trying to invade Ukraine. That's what they've lost. Crimea is part of Ukraine. Very simple. And he's trying to have, after invading it, he's trying to have a referendum to say that it's now part of Russia. After he already tried to invade more of Ukraine. I mean, at the same time he's trying to invade more of Ukraine, he's trying to have a referendum for Crimea. In any case, I'm just saying, fuck that. Let's move on now. This is more American money being spent right here in some useful places, obviously not in the side of the U.S.
Kevin, I know you have new reporting that the U.S. is sending additional military aircraft to the Middle East right now. What's the latest?
Yeah, and this coming as the president is weighing whether to widen this conflict. Now the U.S. sending additional F-16 and F-35 fighter jets from bases in Europe towards the Middle East. The U.S. is also increasing the number of aerial refueling tankers that are in the region, all as these tensions escalate with Iran. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it had carried out the 9th consecutive night of strikes against that country. You see both sides of this increasingly going after some very sensitive civilian infrastructure, including water desalination plants. The U.S. has been hitting roads and bridges in southern Iran. But at the same time, I think what these deaths over the weekend really underscore is that Iran has retained some fairly significant missile and drone capabilities, kind of puncturing the president's claims of total military dominance. What you also hear U.S. officials worry about is that these deaths could potentially show that Iran is beginning to learn how to evade U.S. air defenses in its bases across the region. So some real concerns about what an escalation could potentially portend for those U.S. troops that are arrayed across the Middle East. At the same time, you hear diplomats say that they have not closed the door to returning to negotiations with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's traveling in Asia, Wolf. He told reporters overnight that the U.S. remains willing to engage in negotiations, quote, if that door opens. And he said that Iran had communicated both directly and indirectly that they were open to returning to the bargaining table.
The U.S. is planning to send additional F-16 fighter jets, F-35 fighter jets, along with more aerial refueling tankers to the Middle East as these tensions clearly soar. This is pretty significant right now.
It is, and when you look at what we already have in the Gulf region, you've got, of course, carrier strike groups that are in the Arabian Sea, near the Persian Gulf. You've got the aircraft that are already based in areas of the Middle East, including Jordan and Saudi Arabia, as well as the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. So those areas are going to get beefed up, basically. The airplanes that you mentioned, the fighters, as well as the aerial refueling tankers, are also probably going to be augmented by other aircraft such as reconnaissance aircraft and other drones potentially as well. And if all of that moves forward, they'll be coming from Europe, and that will basically set the stage for even further military offensives and basically a military campaign against Iran, one that is even more extensive than what we've seen so far.
Joining us now is Ambassador Dennis Ross. He was a special assistant to President Obama on the Middle East peace process and is a counselor over at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Dennis, thanks so much for joining us. Do you expect there will be larger fallout from the deaths of these U.S. service members? Is this war with Iran now going to dramatically escalate?
I don't know that it's going to dramatically escalate, although it's clear the U.S. is moving F-15s and F-35s to the region, is also moving additional aerial refueling tankers. So that suggests we're probably going to increase the scope and intensity of the attacks we're going to carry out. The Iranians, as you just noted, have hit 7 different states in the region. So there is a dynamic here that seems to be an escalatory one, but it's also noteworthy that, A, the Iranians are not hitting Israel, which suggests they know that Israel would hit back in a big way. B, the United States is still not hitting certain kinds of targets, meaning we're not hitting power plants, we're not going after energy facilities. And I think the reason for that is we're seeing that the Iranians have the ability to hit similar kinds of targets in the Gulf states. I think when they hit Kuwait and they hit the desalination plant, an electricity related facility, an oil related facility, that was their way of signaling, if you hit these kinds of targets within Iran, we will hit those kinds of targets in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and elsewhere, and the impact on oil prices will be dramatic. So I think there is still a conflict that is being fought within certain bounds. Wolf, the basic problem is there's no way out of the current impasse because the Iranians are insisting they will control the straits, and we're saying they will not.
The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says the U.S. is still open to diplomacy with Iran. Iranian officials say they were also open to it. But how does diplomacy even restart at this point with this war escalating?
Well, it's not unusual to have force and diplomacy operate at the same time. Oftentimes, each side is using force to try to affect the terms of a negotiation. I think that's what we're seeing at this point. I think both sides actually would like to find a way out. Our reimposition of the blockade has dramatically damaged further an already desperate economy within Iran. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard leadership, may speak, strongly and boldly about how that's not going to affect them, but the truth is, it does have an effect on them. But the same is true here. The president is clearly sensitive to the idea of oil prices going dramatically higher. Each side would like to find a way out, but neither side wants to look like it's backing down. It's in that context that you have mediators like the Qataris offering new proposals to start with a 10-day ceasefire, and then you come up with what might be some new mechanisms that involve many of the states in the region as part of the management of the straits. Each side is going to need some way out. The one thing from an American standpoint that I think is essential, Iran cannot be in control of the Straits of Hormuz when all this ends. Let's recall, Wolf, that on February 27th, the straits were open. Supposedly, our main objective was about preventing Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon, but our whole focus right now seems to be on reopening the straits, which, by the way, were open prior to the war.
How deep, Dennis, are the fractures within Iran's regime right now? We still haven't seen, as you know, the new supreme leader. He was injured. His father was killed in the opening days of the war. Are we...
Right. Now, I just saw somebody in the chat touch on something about the people. Where are the people going to go? Where are the civilians in a conflict? Even if a conflict widens, but it's already wide right now. Where are people going to go? And again, that goes back to who do you discuss this with before you start a war with anybody, right? Who do you discuss it with? Where are these refugees going to go? Is the United States going to take the bulk of the refugees? Is Israel going to take the bulk of the refugees? Are the countries that are engaged in this conflict, what are they going to do? What's the plan? What's the humanitarian toll? And who's going to pick up the weight? Who's going to pick up the responsibility? Who's going to share in that responsibility? I mean, that's something that you just don't really hear on legacy media. But I got to tell you, in countries like in the EU, they're sensitive to that, which is why they don't agree with this. You see what I mean? It puts pressure on people that have to migrate and escape war. That should be the first thought. What is the humanitarian cost going to be? And it's not just, obviously, it's not just in Iran with Iranians, and if you start a war there, Iranians are obviously going to flee. Where do you think they're going to flee to? Where do you think they're going to flee to? And it's the same thing with Ukraine. What goes on there? Where do you think the people are going to flee to? What's the humanitarian cost of this? And not to say there's other wars going on. Sudan is in flames, essentially in a civil war. I mean, what's the plan for this? All of this over control of the Straits of Hormuz. All of this because we don't want Iran to have one nuclear bomb, right? But guess what? Is that a new strategy? Is that something that's so ingenious that Trump thought up? Yeah, I got to make sure they don't have a bomb. No, every president has said the same thing since Nixon. It's not even an original concept. It's just more of the same old goddamn shit. Like, when are we going to get tired of this?
And even under Obama, that peace treaty pretty much ensured that they were not going to be able to develop a nuclear bomb. Trump came and destroyed that deal because essentially he segued into this conflict, right?
He don't. You know why? You know why he damaged the deal? You know why he changed the deal? It's because he has Obama derangement syndrome. He has Obama derangement syndrome, and and anybody that supported this war, supported him ripping up Obama's plan, I suggest you watch our programming so you can get some goddamn therapy every morning. 02:30 hours Eastern Standard Time, 08:30 Central European Time daily. Okay, come and get your therapy. All right, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think even how they cover it essentially. I think they're being a little bit dishonest, but yes, both sides are essentially looking for a way out, right? Yeah. I think more so the U.S. than Iran, because at the end of the day, Iran has everything to lose. But it's like when you corner an animal, do we think that Iran is going to give up easily? By far, they won't. That's the
Right.
last thing they'll do.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So they'll scratch tooth and nail. Every citizen who is able-bodied male will be on those front lines.
But who
fighting,
doesn't? But who doesn't?
regardless.
Yeah, but who when you insult the people, who doesn't? Look, they Trump talk about invading Greenland, and you saw people were like, "Oh, hell fucking no." And everybody was a smaller nation than the U.S. Everybody had less firepower than the U.S. They said, "Oh, hell fucking no." Because it's a matter of people's go ahead. It's a matter of their dignity.
Yes, and but Iran has so much more to fight for, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to their resources, when it comes to the size, Iran is not small. They have, if I'm not mistaken, around like 38 million in like population, right, within Iran.
Yeah.
So in comparison to even a lot of, even if it's not as developed technology-wise, when it comes to like modern technology and in terms of modern warfare, they're clearly showing that they are capable of holding their ground, right?
Yeah, but
and that's something that go ahead, babe.
Yeah, bro. But check this out. Even the excuse. Haven't we heard the excuse? Not only have we heard every American president say, we don't want Iran to get a nuclear bomb. They're 1 day, they're 2 days from having it. Haven't we heard this before? I mean, isn't that exactly how we got in Iraq? Isn't that how we got weapons of mass destruction? They're 1 or 2 days away from weapons of mass destruction.
No, it's the same exact line.
And if you
guess who was
go ahead.
Who was president then? Who was president then? George Bush. Exactly. It's a part of how the Republicans choose to run the country, and based on their economics, right? It allows for them to continue short stimulus packages through spending, active spending for our contractors that stimulate the economy, that disregard the tax cuts that they initially gave to the richest Americans, right? So that's where we always find ourselves in a spending surplus when it comes to debt under a Republican president. It's a part of their playbook, right? Stimulate the economy and let the next administration deal with it, because most likely it will be a Democratic administration, right? And so it's again, this is a longer term issue. I mean, look at when we pulled out of Afghanistan, right? When we pulled out of Afghanistan in particular, right? That took years down the line, well after George Bush, right? And same thing with this conflict. I think where this analysis goes wrong is the fact that I truly do believe that Iran will hold control over the Strait of Hormuz. There is no world where they commit and capitulate to a deal where they give up operations of the Strait of Hormuz just because Trump is Trump, right? I think that's where legacy media is being legacy media,
right?
Because that's not going to happen, right? If they're fighting this hard now for the Strait, why would they just give it up, right? They wouldn't, and so I think it'll take boots on the ground for them to even take over the Strait of Hormuz.
It will,
which I don't think that America will do that, unless there's a massive attack against
it
America.
would be stupid. It would be stupid because if we haven't learned anything from Iraq, listen, once you put boots on the ground, that changed the game. That means many more people will find ways to support Iran under the table. That it will become guerrilla warfare. Are you crazy? It will become. It will get so nasty. But I wanted to say this just before we go on to have a little fun. Hey, you guys, take it easy. Take it easy on Lauren. Don't worry about Lauren. Okay, in the chat, don't worry about her, because guess what? I mean, Lauren is maybe wealthy. I'm sure she is. She's got a lot of money, but she's also into celebrity wife swap. So, I don't know how that adds up. You know what I'm saying? She's Lauren, what's up? You into celebrity wife swap? You rich, huh? Yeah, damn, that's interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, but go ahead, bro. You were saying?
Yeah, no, I don't think that, we'll have boots on the ground. I don't think that America would commit to another major war, and so I think that's where obviously the NDAA in particular comes back into play, right? Because they're trying to secure, funding for Israel so Israel can continue the conflict and force the conflict on their end for us to capitulate to a war, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that independently that America would just up and continue this war. I just don't, right? Because the cost, everything around it, it's the last thing that would kill the Republican Party. Let's just put it that way. That would kill the Republican Party.
If they're not already dying, they're going to lose some more. They lost Mitch McConnell. Oh no, Mitch McConnell's just on his deathbed. They lost a great representative from South Carolina, Lindsey. We lost Lindsey. Trump is about to be out from cardiac arrest or some shit any day. Yeah. They're gonna be over with.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the Republican Party if they choose to continue this war, which I'm sure every politician understands this and knows this. So I don't think that we'll leave here with the Strait of Hormuz. If so, that would have happened while they had overwhelming support to fight, right? Which they don't now. And I do see this being a long drawn out stalemate. It's going to be a stalemate, right? Yes, Iran would be in a whole worse position than they are now, but so will America, right? And I don't think that America is willing to make the sacrifices that Iran is willing to make, which is any sacrifice possible. And I think that's what a lot of Americans don't understand.
Yeah.
That they are willing to make any sacrifice possible to make sure that they either stalemate or still maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz. And so we'll see how it plays out, but I truly do believe that.
And let's not forget that Trump is goddamn dumb. So or he purposely wants Americans killed. So I mean, sending boots on the ground in Iran, that is a death trap. That's what China and Russia wants. That's what they want.
Yes, of course, yeah. That's exactly what they want. And it'll allow for them to first of all gain a lot of soft power. But remember, like I said, they'll gain, Russia has a lot to gain from it because the more we continue to fight this war, the less we have available for Ukraine to continue their fight on their end. And the more China can continue to grow in terms of influence on a global scale, right? The more we continue this war, the less popular America will be on a global scale. And that's always been our advantage. It's always been the American advantage to be the more popular choice, quote unquote, in the free world, right?
Right.
And so, as we continue this, our overall political standing, global political standing, takes a huge hit. You know what I'm saying?
God,
and it continues to, and it has just with Trump's presidency alone, right? So I do think that, it's a long drawn out war, or conflict, because I don't think it'll get to a war, but I do think eventually they come back to the same terms that they've had initially when this all started. That's exactly how I believe it'll end. Completely.
That is crazy. Yeah, exactly. It's just a big fiasco, man. It's a clown show. It's a clown show at this point. And that sadly enough is getting people killed. But this is what CNN has with some polling on the numbers of this war, and then we get into a few other things. Let's see here.
Full-scale fighting again. I wanted to know, how do Americans feel about it this time around versus where they were at the beginning?
Yeah, historically unpopular. That's the phrase that I would use. The war was unpopular to start off with, and it's become even less popular. You could see it right here. Okay, Washington Post poll, Trump's Iran war net approval rating. In early March, look at this. It was way down there at minus 13 points. Very rare for a war to start off underwater on the net approval. That is approval minus disapproval. But look at how far down we are now, right into the Red Sea. 40 points underwater, according to the Washington Post poll. Look, I tried to find every single poll I possibly could. I believe this minus 40 points represents the least popular poll in terms of Trump's net approval rating on the Iran war, the entire war so far. So as I said at the beginning, it started off unpopular, and now it is even more unpopular, historically unpopular, 40 points underwater.
Well, since you're talking about history, put this in some historical perspective.
Yeah, okay, let's put it in some historical perspective. You think the war has been worth it or not worth it? And why don't we take a look here? We can compare Iran in 2026 to Iraq in 2006. And keep in mind, the Iraq war by this point in 2006, at this point in the midterm cycle, it had been going on for 3 years at this point. We're only a few months into this war. Think the war was worth it. Iraq in 2006, 58% said it was not worth it. And again, that was 3 years into that war. Look at this now. You think that 58% was high in terms of not worth it? 68% of Americans, more than 2 in 3, say the Iran war was not worth it. Just 28%, less than a third of Americans now say the Iran war was worth it, even less than.
This is the crazy thing. This is where this unitary executive theory comes into play. Does that go against your taxation or your representation with taxation? Does it go against that? Does the unitary executive theory go against the concept of democracy, right? Of having representatives that vote. Remember, Congress is supposed to vote on war, on going to war. That's actually the Congress's job. This president didn't do it. Was this an emergency? He said it was an emergency. Is it an emergency now? Like, does it look like it was just this thing that you just had to do real quick to get it out of the way, to make sure it didn't happen, that things, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. But again, to me, this seems like this has nothing to do with democratic representation. To me, this seems like it has nothing to do with what the American people actually want, regardless of what party you are with. 2 out of 3 being against it. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That means a minority of the people actually agree with this. 1/3 of the people actually agree with this. But whose money's going to be spent? Is it going to be 1/3 of the people's money being spent? I don't know. It's pathetic.
And the 40% who said the Iraq war was worth it, again, at this point, heading into the 2006 midterm cycle, of course, we remember what happened in 2006. Republicans lost both the House and the...
Somebody said it is an emergency, 1,000%. Oh, yeah, it's the same emergency we didn't have for how many decades? How many presidents? Same emergency, huh? We're bad at fixing things, apparently. Every one of those presidents was wrong, apparently. Still can't get the job done? If we add up all the money spent in war in the Middle East, what do you think the number would be? What do you think the number would be just anytime we invoke weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East? What do you think the number would be? Do you think I mean, you know, it's just crazy, man.
Senate. And at this point, this 28%, even lower, and this 68% saying not worth it, even higher than the 58% who said this about Iraq 20 years ago. And so this is a very, very bad number for the president. I think a lot of Republicans in Congress don't like this number one iota.
No, look, this is a notable difference. This was a devastating year for Republicans in the midterms there. And I'm really surprised, frankly, that the disapproval is that much higher at this point. All right, who are these people? What is the partisan makeup of people saying that they don't think the Iran war is worth it?
Yeah, the 68% not worth it, just a devastating number for Republicans. What is driving this number? Well, it's two groups that I think are just really interesting. Say the Iran war is not worth it. Look at this. Among all independents, it is 77%. More than 3 in 4 of all independents say it's not worth it. How about GOP-leaning independents? These are independents who say they actually lean Republican. 63% of them, more than 3 in 5, nearly 2 in 3, say that, in fact, the Iran war is not worth it. Again, as I said at the beginning, this is a historically unpopular unpopular war. It's a war that is becoming only more unpopular. And while President Trump won't be on the ballot come November, a lot of Republicans in Congress will be, and they cannot like the look of these numbers, especially with a group of GOP-leaning independents who historically vote Republican.
They need these voters.
They need these voters. They need these voters. They need these voters. And right now in the Iran war, they most certainly don't have these voters.
I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military.
This is Fox News dissing Trump's reasoning.
And the president continues to reiterate that.
As far as the public goes and how they feel about this war, it's pretty clear. A new Washington Post Ipsos poll finds that 68% of Americans believe the war in Iran was not worth fighting, compared to just 28% who were saying it was. That negative 40-point split is worse than both the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, according to Washington Post ABC News polling. Elizabeth, I want to start with you. You have Maria Bartiromo, who is very friendly towards Donald Trump, contending with this idea that at one point in this war, people were told, look, we obliterated their Navy, we took out most of their military capabilities, and yet you're seeing service members die, and you're seeing them being able to lash out at places like Jordan in the region. How do you respond?
Look, I think first and foremost, we have to say that all of us here agree that this loss is horrific, right? U.S. loss like this is awful. We all mourn these lives. We all know that they're doing the impossible. They're signing up for something none of us could probably fathom. I know it's hard enough for me to sit here with you all compared to, what they sign up to do. These are American heroes. And I think we're all sitting here wondering what this means moving forward. I believe the president when he says that they're going to strike them now 10 times harder than they could have otherwise. I believe that he means business. He always has. But when you take American blood like this, there's really no other response. I think the entire country agrees with Maria. Maria's a friend. I know that when she looks at this, she wants to know that Iran is actually obliterated in the way that they can never react like this ever again. They never have this capability. But for them, it doesn't mean that their Navy wasn't, for a fact, obliterated. It means they're using every last missile that they have to try and, bring up American pain. That's what they do. It does not mean we're not stronger than them. It doesn't mean we shouldn't celebrate American victories. It means that this war is going to go on, which I think is unfortunate. It means we have a real task on our hand to either get a deal in place that's better than Obama's deal or obliterate the Iranian regime once and for all. And I would hope that we can all be united in that.
Do you think that we're in a scenario where we're in a quagmire now, where we can't find a solution and it's just tit for tat, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth?
Well, I think when you have a conflict like this that's gone on for 47 years, you know the solution. The solution is to obliterate a regime that wants the death of all American lives. That's the only solution, or a deal that's put in place that makes sure that future American generations never have to worry about a nuclear Iran. You brought up that polling. I don't know if that's fair to compare conflicts, considering Americans have a bad taste in their mouth. Maybe, they should, considering we had a 20-year conflict that we were in. They don't want to see that happen again. I'm more curious to see what polling looks like after this conflict is behind us, knowing that it was taken care of in a much less time, hopefully a stronger fashion, and again, made sure that Americans were safe for generations to come.
Christine, I do want to...
That's what every goddamn president ever said that ever bombed the Middle East. What the fuck? How long is this going to go on? How long? Weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction.
I mean, V, it's sad because how many times did Iran attack the U.S.?
0 times.
Oh, okay, because I get confused because we have people saying, you got to wake up. They want death to you. If some homeless guy passed you on the street and wished you were dead, how serious would you take that?
I mean,
I hope you wouldn't take it too serious.
But
right?
bro,
exactly.
they hated the people that committed 9/11. They hated Al Qaeda, yes. Iranians. They hate the guy. I mean, they're not even a part of that. They don't They don't want to have nothing to do with that shit anyway. And it's a logistics. I mean, it's not a logistic. It's a abilities thing. They see themselves as having influence, historic influence, and actually being able to work in the region. They don't want a war. It's not in their interest. Right. They don't even want a goddamn war, but at least they're located there. Where's the United States located? In the Middle East? Like, no, we're nowhere near. So what is
nowhere near them?
I mean, just
they never had the capability to attack us. So to fearmonger and say, well, it's only a matter of time. We can pull up Obama's Iran deal. There was no possible way Iran was ever going to have weapons, nukes.
But check this out. Even though people, you can argue all you want whether the deal was good or not. That's not the only question. See how Obama did it. Don't forget how Obama did it. Obama got consensus across the region.
Yep.
He got consensus. Loads of countries said, great, fantastic. We're down with this. What can we do to help? We would love it.
Those countries were essentially monitoring the nuclear activity within Iran, right? To be able to enforce the Iran deal. So, Trump eliminated that just by talking his populist nonsense, right?
It's just like saying, you know what? You actually go about things the right way. You developed consensus. You went around and you discussed this dynamic with everybody to find out what could be done. And then two people say, man, fuck all of y'all. We can do it better. And this is what doing it better looks like.
Yep. And it's because they didn't have Trump's seal of approval as a valid plan, right? Because he came in and decided to say, hey, you know what? I don't like this plan and I want to be famous for something. So let me take away this deal and restructure a deal that I want, that I can put my name on, essentially. And that's what he did, right?
The motherfucker had Obama derangement syndrome. It just
but he didn't expect for Israel to pop up, right? And look what happened.
He didn't even anticipate it. He was like, oh, what? They're going to do something? Oh, shit. I better listen to Netanyahu. What the fuck? I better listen to him. He's the only one that counts. He's the only one that knows anything. Don't need to communicate with NATO at all. But now he's begging NATO. Which one is it? And I'm not talking about NATO Jenkins either. This motherfucker's bad.
I was gonna send that clip to you earlier so you could play it from the chat.
You know what I'm saying? Of course I know NATO. Yeah, NATO Jenkins. Yeah, I mean,
he's like, so you don't know about NATO, but yeah. We'll put the clip up eventually, but yeah.
I know about NATO. Yeah, exactly. And Trump apparently did. Trump, he got this shit confused, man. It's crazy. What is going on here? And listen, I'm very curious about who's going to hop up on the panel. I don't see none of these people that claim to know all of this shit, how this was a great idea. Ain't none of them hopping up on the panel. So that speaks volumes. And, I go to half of these people's goddamn profiles and shit every time I read some crazy shit. None of them got nothing on their profiles, on their YouTube. Not a picture, nothing about who they are, nothing. Not a picture of their garden.
It's probably their third or fourth profile, right?
Yeah.
They've probably been banned from several chats already or several lives, so they need to create whole nother profile,
right? Just
to justify their actions and their bigotry.
They don't want you to identify the plant life in their garden, so we can really know where they live. These motherfuckers are like, what the fuck? Obama derangement syndrome. Okay, now screw her, because this lady up on here, she's a whole lot. But let's change it, because this is going to cost money, and she's not concerned. She just said, I don't give a fuck how much this costs. She don't give a damn, right? It's
so
amazing.
Basically, we're broke and they're begging for more money for the war.
Exactly.
I want to show you guys what's going on. This is the headline. Hegseth Kane appear before Senate as Iran war escalates. And again, they're begging for more money. I want you to see, though, that not everyone...
All right. Excuse me. Do me a favor. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. It's going to help more people find the stream now and also later. So please, the chat is open. People are there to give their perspective and everything. Nobody's hopped up. We had one person hop up. I think it was it's actually one of our followers, a person that watches quite often.
It's a long story. She was blocked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can go on your end and unblock her, but we'll discuss it offline.
Okay. Oh, wow. Well, that was unintentional. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that and figure that out. I can go in there. Yeah, but sorry about that. Actually, you can still hop up though. So,
well, they don't speak English.
It doesn't matter. They speak. Jag tror det är en danska. I think it's a Dane.
No. Russian.
Oh, Russian. Okay. Well, no worries. I don't speak Russian, but in any case, anybody else, if you want to hop up, if you speak English on on an okay level, come on up, hop up, and let us hear your views. Listen, if you've been down here in the chat or you're enjoying the program, even if you don't agree, feel free to hop up. Let's hear something. One thing I do respect is people that hop up. They let us know who they are. People get to hear their voice. We get to ask them a few questions, right? It's a little more informative, I think, for the viewers, especially the people that don't watch the chat. But in any case, the link is down there. So hop on up and let people, let us ask you some questions, that you may not anticipate. And let's see how you deal with it. And then you get to ask us questions that we may not anticipate. So there you have it. It's fair. So let's go on. This is Chris Norland. Let's see what he's dropping on the data.
Along with this, there are actually protesters here. There's Hegseth, and you'll see a protester. It says, "No war on Iran," and they were yelling, "Your hands are bloody." So just be aware, you're not alone if you are against this war and don't want to spend more money on it. This is what they're going to say, though.
Come today to ask for your help and your support. America's armed forces need $1.5 trillion to meet the military challenges of the future. This supplemental is a part of that. And to be allowed to use this capital to pay for military personnel.
Oh, we have someone who hopped up.
Is this the NDA? Is this the NDA they're talking about? Are they there begging for the NDA to get passed?
Yes, they are.
Oh my God. Okay, so we got to get into
the
that.
national defense budget to get passed. That's what Hegseth is crying about. But it's tied to
Israel.
It's tied to
permanent funding to Israel. Permanent funding, so they won't have to ask Congress for money every year anymore. They just get it right out of your paycheck automatically when you go to work, and including you, Lauren. Everybody, even the rich people.
Who hopped up.
Yeah. Okay. So look. Yeah.
Who hopped up.
So who's up? Let us know who you are and where you're from. What's going on? Rafik. That's Rafika. Come on, Rafika. What's up?
Rob.
What's good, Ra? You there? Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
You there?
I'm here.
Now you there. I can hear you now. What's good? What's your thoughts?
I want to give a shout out to my sweetie Eric.
Eric down there in the chat. Yes.
Yes. I just want to hop up here real quick about the situation that Michael just brought up.
Offline.
Okay, don't worry about that. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Offline.
All the way into it. Misunderstanding.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Rafika. Don't worry about it. It was a misunderstanding. Okay. No worries. But look, we can talk about it once we're done. No worries. It happens sometimes. All right?
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. But did you want to say anything about this garbage that's going on here? Right here?
What do we get on now?
Yeah. Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah. They're just begging for money. They want 1.5 trillion more dollars, the U.S. military, and they're talking about the NDA. They're not going to discuss it right now, but people need to be aware that HR 8800, HR 8800. What's inside of it is they put a section in it called 219 commonly, or some people call it 224. It depends on if you're reading the House version of the bill or you're reading the Senate version of the NDA. But they've been debating it, and it doesn't have enough votes. Now, the reason why it doesn't have enough votes is because section 219, 224, right? It is permanent funding for Israel, essentially. Their military will get direct funds from us without having to go to Congress anymore. They will be selling us military shit that the American taxpayer will be buying shit from them, like seriously, without having to go to Congress. This should be a heavily contested. Every voter, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat or whether you're an independent, You should be against this bill. You should force Congress in the Senate to remove 219 or 224, whichever version seems to get somewhere, get traction, whether it's the Senate bill version of it or the congressional bill that gets some traction. People should demand that they remove that. And why? There's plenty of reasons why. This war is why. Number one, but also.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Say that again?
That's what I was getting ready to say. It should be a no, period, across the board. They shouldn't give them no more money at all. If you want to stop the war, do not give them no more money. And then for what I heard today, the Pentagon got how many, is it billions or millions? They asked them about the money that they already have.
Yeah.
And why they ain't spent it yet.
Right. They don't even know, man. They blew all the money that's been given for the war already. They blew it. They want 60 billion more outside of this 1.5 trillion. That's crazy.
Either they gave it to Israel or they gave it to Trump's son. They were sending money to Trump's son in the Pentagon.
Right. It's terrible. I mean, I don't know. People need to stay up on this bill and be very concerned. Voters, taxpayers in the United States of America, you need to be very, very concerned about this bill that Congress has tried to push through in the dark, and you have some senators that try to do the same thing. They're trying to make sure they get it through there somehow. But luckily enough, there's enough pushback against it right now. But it's a razor thin margin. You need to understand that. So everybody needs to put pressure on their representatives. Yeah. Now, let me ask the chat. How many of you, and also let me pull this up because it's right here. I don't know how many people. We need to always inform people here about what these bills are about. Now, this is the bill. Let me pull it up here. Let me see. Is it here? Where is it at? Right here. Boom. This is the bill. HR 8800, HR 8800. Now, this is the Congress's version of the bill. The Senate has their own version of the bill and they're working in tandem. But if you're dealing with the House's or with the Congress's version of the bill, then it's section 224 that's dealing with Israel. Everybody needs to Google this bill. Ask what is it about? Section 224. And if you're dealing with the Senate version of the bill, you need to ask what is 219, section 219 for. Just Google it and find out what's in there. This is going to give Israel way more. It's going to embed their military essentially within the U.S.'s military structure. And that is a no can do. But here's the thing: if it gets passed, it's even harder to reverse.
Oh wow! I didn't know that.
Yeah, the next president won't be able to reverse it. You see how stupid our Congress is? Our Congress can barely get anything done. Do you think they're going to have the votes? See, once this gets passed, you're going to need votes to remove it. You see how do nothing Congress we have? That's like, and it's outrageous that they would even propose this right now because the Pentagon says that the Israelis are spying. They're like spying on the Trump administration like never before, espionage level. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I don't even know why this guy is in here. I mean, of course, he represents the U.S. military, but he needs to be told and he needs to know the reason why you're not going to get the main reason why you ain't going to get this money from the American citizens is because section 224 or 219. Americans do not want the Israeli military embedded within our military construct. We don't want it. We don't need it. And we don't need to be guaranteeing that we're buying stuff from them. Like, what is this about? It's almost like we have no Congress. Congress and the Senate are the American people's actual representatives. That's who you get for your taxes.
But it don't make sense. Because if we've been giving them money for years for what we don't know, why are we going to turn around and give them money to buy weapons?
Right.
Now all of a sudden they got their money up to sell us weapons? That doesn't make sense.
And exactly. And if you saw Netanyahu's speech, they talking about it like they make better tech than we do. Come on, what the hell? That doesn't even make mathematical sense. What the hell? They don't even have the facility. They don't have the dollars. They don't have the facilities. They don't have the manpower to do that. You see what I mean? It's one thing that we buy technology. Yeah, usually when we buy technology, we're helping folks. Yeah, and it comes at a cost too. It's not that we need it. It's that, okay, you do this, we want to help you. Maybe we'll buy a little bit, but you don't embed their military into our infrastructure. Like, what is this? You know, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, you know? And I think American people need to be very concerned. It's not just about who becomes the president. Where the hell is our Congress? The Congress and the Senate, they can impeach. They control the Supreme Court. They control the White House. They control everybody. If you have some decent representatives, they can put their foot down on any corruption they want. This Congress has refused to. They just refuse to. And they're spending American people's tax dollars like it grows on trees. Like you're not the one that's going out there busting your ass every day to give them what? A damn near a third of your paycheck? A third of your paycheck every time you get paid. Like, yo, this is foul.
For some reason, they scared of him. It's like he got dirt on him. That's number one. For sure, I know he got dirt on most of them.
Yeah, I also think they're getting death threats.
Even showing a side by side. I forgot what the Jack I was watching earlier when Leslie Graham.
Right, Lindsey Graham.
About Trump.
Right, and then he changed his mind.
He went to go golfing one day with him, and all of a sudden he flipped.
Yep.
He must have had some dirt on him.
Hey, Rafika.
This is what I know about.
Rafika, your audio is a little messed up. Your audio is not clear. It's hard.
I just my earbud in my ear again.
Okay.
I have to take it out.
Okay.
Okay.
But no worries. But listen, you want to say one more thing about this before we continue? I mean, this dynamic here about this Israel being embedded in the U.S. Military structure due to this HR 88 that they want to push through.
Oh yeah, V.
Yo, go ahead, Mike.
A good comprehensive conversation was the Breaking Points video I sent earlier to our chat. That one was really good. She actually was able to interview one of our Congress members and got his perspective. And obviously he's an establishment Dem. And so, in that segment, she was kind of able to kind of rip into him and kind of poke holes in, the centrist Democrats' view of, this whole situation.
Okay, it's Breaking Points. Okay.
Yeah, I sent it between our chat and our chat.
Okay, here, let me see. I don't see it. Let me see. When did you see it? I don't see it.
I didn't get a chance to see it.
In our Discord chat.
Oh, okay. Is it the common one here? Or is it just yours?
It's ours, between me and you.
Oh, somebody said they can't speak. It's hours between me and you. Okay, now I'm just finally seeing that other message. Okay, so let me try to send it to me one more time, bro, if you don't mind.
All right.
And
I'll do it.
All right, let's Rafika,
It's a really good segment, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I want to pull it out. Let's hear a little bit more from the general. And they want more money, baby. Yeah. More money. We got all the money on earth, y'all. It's growing on trees. Nah. Nobody got to work for that money. It ain't. America, the United States is doing better than ever. All right, so let's go. Let's see.
Okay.
And maintenance expenses and accelerate investments on critical technologies, as the Secretary just mentioned. It is critical that we stay ahead of our adversaries, and we must have the funds before we're out of time.
Right, we're running out of time. They want $1.5 trillion. This is Hegseth talking about it.
Rest assured that every dollar appropriated to the Department of War will be focused on building the lethality of our joint force and reinforcing peace through strength. As I have said before, not fully funding this department, the Department of War, and we know what that means, that means $1.5 trillion, given the world that we live in and the disaster of what the Biden administration budgets gave us, not funding this department at $1.5 trillion, I believe, is the greatest threat that our nation faces.
So according to Hegseth, if we don't give them 1.5 trillion, right, it's the greatest threat that our nation faces. I want to hear your thoughts in the comment on that one. I obviously think it's ridiculous, but I want to hear people's thoughts. Like, do you want to funnel all of our money to the military? That's essentially what we're talking about here. And let's put this in perspective here, okay? It says United States spends more on defense than the next 6 countries combined. Here we're putting the defense budget at $954 billion, okay? And you can look at other countries here: China, Russia, Germany, India, UK, and Ukraine. And you have all that combined is $905 billion. So we're over, again, spending over those countries combined. If we're like at 1.5 trillion, and I'm sure we're going to start running the numbers in this stuff, I wouldn't be shocked if we're literally just outspending everyone. It's like, it's ludicrous amounts of money, okay? And if you wonder why your life doesn't get better, this is clearly it. Make more enemies, spend more money, right? We never have enough money for healthcare. We never have enough money for education. But hey, let's spend more money on the military and the war. This is ridiculous. It should be obvious to anyone. And I just showing you numbers here. What is the national debt? So we're going to hit 40 pretty soon. I wouldn't doubt it. So this is, we're at what, 39 trillion. That's 115,000. Well, we'll call it 116, but you guys get the idea. For every single person in America, and then it just keeps going up, right? These kind of things. This is then some discussion of like, okay, you want emergency money is what they're calling it or whatever. Speaking to Senate Appropriations, Hegseth breaks the supplemental into 2 buckets. So they need $21 billion, they say, for immediate needs, including troop pay, fuel costs, and ongoing operations. So keep the war going, is what they're saying. Give us the money. $46 billion for procurement of high demand munitions, right? Hypersonics and other tech. So we're running out of stuff. So like literally we start this war and then we're begging for more money for it.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you to help me reconcile some numbers. It's my understanding that this whole supplemental funding request is $87.6 billion, and most of the funding, $67 billion, is for the Department of Defense. Yet we are told the Department of Defense still has $75 billion in unobligated funding from last year's reconciliation package. Is that true?
Roughly correct numbers, yes.
So you've left some change on the dresser before you prepared to come for this hearing. What's going to happen to that $75 billion?
Well, that 75 is, there's plans and designs on that, part of the rebuild of our military, which had to be undertaken. And so the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us specific avenues. I'd have to get you the exact numbers of what that is left to be allocated.
Does it have to do with the war in Iran?
No, this is rebuilding our military from what was not funded in the past under the Biden administration. So
when in doubt, blame Biden. That's the strategy and stuff. And it's kind of ridiculous. They're going to give a new estimate.
You know, that's incredible because they make it sound like they're owed this money. Like you're just supposed to give them this money based on something Biden did. Like Biden spent some money or didn't spend money, and therefore that's why they're supposed to have your money. That's how simple it is. Like, what the fuck? That is
That's
crazy.
What I was talking about.
You can just steal all the money you want if that's the rationale. What is it? This guy didn't give me no ice cream. Now you better give me all the ice cream. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's like, can you imagine you just go to the bank and be like, you know what I mean? Last week you only gave me $200. Now I want $8 million. Better give it up now. The last dude only gave me $200. Okay? It's like, this is what they're telling the American people when they make arguments for it. I mean, that is insane. That is insane. And go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Yeah.
Do you know how much on a yearly basis universal health care would cost America?
Tell me, please.
So
I'm losing my mind right now. They talk about
$3 trillion. So how much did they ask for just now?
1.5 trillion plus more.
Right? Plus more, right? So essentially, we'd be able to cover healthcare with a minor additional taxes in comparison to what they're asking for in this bill alone, right? In our defense, right? And just like we saw in that segment, we outspend the combined power of the next six biggest nations in our military.
We outspend them
right?
all. And who are they? China, Russia.
Yes.
Who else?
Russia.
Who? Everybody. The EU.
Yeah.
Everybody in the EU. So what the fuck?
Everyone in the EU.
Wow.
Right? And
That's
then
wow.
that's just military. That's not even the Navy. We outspend the next four largest countries combined in Navy power. Remember, military is not essentially Navy. They're all kind of separated. So when it comes to Navy, it's the same thing. The nearest four budgets in the largest countries combined don't equal what we spend, right? So that just goes to show you how much we spend on just military alone and military overall, right? Not necessarily just military, but also Navy included, right? So and we are expected to, as we can see just from this clip, we're expected to always fork up this money, right? It's an expectation, and when they don't, they ask for more because they're supposed to. They deserve it, right?
Bro,
it's sad.
It is sad, and guess who will?
They blew through it.
They blew through it, and you know why they blew through it? Because people that suffer from Obama derangement syndrome just keep on saying, okay, you want some more? Okay. It's like, God
I also
damn.
left the clip in the chat. I mean, I left the clip in the YouTube link.
Okay, let me.
So I left the breaking points video. But yeah, you can continue, B.
Yeah, man. I don't even know what to say with this shit. But let's hear some more. It's crazy, man. It's
what the war is costing, right? But you have to remember we're expending so much of our resources right now, and we also been moving stuff around. This thing's expensive. I mean, this should be obvious to anyone. Just want you to hear it for yourself, though.
Of this war in Iran.
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the...
They're saying 37, but like I said, independent reports have said 100. But that was like, I think a week or so ago we talked about that. So I would bet it's well over 100 billion. So they're lying in terms of that. This is also a report coming in from Brown University. They're talking about cost of the 20-year war on terror. So Iraq, Afghanistan, they were putting that around 8 trillion, 900,000 deaths. And essentially what Hegseth and Dan Kane are talking about today is, again, more money for the military.
Chairwoman, I very much appreciate that question. And it's because it's connected to the real world realities of this budget cycle. There is training right now and training in the future that would have to be curtailed if we do not get our budget needs met and met urgently. And yes, some of that has to do with the current budget cycle and how things come together. But we are a department that for 4 years met funding shortfall.
They're just holding the American people hostage at this point. It's just, yeah, we need them out of there. They're trying to sink the ship before the midterms. I mean, they don't want democracy to prevail, you know, and they just want all the money for themselves. And then they're going to leave the American people with the bill. Leave the American people with the goddamn bill. And, you know, look, even Elon Musk is asking American taxpayers to bail out SpaceX failure on the stock market. Can you believe this shit? Like, Americans, yo, people, I really am just at a loss here with this shit. Go ahead, Rafika.
You know how I feel.
Go ahead.
I feel that we the people should go ahead and stand up right now, take over our government. That's how I feel, because he's trying to hurry up and AKA get this ballroom up and running, because he don't have no plans on leaving. All this beautifying the White House, somebody that does that, they don't got no plans on leaving.
Right. It's a stupid project.
Especially what he's trying to build underneath there with a hospital and all that stuff. He's gonna try to barricade himself in there.
I mean, if you let him, why wouldn't you? Right?
Yeah,
why wouldn't his crazy ass? If people just let him, If the military just
That's
lets
what I'm
him,
saying.
the government just lets him, then why can't he do it?
And then, and you heard what he did with the Proud Boys. Dropped their cases. All their cases is gone.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be his police for him.
Basically, that's what he's going to try. I mean, I don't think American people are going for this, but the thing is that still, nonetheless, it's not being stopped right now, and it should be stopped. It should be stopped by Congress right now.
That's what I'm saying. It should have been stopped.
Exactly. There's no need for this to go on day after day. What else do people need to see? What else does the Congress need to see? What is it? What are they sitting back waiting for? They're waiting for someone to tell them, oh, no, we don't have any more money left because Trump spent it all. And, it's like, come on, this guy is spending money like he doesn't even want the Federal Reserve to exist. Seriously, it's too much. It's too much. But let's hear some more shenanigans. Hopefully we get some laughs out of this. Let's see.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our witnesses here today. I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here and join them in mourning the loss of American service members who were killed in action these last few days. My thoughts are with their families, with a service member who remains missing, and with all those injured during the strikes. And I will continue to pray for their families. Secretary Hegseth, over the course of the war with Iran, I have repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the administration's lack of a winning strategy and repeated contradictions about the state of the war. Frankly, it doesn't help that you and your president continues to mislead the American people. You and the president have repeatedly said that the war, as we've heard over and over again, is almost over or already won. In fact, the president alone has said the war is almost over more than 30 times. On March 1st, the president said, we'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. On March 9th, he said the war was very complete. On April 8th, he declared total and complete victory, 100%, no question about it. On the same day, you declared Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, a capital V military victory by any measure. And yet today, July 21st, we have soldiers whose remains are sadly going to be returned to their deeply grieving families tomorrow. Clearly, the war is not over yet. After months of conflict, our strategy to win remains unclear. I have long said the United States has the strongest military in history in the world, and I have no doubt that our brave service members can execute any mission and prevail in any battle. But without a clear winning strategy, we're at risk of being in another forever war that'll put our service members in continued harm's way and continue to cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Secretary Hegseth, despite your failure to win this war, you are back now before Congress asking for almost $70 billion in additional funding. You're asking the American people for a blank check because, once again, the Trump administration's efforts have been an utter and complete failure to win this war to this point. So my question for you, sir, is how is your strategy different than what we've seen in the past? So far, we have not seen a strategy that's been successful. You mentioned nuclear material as the primary goal of the war. It still exists. We haven't dealt with that issue yet. You talk about the destruction of missiles, and yet the missiles that we saw hit recent targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open before the war. Prices were lower for everybody until the war, and it still remains closed. And of course, tragically, people, service members, our war fighters, who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless. And I think it's irresponsible. And I think it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American people to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and a failure, and then you want to turn around and say you support the warfighter. Either you do or you don't.
Is the nuclear material still there,
I can
sir?
get you a ticket out to CENTCOM and talk to what those Americans are doing and how committed they are to this effort and how they want to ensure that Iran never threatens their families with a nuclear weapon. That's the kind of intensity that our warfighters have about making sure that Iran isn't capable of doing that.
Secretary Hegseth, if you listen to my comments, you would have heard me say how amazing our warfighters are.
I heard failure. And the word heard. I heard exactly what you said.
I will tell you how I use the word failure, because I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure, not the men and women who are on that front line, not the men and women who hold up their honor with distinction. But if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy. You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership?
We have leadership.
When will you show
leadership? Why don't you
leadership?
show some leadership and stand up to your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops, who stand and play partisan politics while you don't give us the money? You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful.
He said he had Trump derangement syndrome. What the fuck? This is crazy. This is supposed to be a leader of the military, the head of the federal side of it. You know, the civilian head, right? He's using a term called Trump derangement syndrome. That's what he's using. And what's so crazy is he just hopped past the guy. He said, our military is not a failure. You are. And now he's shooting right back saying you're calling our military fighters failures. That's not what he said. He said Hegseth is a failure. You know, it's just, it's so sad. It's so embarrassing to, how can you be the head of a department and you're using internet terminology, Trump derangement syndrome? Like, that's wild. I mean, I can understand it if I'm here saying that Pete Hegseth must have Obama derangement syndrome. I can understand that. I can understand it because I'm on the goddamn internet. I have a YouTube page, but he's using YouTube social media fucking jargon while he's sitting there representing the United States government in front of the goddamn Congress, the people's representatives.
Well, Maga, that's DEI right there in front of you.
Yeah.
Real
This is
DEI. Right there.
This is DEI. All right. Let's hear some more from this chump. He's getting grilled, by the way. Which representative is this?
Welcome, big girl.
Oh, big girl, you up here? Hold on. Let me double check this. Let me see something. You there, big girl? Maybe her audio isn't working. Let me double check. Okay.
You're probably mute.
Nah, she's not on mute. She's just trying to work it out. All right, let's hear some more from Hegseth real quick. This little exchange. Let's see.
I put this on you, Senator.
Okay. Secretary Hegseth, you have trillions. You have over $1 trillion. You're asking for $1.5 trillion. It's not a question of money. It's a question of leadership and understanding what it takes to actually win.
Political cowardice of Democrats who won't fund the troops.
Senator's time has expired.
Wow. I mean, there's more. Hold on. Here we go. Let's see here. He's getting his butt chewed out up here begging. And keep in mind, American people, this is what you call professional begging. Because here's the thing. He's acting like this is a situation that had to happen. That's the thing about it. Now, keep in mind, the United States is a member of NATO. What NATO nation did the President of the United States consult before he went into this conflict that he is now begging NATO nations to help him win? Which NATO nation? Zero. So he didn't give a shit what our allies thought. The very people that we have a damn defense alliance with, right? The very people that you're supposed to go to regarding matters like this. If the United States was worried about Iran having a nuclear bomb, why are we worried if it's not that we're worried about them striking us or a NATO nation, right? Why the hell would we be worried about it, right? But he didn't even consult one NATO nation. Netanyahu didn't consult. But here's what's even worse. He didn't even fucking consult the American people either. They consulted nobody. They want your money. They want European ally NATO nations' money. They want American people's money, but they didn't want to ask like they respected us from the beginning. And it's our goddamn money, you know?
And then,
yeah, go ahead.
And then Maga act like they don't understand why NATO ain't coming to our defense and say, well, we came to their defense.
When was that? Because
that's what they be saying in the chat.
Because NATO came to our defense after 9/11. All the NATO nations came to our defense after 9/11 because we were struck. We were attacked on our homeland, on our soil. That's what NATO is there for. You know, so again, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Are they trying to tell us that we are so lacking in our technology that we wouldn't be able to stop a nuclear launch? We wouldn't know that Iran is preparing to launch a nuke against us. How can we know when Russia's moving their nukes around and we can't know when Iran's moving them around? That doesn't make any damn sense. You know, it's just, yeah.
He said, well, we came to their defense and they don't come to our defense. So I said, well, when you got a president.
They were in Afghanistan with us.
No, first talk shit. Think about this. If somebody talks shit to me, then turn around want to ask me for my help, I'm going to tell them hell no.
Exactly. Especially after you did help them. I mean, they were all with us in Afghanistan. They were with us in Iraq.
Tariffs on me and did all this stuff.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you hell no.
Look, NATO nations came to our aid after 9/11. They went to war with us in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and this fool comes into office and puts tariffs on them. And then he's begging them after he didn't consult them. I mean, it's like saying, I'm going to treat you like dirt. And you're saying, are you dirt? If you're dirt, you'll go along with this, right? If you're a piece of shit, you will go along with me treating you like shit, right? I'm just going to ask you to see who's a piece of shit. And the rest of them are saying, nope, we're not. You dissed us. You actually broke the alliance, and now you're begging us, and you still haven't learned your lesson. So we're going to wait until you grovel. We're going to watch you go through this alone so you can learn. So everyone, not even just the U.S., so that anybody understands you can't go about things this way. If you let this dude go about it this way, and then you come to his aid, everyone else is going to do the same fucking thing. Like, in any case, let's go.
I don't blame them.
It's the only logical thing to do. What an invitation. Trump was like, it was like the invitation was like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck your culture. And by the way, I'm going to start a war. And then after I start a war that puts pressure on your economy, that puts you in danger, now I'm going to beg you for help. Like, who does that?
And then he gonna try to pressure them, talking about, well, we're gonna back out, and they the one that need the oil. They need to come
look, check this out. Iran,
Iran,
they're not stupid. They're savvy. They would look, if Trump just left, they would probably sell their oil to the EU any fucking way. You know what I'm saying? They're not stupid. They want to make money. What is it? They're going to make alliances with anybody else that respects them and vice versa. You know, I mean, this people shouldn't buy this thing that because they're an Islamic republic. Look, Denmark's a Christian nation too. Do you think they're just going to be acting wacky on some wacky Christian shit all the time? Look, it's like people want money. People want to come up in the world. And to come up in the world, whether you're a Islamic nation, whether you're a Christian nation, whether you're a Jewish nation, it doesn't matter what kind of nation you are, you need trade. You need partners. And the more powerful you get, the more wealthy you get, it's because that alliance grows and extends. If you don't extend it, you're going to be stuck in a little position anyway, and it's going to hurt you economically, and it's going to hurt your progress. So everybody wants to trade. No, it's not too many people that want.
Just like we stuck right now.
Exactly.
Just like we stuck right now.
Facts.
What America conflates is funding for NATO as if that's us stepping in for NATO allied countries, when it's not, right? The funding is just that. It's a basic agreement where we place 2% of our GDP, right? And by default, America has one of the highest, if not the highest GDP, because of the size of its nation, right? In comparison to all other, NATO alliance members. And so it's a false equivalency, right? It's, okay, we give you the most money, so you guys need to help us. And it's just like, no, because, what NATO essentially plays is, NATO plays the world police, if that's what you want to call them, right? And essentially they police the world, right? Any of these conflicts they come together, they kind of try to solve those conflicts unitarily, right? And amongst the betterment of the EU countries, right? Or not even just the NATO countries in
NATO
general,
countries,
right?
yeah, the alliance.
Exactly. They allow us to have bases normally where we wouldn't be able to have bases, right? So they play a very large factor and impact on just the global warfare in general, right? They allow for us to be in a position to still be the head of the world, right? That is what NATO allows America to do, right? They allow us to place our bases in their countries that normally they would not allow any other country to do, right? And we take advantage of that. We take advantage of that because we understand the power dynamics, right? We want that to happen.
We got more out of the relationship than anyone else.
Yeah.
And now he just blew it. Now he just blew it.
It's the reason why we have the most bases in the world, right? Where do we think these bases come from, or where do we think these bases are stationed? Hey, they're in NATO allied countries.
And you know what, bro? You that's an interesting point right there, because if you're going to put boots on the ground in Iraq, where are you going to send your casualties?
There you go.
To NATO nations, to the EU. Yeah. That's why we're there. That's why we have hospitals in the EU, military hospitals in EU countries. And he's talking about moving the troops out of there too. At the same time, he's throwing his idea out that we're gonna have a war with Iran. This shit is just looniness.
It's no way possible, because Iran is blowing the bases up over there. They're moving the equipment over there to Israel.
No, I'm saying hospitals. We have a hospital in Germany. Like when the troops get injured. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where
exactly. The troops are going to EU countries first, and then coming to the United States. Yeah, because they it's crazy. Yeah, hold on. Somebody else up here who hopped up on the chat. Big girl, you there?
Yeah, I was wondering what this
big
was.
girl.
Hello.
There you go.
This is Rafika. It's my first time talking to you. This is Rafika.
Okay. Yeah.
What you want to say, big girl?
Now. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
You in New Jersey, right? You in New Jersey?
Yeah, we had a tornado here yesterday.
Oh, really?
In New
wow,
Jersey,
a tornado.
In the city. 30 minutes away from New York. Yes.
A tornado?
I'm gonna. Yeah. In another town over from me, Passaic, New Jersey. Patterson had, when I had my windows open, I live on the 20th floor. My house was flooded. It flooded water and stuff. And that's because Trump is at the cause of it. The Weather Bureau that alerts you that this stuff is coming, he dismantled that. We got no alert, no siren, that stuff they do.
Yeah.
He's terrible. I don't know too much about I do know about NATO and allied countries, but he's destroying everything.
Do you know about NATO Jenkins? You know about NATO Jenkins too?
What's NATO Jenkins?
Never mind.
I don't know nothing about. All I know is NATO stands for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I learned that in 5th grade. And
That's because you have a brain. You're intelligent. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's
yeah. I think that no, that's because I went to Catholic school and them nuns beat the hell out of you back then. They made you pay attention. You had no choice but to pay attention. It was only myself and 17 others in my class. That's a small class.
But listen, let me ask you about this. I mean, should the United States right now, in this situation the U.S. is in right now, should we be funding any military activities at all with Trump in power?
Hell no. Hell no.
Should we give them any more money?
No. Israel needs to be gone. Israel, I've always said, I'm for everybody, but America just help Israel commit genocide. You know that. I'm sure everybody knows that. When they built, what's that place, Gaza? The place they did. Yeah. And they only did that because Jared Kushner and his father-in-law want to make what they call them things,
luxury resorts.
Luxury seaside resorts. Yes, I don't mess with the ocean. I don't do those.
In the Mediterranean. How's that going to go?
In the Mediterranean.
And they want to make it right now.
Know.
How's that going to go? That's going to go over well, huh?
It must be for him and all his billionaire buddies, because I don't want to go.
It's just a shot in the dark. It's like, why do you kill so many people for a shot in the dark? No one is going to let you have it. You can't kill and annihilate that many people and then say, I want to build a fucking resort. That does.
But he wants to build it. It's going to be an American resort. My sister went over there. She was trying to tell me that she loved this. She loved Netanyahu and all this stuff. But she was crazy because she followed Trump. Forgive me for saying that because she's dead, but we clashed over this a million times. We clashed over this. We had bad, heated discussions, almost wanting to come to blow. I wanted to pound her head in. She was Maga all the way, Trump all the way. He's a businessman, but she didn't live to see this, so I don't know how she would feel about this. But we don't need to fund no more wars. He needs to give the farmers some money so they can shut up, because black people is not going in the field.
That's too giving farmers money is too woke. That's too woke.
I don't know what it is, whether it's woke or sleep or what, but black people, the ones I know, ain't nobody going back doing that. That's going back.
Of course we ain't going back. Now you're right, we ain't going back. I'm
not going. I didn't go to school for that.
Yeah,
and I feel the farmers shouldn't get shit because they voted for this stupid shit because they thought but hold on, big girl, because they thought Trump undercover was telling them that we were going back to the field.
Exactly.
That's why he kept saying they taking the black jobs. When he first started saying that shit, I knew what he meant by that.
I don't want no cotton picking job.
And no, my sister and I are first generations in our family to graduate from high school and then college. We were the first generation in my father and my mother's
You don't want to pick tomatoes? You don't want to pick tomatoes?
I'm allergic to tomatoes anyway.
You don't like picking?
I'm allergic to them. So, no, seriously, I'm allergic to tomatoes. I ain't supposed to eat them. So I don't give a damn if they never get picked myself.
You don't like picking cabbage? You don't like picking cabbage? Then?
I like cabbage, but I ain't picking it unless I grow it in my own backyard.
Right now. I ain't picking none.
All you got to do is pick a ton a day, and you can get your $60 and shit.
If I grow it in my backyard, then I'll pick it out of my backyard.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I am not doing it. I am first generation. My sister and I were first generation to graduate 8th grade, high school. My sister graduated college. I did 3 years of it. And you think I want to go back? I saw an old white man. He was screaming and hollering. Not screaming and hollering, but he was literally crying. He said, I voted for Trump because I thought I was helping black people get jobs. He said, that's why I voted for him.
What?
I said, well, you got fooled. Yeah. Trump sold the BS that if the Haitians ain't eating the dogs, the blacks is going back in the fields. What the hell?
It's just
you
crazy.
gotta be a lawyer and go back in the field. It is. they're talking about trying to get enough people to come out and vote so they can invoke the 25th Amendment.
Yeah, they trying to take our rights away. Really trying to take. They're trying to
get rid of Trump. Right about now, they want Trump gone. They want to do the 25th Amendment so everybody could impeach and take him out of office because he's mentally unfit. It was a doctor. I meant to send it to you, Vic, but
well, they ain't doing it fast enough. They ain't doing it fast enough.
Ain't. And a doctor told it. I mean, he was cursing him out. He said Trump is on the way out. I'm gonna look for it and I'm gonna send it for you because I wanted you to put that up on the show. But I faded Monday.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah.
But listen, I want to ask everybody in the chat one thing. If you want people in the chat, if you want to work on a farm, for example, in the United States of America for $5 an hour, put a 1 in the chat. If $5 an hour or $7.50 an hour. If you want to work on a farm in the United States for $7.50 an hour, put a 1 in the chat. If that would be a come up for you, put a 2 in the chat. If that's an insult.
Well,
I'll go out blaze the going.
I take that back. It's $7.50 in the state of New Jersey. I don't know what these other little red towns could do, but in New Jersey,
that's
Upper County,
it's backbreaking work. It's backbreaking work. It's backbreaking work. It's not going to be an easy $7. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? And
I used to go down south by my grandmother by her sisters and stuff.
Yeah.
And man, that sun is hot in July. It's just terrible. They sweat. They get up early, 5:30 in the morning. They eating breakfast. They making noise. They doing all.
Farm life is not easy. Yeah. It's not easy. Farm life is not easy. All right, now.
My father grew up.
All right, now we're getting a little off topic, so let's head back. Yeah. Let's get back to the main topic here. I want to see this Hegseth get his head bashed in a little bit. So let's go. Thank you for hopping up, big girl. Look, people in the chat are like, "Fuck no, I don't want $7 working on a farm for $7." That's if you have a brain. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, I don't know. Where's Lauren at? You want to do that, Lauren? Lauren, where you at? Lauren, wife swapping Lauren. Maybe Lauren wants that job.
She said she a millionaire. She cool.
Anyway. Yeah, like somebody believes you. Anyway, let's go on.
Do you have a video going?
Yeah, I'm about to play it. So let me play it right now. Let's go.
I gotta see it because I don't see a video.
Who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action and our hope for a swift recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks. And thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through this supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department...
Hegseth is...
Ladies, just remember you're on live. Remember you're on live, ladies.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, Hegseth is a mountain monkey. All right, so let's go on.
Publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It was completely sunk. Their missiles were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by any stretch of the imagination absolute zero, but their capabilities at the lowest level
you
they've
stated
been in a very long
that
time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said on day 14 Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an accurate statement?
What the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the
question?
Iranian military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and
question
they're ineffective
under oath?
in that context.
3 weeks later, you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
Had
There are
Iran's
other-
military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come? That was
they
a
had
statement that you made 4 months ago.
They had 160 naval vessels
You need
in
to
the
answer
Blue
the
Water
questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their
You
Air
said-
Force
you
is
said 4 months
completely
ago.
combat
You
ineffective, and
said
they don't
4
have a
months
defense
ago.
industrial base.
Excuse
So
me, Mr.
describe to me a
Secretary.
country that doesn't have an Air Force, a Navy, or a defense industrial base, and
Mr.
I will describe to you a
Are you hard-headed, Hegseth? Are you hard-headed? God damn, answer the question.
country that does not have an effective
Mountain monkey.
Mr. Secretary, you
It
stated...
can lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4
but it's
months
not a
ago
combat-effective
that Iran's
military.
military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. Has Iran's military been, for the last 4 months, combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You
considering
stated we
it
had,
can't
quote,
build at the level
you
it did
stated-
before, and not
you
even
stated
close. It
we
doesn't
had,
mean it
quote-
doesn't have capabilities.
You know what? Hegseth is actually like talking to a goddamn troll. They never answer questions. They never answer the question you ask. It's always answering some other shit that they just made up the question all by themselves, and it's like, God damn,
Mr.
man.
Secretary, you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding them at issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them
Early
away.
in the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have
3,
a nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in
So in other words, they babysitting. They babysitting. We're there. We're just gonna make sure they never do it. We're just gonna stand there and just. Our job is to babysit Iran and make sure they don't build a nuclear weapon. And that's more important than anything else. I mean, it's like.
In the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to...
Israel got a really good deal. Israel got a great deal. They hired a babysitter, and his name is Hegseth.
Quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had
at
the
us.
missile
It
threat
doesn't mean they
been
don't
defeated
have
4
underground
months
facilities
ago?
where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war, on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been the objective, and it remains so.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more
The
for the conflict.
senator's time has
Had a
expired.
historic and effective military campaign against the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Won't
and
answer
will
the
ensure
question.
They never
Senator
get a nuclear
Peters
weapon, Senator.
is recognized.
I mean, nobody's going to get a goddamn thing out of Hegseth. And it is this MAGA world where they don't answer. They don't answer questions, right? Oh, sorry about that. They don't answer questions, and this is the problem with it. We pay for this, but representatives rendered ineffective. So the taxpayers don't really even have the ability to hold these people accountable. They're asking them questions here, but they don't answer questions. They have their backing, whether you like it or not. I'm pretty sure a lot of voters in red states don't like the representation that they have now, obviously, because the polls are out. So loads of American people do not like what's going on right here. However, these representatives that are supporting Trump, they've already been elected. They're up for re-election in the midterms, right? And if you ever thought that your vote counted at any time, it definitely counts right now more than ever. Like, people need to get out, make sure that everyone is voting en masse. And those of you that know people that have not voted, you need to talk to them and ask them, are they going to vote this time around? And make sure they understand that their vote is going to count. Even just registering to vote is something that is going to send chills up these people's spine, because they don't like when people vote. They understand when people register, even just register, when they see the registration numbers going up, that scares the hell out of them. And that is the only thing that is going to stop them. Like, you might think that you have a gun, and I also believe in gun ownership, although I live outside of the U.S. But if I was in the U.S., straight up, I advise everybody, get a license and get some practice. Get educated and really start considering bearing arms, because you are dealing with a government that is basically non-responsive. Just like Hegseth didn't answer any of those questions. He's getting paid off of the taxpayer dollars. So consider that when you're paying his bills and you ask him a question and then he sits there over and over and doesn't answer your question, he's like basically calling you a sucker. He's basically saying you don't matter. Who are you? He's basically saying you're going to give me your tax dollars no matter whether you like it or not. And I don't have to answer your ass at all, period. Who are you? You're nobody. Yeah. In any case, I think we're going to cut it there. That's the main point of this situation right now that we're in. If people feel like nobody's listening to them, you're absolutely fucking right. Nobody's listening to you. And it's only one thing you can do about it. Register to vote. And hope that enough people register to vote that it covers, that is so big, so many people voting outdoes the amount of fraud or the amount of hindrance that they plan on delivering to the voters. Whatever way Trump tries to get ICE out on the street to harass voting booths or harass minorities or harass anybody else in blue states, because that is exactly what they're planning. They're planning on sending out people to blue states to just harass people on their way on the voting day, on the voting, whatever voting. What is that, November? Mike, is that November 4th or 7th? That's the 7th?
7th. It's November 7th. That's voting day.
It's November 7th. Let me get this last video up here. My fault. Did I get the video up here or what? Here, let me put this in the chat real quick. I mean, in the stream real quick, and then we can be out on that one. Yeah, it's November 7th. My advice is people need to get out there and register to vote, and don't be afraid to ask your neighbors. Don't be afraid to ask anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a citizen of the United States of America, and other Americans, and if you suspect that anybody is not registered to vote and they're a citizen, get them registered to vote. It will definitely count. In fact, you will be a hero. The people that are going out to vote, you're literally going out this time to vote to save your country. Your country is literally on the line. Yo, Mike, you want to say anything before I rock this last video, bro? This is going to be breaking points, breaking down. What was this? Breaking down the DSA, right, for people to see.
So this last segment's actually going to be a really, really good one. In terms of engagement, in terms of breaking down the establishment Dem versus just your average progressive, and how those two conflict. But when it comes to obviously what's going on right now, it's something that Americans do have to just be aware of, right? I think if they want to continue to understand that their votes matter, that their voice matters, they have to vote. They have to vote. They have to speak about politics with their loved ones, with individuals who are close to them who they don't necessarily agree with, right? It's pushing that bar and challenging yourself in your own comfort zone, because if you don't do it in your own comfort zone, you're not going to do it most likely outside of that comfort zone. And so challenging yourself to continue to have these conversations, if you feel like this matters, if you feel like your vote, like voting matters, if you feel like the progressive America that you want is obtainable, you want to have these conversations in larger groups, right? And how you force change is by rallying. And how do you rally? You find like-minded people and you speak about the same topics we cover here on VMeedia, right? And you use the factual talking points that we give you. You can use the data. This data does not change. It's not something we made up. You know, you guys could use these data points to be able to have these larger discussions and, obviously be able to speak to people's a better appeal, right? Because most times it is the messenger. A lot of people have gotten so accustomed to echo chambers, right? And what echo chamber is just means that hearing exactly what you want to hear and maintaining those outlets around you and not having anyone essentially challenge those outlets. And you can be that person for whoever is near you if you do care for them and you feel like they're voting against their own best interest. That's a conversation you want to have. Not everybody feels like politics is appropriate, but at what point will politics be appropriate, right? And
You pay taxes,
I
right?
myself,
You pay taxes,
exactly.
right? If you pay taxes and you don't think politics is appropriate, you're really saying a whole lot that you don't know about your own goddamn country and the history of it. But go ahead.
Exactly. And no one's saying that when you do have these discussions that they're going to be in terms of winning someone over. Sometimes, you can walk away with agreeing to disagree, but when you do walk away, you leave that person with a frame of thought that they have to question what they believe in, right? And so that's what these discussions should be. And that's what, that's how we grow as progressives, right? A lot of people vote based off emotion. A lot of people vote based off of perceived beliefs. A lot of people vote on single voter issues like immigration, like a bunch of other things that don't necessarily better their immediate lives, right? Us disenfranchising
And Obama derangement
immigrants
syndrome. They vote
and
for that
Obama
too.
derangement syndrome, right?
Yes.
No, it's very true.
A lot of people vote for that.
Exactly. And disenfranchising immigrants, has that gotten us healthcare? No. Has disenfranchising, immigrants gotten us closer to universal education? Higher education? No, it hasn't, right? And so you want to be, has it gotten us affordable housing? Has us cracking down and funding ICE tenfold gotten us affordable housing? No, it hasn't. And it doesn't mean that immigration reform isn't needed, right? That's a larger, more nuanced conversation that obviously we'll have in the future where we break down those numbers. But it doesn't mean that just because you're not getting what you believe in immigration that you vote red, because that's cutting your nose to spite your face, right? And having that conversation with the individuals who you love, who may have this frame of thought, is what we call progression. It's growth, right? It is the growth of America, right? Because they do exist, and as an American, these are the conversations we have to have in order to grow. And so I hope that obviously, we'll continue with this next segment, but I don't want to discourage anyone from speaking your political values as long as they're based in fact, right? Be able to refer to the data. Don't be afraid to just Google something that's a critical thought. If you have a critical thought, even if it's on the most basic level, utilize the internet for the right reasons, because that's why it exists. Don't assume. Don't wait for a talking head to give you those points of data or pretend to give you those points of data anything we give you, you are more than welcome and can fact check it on your own. And I hope that you do, so that way you can understand that we speak from a level of credibility and not just rhetoric, like most of these, most of these media channels, right? We yes, we have our own ideology, but those ideology is based on facts, right? And a level of patriotism for our own people, right? And so
Care. Yeah, bro. Care. We care.
yeah, and so hopefully we we continue to be progressive, but most of all continue to spread that message in the right way, so that way we can grow from it. And in your individual lives, right? You can grow from it. The people around you can grow from it. And we as a country can continue to be as progressive as we can and not give up on democracy and not let people who don't deserve our vote, our taxpayer dollars, win. But yeah, B.
Facts. Yeah, man. Thanks for that, bro. And even though we like to have a little entertainment here to keep it light and to keep people engaged, this is a serious matter. And even myself, people see me as lighthearted, and every once in a while I might get animated on, even angry at times. But listen, sometimes I actually get sad. Because I realize that there's a lot of people that fall for the stupid shit. And you can say whatever you want, but you need to understand one thing. The person, myself, VMEEDIA, my kids get paid to go to higher education. Myself, I have health care. My kids have health care. Me, I have a union job. I have housing insurance if I need it. That means if all of a sudden I get a new job or I stop working, go on unemployment, and I take in a little less of my full salary, that means that I get some compensation for that to make sure that my lifestyle is not totally affected that way, that I still have my home and the basics. We need to understand that this legacy media, unfortunately, and a lot of our representatives, they don't want us to know exactly what our dollars are worth. So they don't do comparative data. They don't show you what the same amount of data or same amount of money in another Western country gets a Western citizen. And that's very oppressive when you don't have that information, because you don't know. You might think I have it good because you told you have it good. But notice something. We saw Lauren in the chat all day talking about how good she got it, how rich she is. Yeah, but she never told you how rich. So anybody could tell you they got it good, but where are the details? How good? What is good? And what is bad? How bad? You see what I mean? And you don't know this if you don't have something else to compare it to. A lot of Americans think they're living in the freest country on earth. I'm here to tell you, as an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., family that goes back on both sides to the colonial period. I'm here to tell you, you do not live in the freest Western democracy on earth. I'm just here to tell you. A lot of you are smart enough to notice it now, but most of us have been growing up with it ingrained in our minds that we live in the freest country on earth. And I'm just here to tell you, the data just does not support it. The data does not support it, which is why a lot of people like to tell you how that they got it good, but they don't like to talk about the data. Very simple. And they damn sure don't want to compare the data from the U.S. to other Western countries, because it speaks volumes for the reality. If the data doesn't back up how good you got it, then maybe you don't. You see? And right now we know that the data means the United States American citizens are the least represented people in their parliament of their country in any Western country. To just start off with that, you need to understand that has huge ramifications for everything else, how it goes, how it works, how everything else functions. It's functioning because the way it is, because you have the least amount of parliamentary representation. That is the least amount of representatives for the tax dollars you pay in the Congress, in your parliament, like straight up. So you should consider that, because taxation without representation is what the country, entered into a war of independence for. You see what I mean? That's the whole point of having a vote, representation. But you have the least amount of representatives per person in any Western country on earth. You don't have universal health care, and every other Western country has universal health care. Damn, near every other Western country has universal education, you know, and people sit up there and you let people fool you talking about the taxes and don't they pay high taxes? Ain't it high inflation? Yo, you need to look more into the detail and don't just let somebody tell you that without you actually looking up. There is no excuse for you today to not have the data at your fingertips and to know better. And that data should have you turning legacy media the fuck off. Now, especially when it comes to the particulars. Now, if you watch legacy media, which we do, notice, when was the last time you saw them do any comparative data? When was the last time you saw them do a special on healthcare in the United States versus healthcare in a European country? When was the last time? When was the last time you saw a legacy media company do a special on education in the United States versus education in a European country? When was the last time? When was the last time you saw them do a comparative data on housing, affordability, fair housing in the United States versus a European country, right? When was the last time? Don't you find it suspect? So you have the money to back up to go into foreign wars. You can do all that data. Pete Hegseth knows we got the best military on earth. Look at the data. The data says we spend 18 trillion and but every year we have more, we invest more money in our military than all the other. That's data. But then when it comes to healthcare, they got no comparative data. They'll give you all the comparative data on how big your military is. And your military is the biggest socialized project you have in the United States of America, damn near. They'll give you that data, but they won't give you the comparative data on healthcare. They won't give you the comparative data on housing. They won't give you the comparative data on how much money you keep in your pockets per person after you pay your expenses and your taxes. They don't want to give you that comparative data. Well, that's where you got to go. That's where the detail is. That's where you find out how good you actually have it, not just that you got it good. You see what I mean? Because anybody can fake it without the data, and you ain't fooling nobody here, especially here on VMeedia. You ain't fooling me. You're not fooling Michael, and you ain't fooling nobody else that runs with us, you know. And as you can tell, we have some hitters. So listen, if you want to find a space to get out of the Obama derangement syndrome, every day, 02:30 hours Eastern Standard Time, 08:30 hours Central European Time, come here for your therapy. It is for free. All right, so let's move on and find out about this NDA. All right, this military budget that they want to put forth, and they want to get the American people to pay for it, and they want to have Israel embedded inside of the U.S. military. So now that they get money without having to go to Congress, your representatives, and talk and argue about it in front of the American people, now it's just going to happen automatically. That money is just going to come out of your pocket automatically now if this bill gets passed. So speak up about it. Write your congressional members, write your senators. Tell them you want 224, Section 224 and Section 219 removed from any U.S. military budget until further notice. Let them know you will not be voting for them if they dare move forward on this. Let them know that's the last time they're going to have a job paid for by you. So let's hear it. Let's hear it. Everybody click the like button.
He is
click the like button if you haven't clicked it. Appreciate y'all.
In fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team actually reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thanks for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, you are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
It wouldn't merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah,
so
we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while he's discussing because it has some of the specific language.
The Pentagon has 1,000 different development programs that they they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record, and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones, around missile defense, counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the 2 militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other in terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And this Section 224, when it came up in the committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3 of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation, that goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right, and it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there. And, so that was the point of it. And mostly I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that this would merge the U.S. military, because out of thousands, literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience, is you are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship
100%.
With Israel, especially in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S. relationship without having that transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Sorry, 2 different questions here. Yeah. My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government, and I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me, is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government. Okay? So the basic idea of the program, when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs, and like a missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. So I don't agree with that aspect of it, but a couple of constituents in particular.
So, listen, I just wanted to chime in right there, and not to interrupt this, because they're going to break this down. But what you got to notice is what he just said right here. And this is where the data counts. Let me play this back.
In Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process.
You hear that? If this is we could vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. But just keep this in mind, American people. You are literally the Western country with the least amount of representatives in your parliament to vote something down per person than any other Western country. At best, you have half of the representation per person in the United States to vote it down than any other Western country, first of all. And that's at best. At worst, you got like 35 times less representation than a few other Western countries like Denmark. You got 35 times less representation. Like, it's serious per person. So when he talks about we could vote it down as part of the democratic process, you have to factor in that you're the least represented people per person in any Western democratic process. You have to understand that's your starting point. Last in democracy in the West. That's your starting point. So when he says that, just keep it in mind, because it's very slick what he's saying. Now, he disagrees with it, but I'm just saying, keep that in mind, because every little bit counts.
And like a missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. Mm-hmm. So I don't agree with that aspect of it. But a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and explained that, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at, is just a statement we don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue.
So you've said you would vote against that on the House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NDAA. And for our audience...
Except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control...
Sure. Yes.
What the majority does by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when and this is for our audience, I know obviously you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the conference report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself has the massive problem that it's continuing to fund the war in Iran, which is an utter disaster. So I am probably not going to vote, well, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, and that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump is prosecuting a disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party, I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have to be prepared to deal with. All right. So,
do people disagree with that?
Well, there are somebody. Look.
All right. So one other thing that's worth noting here, right? This bill, the reason why it's getting out there, right? The congressional, the one that came out of Congress, it's about to hit the floor, but the one in the Senate is already, they have two different bills. They're the same bill, but there's the Senate version that has one name. There's the congressional bill that has another. And they work on them, just to make sure if one doesn't get anywhere, the other is doing some work, blah, 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 because they need to pass some kind of budget right now for the military. But people need to understand there was 12 when it came, the fact that when it was initially proposed in committee, 100% of the Republicans voted for it. 12 Democrats dissented. That means that they didn't even want it to hit the floor of Congress in the first place. So it's just worth noting. So, all right, let's go on.
The Democratic Socialists of America, in their platform, is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates that you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I
see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it. At least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've. But it's part of the DSA platform, okay, and also a broader.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
I do not. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, but
should you be held to whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are.
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point, there's the larger question of the role the U.S. plays in the world. And this is where I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question, but I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have.
And actually, I don't agree with that either. I talk a lot about that. Like, it's not just tit for tat. They're not just doing things because we do stuff. People need to understand Russia has imperialistic goals. It is an imperialistic nation. China also. People need to understand that they have neighbors, smaller countries around them that don't want them to be ruled by China. China has neighbors that don't want China's influencing growing on top of them. Russia has neighbors. They don't want the same thing, and they even colonize people. Russia didn't get to become the biggest geographical nation on earth without colonizing people, So a lot of the nations that are breaking away are groups of people that are part of a particular sector that don't want to be, they have some differences with Russia. Also, their roots are different. You see what I mean? So you shouldn't generalize and just make it. In my view, don't pick up the Cold War story and use that as your foundation for discussing these events here and in the millennial, right? Things have changed. China's no longer China's a quote unquote capitalistic country now. Russia is too, but it doesn't change the fact that they both see themselves as empires, and Westerners are not the only people that had imperialistic nations, imperial whatever, Denmark, for example, and the United States, you could argue also because it inherited a lot of those values, right? So people need to think it through and not just be like one-sided. No, be practical, because think about this, human rights, and everyone should have the right to exist anyway, freely, period. That should be something that we all share in and work towards, and we need to pinpoint when countries abuse their rights, not just the United States, but everybody, anybody, whenever it happens, So let's continue.
Have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this I'm curious.
Well, I'm saying,
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear, as big a part of the problem, even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal.
Yeah.
So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all. Yeah.
So you think so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't, begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight. If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds up with the executive branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight of the Pentagon. We step back from that. Trump just goes and does what he wants to do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I think the mistake when you say leverage, the notion is if we say we won't vote for it, the Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this,
it will, but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes.
maybe worth a try. Iran was already very unpopular,
100%.
and yeah,
100%.
But
yes.
let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed your mind and decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you. There's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain in your own words how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given where consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
This is going to take a minute.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay, Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of different things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked.
I also, of course, of course, this is his perspective. I'm not for the NDA at all. I'm not for it. I'm not for it with the section 224 in it, or 219, whichever version it is, right? I'm not for that. But this idea, again, I don't understand why he frames it that way. Yes, I know. I definitely know that Russia has been trying to destroy Ukraine, and I know the history of it. And it's not the only country Russia has tried to basically eliminate. They run this game in in that region. It's an old game. But who in their right mind? Who in their right mind doesn't understand that Russia even right now is the biggest geographical country on Earth? Who in their right mind doesn't understand that? And who in their right mind doesn't understand why people have been trying to break out of the old Soviet Union? Like, it's because of oppression. But it's not just there. Everywhere in the world. Think about this. I mean, have no African country ever been under attack where there are no people that didn't want them to gain their independence? So what is he talking about when he's talking about they want to destroy, the only two countries, Ukraine and Israel, that someone wanted to destroy? No, it's just a matter of how you do it, and I think he's just not fully, seeing neo-colonization. He talked about people shouldn't forget that Russia has imperial agenda. China does. Yes, they do. They definitely do. That should be seen, right? But to neglect neo-colonialism is also ridiculous. You see what I mean? Like, what is he talking about? But in any case.
But the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. It comes down to a fundamental question. Does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position, is that they don't. Okay.
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the DSA, and I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to your point.
I got to get through this.
Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
So if you have a situation where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, it's not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you isn't the idea of equal rights for all ethnicities something that you, in theory, support as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is, if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on. Hold on. Stop.
Why is
No, we got to drill down.
An issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got to drill down on that. Okay. All right. They cease to exist as an ethno state.
Why is that an issue for U.S. taxpayers? I mean, What is, and that's the thing about it, but let's
so
go
basically
on.
Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay. And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created.
This is not going well, because if you apply this to the United States, what would the arguments sound like? What would the arguments sound like? I mean, we're in a country ourselves where there's people literally trying to say women shouldn't have the right to vote. What if men just talk that way? What happens if women get too much power and they become the majority? Then we will be a country ruled by women. We've never had one female president because people literally think like that in the U.S. Like literally. So I just don't understand this. I think it's interesting to hear him. He doesn't want the Section 224, and he disagrees with funding Israel. He disagrees with that right now. He disagrees with it, and he does it primarily because of Netanyahu. But this other shit he's saying, it just makes me like, okay, damn, that's interesting, man, because how would you apply it to your own country, this logic?
Created in the first place, so that the Jews would have some place to go, okay?
Right,
and
but
to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. But
what is your
second
position?
of all,
what is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created in a land with no people.
No, I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't. No,
there were people there. They were displaced.
Right, very few countries ever were.
The Nakba.
Yeah.
There was a dispute over land.
Yes.
And the Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today. And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point.
Yeah.
But, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey Amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege. You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran have done. And their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves, but the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is, sorry, we had this idea back in 1948. We were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe. Go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think the question, let me, and this is not, this is my perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
That could be, spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going to prop up
and just really, I mean, he started off by saying we supported Israel because at that time they were a democratic country in the region that didn't have any other democracy, right? He started off there. But then he goes to the claim that it's not the democracy, it's that Israel wouldn't exist if it's not a Jewish state. So he's contradicting himself, because what kind of, how does you, I mean, what is this? The two things don't go hand in hand. I mean, if you ask me, not fundamentally, you might be able to find ways that it works, but it really does come down to your own behavior and how tolerant you are and how much you stand on democracy, right? And democracy is different. It doesn't deal with, now he's getting into elements of Jewish culture. But what is your culture? Is your culture a democratic culture? How different do you see these relations? Now, there's a lot of countries where Muslims, Jewish people, or let's say Christians and Muslims actually get along. There's many nations where different groups, and it shouldn't just come down to Christian and Muslim, because there's a lot of other religions on earth, right? Shouldn't we want to promote societies that support, that are tolerant of different groups of people? Like, shouldn't we want to support democracies, not just democracies, but democracies that respect human rights of everybody? Don't you have the right to choose your own religion? Don't you have that right? Like, why does it have to be enforced?
If you notice, V, he curtails around the question, right? So based off what he's saying, he does not say that Palestine has a right to exist, right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
He does not say that Palestine was the one who shared and was open to the idea of having Israel aside from Palestine, right?
Yeah.
He just speaks about the conflict that continued to happen because Palestinians did not initially want Israel to continue to grow as a state because they understood that that would be at the detriment of Palestine.
Right.
And so the conflict built up from there.
So it wasn't
right?
initially, it wasn't a Jewish Muslim issue. It was a taking more land issue from from Palestinians.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with religion because they exactly. Now it's something else.
Now that's how the initial conflict existed, right? Then along the years, it then became, as Israel continued to, get bolstered up through economics and obviously funding from, major superpower countries, because that was the world's pulse on the Middle East, and they still try to act as if that's the pulse on Middle East. But now we have NATO's larger, a whole bunch of nuance to it. But Israel is still a strategic point for us Americans and most Westerns. But we have a lot more diversity now. But I digress. Initially, the conflict wasn't a Muslim versus Jewish conflict. And notice how he curtails around it, right? He doesn't say he wants a two-state solution. He says Israel has the right to exist, right? This is also an individual who has taken almost just over $500,000 in AIPAC money. So let's keep that in mind, right? This is also an individual who represents, and you'll hear them say it. She says it plenty of times. She's about to drill into him. He's an establishment Dem, period. Hard stop. He is an establishment Dem. He is representative of, the Bidens. He's a representative of the Hillary Clintons. He is a centrist, and I would say establishment Dem. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, right? The Nancy Pelosi's of the world. This is who this man represents as a establishment Dem. This type of line of thinking.
Yeah.
So when we hear him,
that's weird. That's so weird. Yeah.
This is how the establishment Dems think, right? This is how they speak, right? And so, I just want the viewers to keep that in mind, that there's nuance to the Democratic Party, right? Because the Republican Party wouldn't even entertain this, right? They're like, get rid of Palestine, eliminate Palestine, right? There's no nuance with Republicans, or most Republicans. Obviously, nothing's absolute.
It would be even worse, as you notice.
Ideally.
As you notice, the outcome is also even worse, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
So having the viewers keep all of that in mind when we do take in this establishment Democrats' point of view. This is the same argument that, your establishment Republicans would have, but the establishment Republicans would take it extreme, a bit extremer, and just talk about the destruction of all Palestinians, so Israel can rebuild and form a greater Israel, and eliminate, Palestine as a state. They don't necessarily even recognize it as a country. But I digress. This is along the lines of both establishment and Republicans and Democrats' line of thinking. Right. And this is how they defend that position. Exactly the way he's trying to defend that position.
It's actually confusing. It's confusing for me to listen to, bro. It's confusing. And the worst part about it is that he's against the NDA, right? So
but you don't understand
but to
why.
a limit. But just to a limit. Yeah.
He's gonna put it in the framework of against Netanyahu's
right.
Leadership, but it's really not. It's the fact that they see the pollings, they understand that it is wildly unpopular, and so in order to gain leverage, they will vote against that particular part, right? Section 224. That's why it is not. He's saying, obviously, we'll take it for face value, but from what I know and understand, he's just saying that because he understands that that's dependent on, if he doesn't do this, then he won't have a job tomorrow, right? Establishment Dems won't have a job tomorrow, right? And they'll be forced to capitulate to the DSA movement a whole lot more if they were to continue this rhetoric of we don't care, where should we pass this.
Okay, I
provision
get it. So this is Machiavellian. He wants to get out in front of the Democratic Socialists by using the NDA as a topic point, when really, if it wasn't Netanyahu there, he'd be all for it, because that's what he said himself.
There you go.
That's crazy.
He would still,
right?
And even if it was Netanyahu, or even if it wasn't Netanyahu, the fact that it's wildly unpopular, this is the position that he proposes. He's using Netanyahu as an escape to say this is why I'm not backing that particular provision. But if you notice everything leading up to it, he's technically building up an argument as to why we should pass this provision. Everything up to, right? And she keeps reminding him, hey, just remember, you said no to this provision, this section within the NDAA. And he's like, yeah, I know. But everything else is in contrary to that, right? He continues to advocate as to why we need military inclusion with Israel, right? He continues to bolster up the history and the rhetoric that allows for a genocide in Palestine to continue, right? He's giving all the talking points that anyone who will justify, this current conflict in Palestine would do, right? But he's framing it under, it's Netanyahu who's the problem. Right. No, he knows the numbers. They know the stats. They know that it's wildly unpopular. They know that Democrats don't have a leverage, and this is a leverage point for them to continue throughout the midterms. And so he's going to back that provision being excluded, right? 224. He's going to back it out. Does he want to? No. Establishment Dems and establishment Republicans at any given day, they want that. They want to pass it.
They get AIPAC. The ones that get AIPAC money want to pass it.
Yes.
Basically,
which, both parties do, but establishment, both Republican and Democrats, they would vote this in a heartbeat if they knew that their constituents didn't care about it or had no clue about it, right? They would. Right? They would. In fact, that's what they want to. Right? But the fact that we need leverage Democrats need leverage in general to continue to gain traction throughout, the midterms, and also hopefully potential candidate for president. They want to be the first ones to say we acted against provision, section 224 within the NDA Act. We forced them to remove it. Right?
But you know what's crazy? You didn't hear a damn thing about it a few weeks ago. Nothing.
No. This was all the way in June when we were calling representatives, right, to tell them to take this section out, right, when it was still section 219 in the committee, right?
Exactly. They didn't want people knowing about this bill.
Exactly. They wanted it to fly under the radar. And notice how when things have to fly under the radar, what do they do? And this happens in general. They tie it to an act or a bill that has to be passed. Right. Right?
And that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what happened. Yeah.
The NDAA has to be passed. It has nothing exclusively to do with Israel. It's that section 224 that has to do with the inclusion, military inclusion, right? But the bill overall, we pass it every year. And the reason why we pass it is because we need to fund our military operations, right? So essentially, the Department of Justice, they pull up everything. They're like, okay, look, this is the budget. It always goes up. Right, we never really deny them. This is how much we spent last year. This is how much we need this year. Pass it, and it usually passes unanimously through House and Senate with no pushback or anything like that. But now this year, obviously midterms, all this plays a role in it. But I say that to say his position is that of establishment politics, establishment two parties, because it's not just Democrats. Republicans will say the same thing, and in fact, they'll advocate for more violence, but ideally, they would use the same talking points, right? And so, this segment is pretty good because she's about to, put it on him. She's about to really get into, his positioning, his hypocrisy. Notice how he calls out the DSA movement slightly because establishment Dems don't want that.
He changed his position. He actually changed his position. This is his rationale, but his rationale is actually quite strange, because it's still pushing the same agenda, and he's just using, I get you. He's using Netanyahu as an escape hatch because he was supporting it before, but now it's like nobody's really down with Netanyahu anymore. And so he's like, I want to get elected this midterm. I better slow down a little bit and be cautious and wait until there's enough support again. Then I'm for it again, and yeah, exactly. When really it was the Democratic Socialists pushing against this bill from the start, right?
Exactly.
And Massey might have been the one Republican.
Yeah, Massey was the only one.
Right. Exactly.
The only one Republican.
So don't be fooled. Right. Yeah.
I'll do you one better.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Who did we cover in the beginning of the stream? Who wanted to arrest Netanyahu?
Mamdani.
Oh my gosh! Who is he a member of?
Democratic Socialist Party.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? How these things rhyme. And not only do they rhyme, they take form in actual transactions and events like Mamdani taking public stage and saying, this is what I want to do if Netanyahu does come to New York City, right?
That's why it's fitting we end on this. We started with Mamdani, and now we ended on this. And brother, I got to give you your kudos for that excellent breakdown. Really, man. I mean, you make it look easy. You make it look easy, Mike. Brooklyn Mike. You make it look easy. Michael Best. Yeah, definitely. And I hope people that come here appreciate your commentary, bro. First of all, I'm lucky to have you here. So thank you so much for supporting the platform and joining in, bro. Like you are a strong advocate. 100%, not just for VMedia, but for people, for the voters, for American people, man. We need people to stand up. And who else is going to sit here with me and do this? This shit ain't easy, actually. We make it look easy, bro.
It's work.
We make it look easy.
Yeah, thank you, B. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, most definitely,
bro. Continue. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, we continue. All right, let's listen to some more of this and see how she breaks into his ass. You know what I'm saying? By the way, everybody, register to vote. Share the video. Also, share the video to your favorite social media platforms. Let people know about it so more people can get the message. Trust me, it's working. Let's keep it going. And we will be here until 2028, until that election. You see what I'm saying? Like, we are not giving up. It's our country that is under strife right now. We've never been under this much pressure to save our country than ever in the history of my lifetime right now. Like, seriously. So do your part. It's free. Share it. Click the like button. Subscribe. All right, let's continue.
An ethno-state that is an apartheid state, and I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
But that's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. Let's say that this plays out the way you describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno-state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, from the river to the sea, if you will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean? Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that that would be the reality.
Well,
but
how
second
would it,
of all,
how would it not be
I don't
the reality?
know how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally
et cetera.
with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but
I mean,
Hamas
listen,
doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there? No, but this is
stop.
Hold on.
I can answer this
How
for
do we
you.
get there at a time?
No, hold
when
on.
you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible.
There's something I have to explain before all of this makes sense.
In order to create a Palestinian state.
Look, let's go back to what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree, yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And
this is damning. This is damning for U.S. policy because, in other words, what he's saying is American taxpayers have been supporting this because of the two-state solution for how many decades now with tax dollars? How many decades? And now he's saying that's off the table. Wow. I don't understand how it's off of the table. Are we a superpower? Just throwing it off of the table. I just think it's bad leadership. We need people, we need representatives that can mend these issues between two different people. We need people that can come in sensibly and get people to work together towards something, not throw things off of the table. We share a lot of the responsibility because we've exerted so much power in the region, right? But particularly right there, but if we don't have the mindset ourselves to help people mend ties, and actually mediate peace there, then what are we doing there in the first place? And this is not the only country we support. We support other countries too, with weapons. Right. I mean, and think about his argument. He started off as, democratic state. Israel was the only democratic state in the region. So then why the hell are we supporting undemocratic countries? We support Saudi Arabia. I mean, what the fuck? What does it have to do with it? I just think this guy is all over the place. But in any case, I mean, and not to put Saudi Arabia out there, but we support a lot of stuff and have, so I just don't get it. At the same time, Trump just received, and not that he's not a Republican, but you get my point. Anyway, let's go on. Let's continue.
That creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state, and the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it would be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you don't support a one-state solution, you don't support a two-state solution, there is no good solution, that's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right. And I'm
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called Palestine 1936 that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British mandate. And you had, the Jews had been coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago. And they were looking for, a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything. Okay. Jews said, no, we can't stay. So they started a civil war. Okay. And they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created. Another war was started. A war, and I know people say, well, this is a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel, to basically kill Israel in the crib in 1948. And they fought and they fought and they fought and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting an existential fight. And
it's so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical liberal sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you. You keep saying illiberal Jews, we cannot have. Illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but why should...
And I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should
I already answered that question. It shouldn't.
Okay, so, and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So you're done with the U.S. funding Israel?
I think
work it out themselves.
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I got to say. I mean, look, if tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza, if they actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon, that may change. I don't see that happening, which is why I gave you the answer I gave. But again, this notion that somehow there's a liberal option on the table, and how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel?
I mean, what happened to the peacekeepers? What happened to the peacekeepers? What happened to everything that we go around the world, you know, bringing in the UN in conflicts to establish peace, to establish a border, to make sure neither side that, you know, does certain kind of activities. You know, to me, it just seems like, no, this guy is making a lot of excuses for a lot of bad behavior that has led to, that plays a role in where things are. I mean, of course, you have groups of people on both sides that do not like each other after all of the decades of killing. Right. But you got to have people that speak, that are able to speak and bring folks together despite that. You can't literally just can what people have actually funded and worked for, which was supposed to be the two-state solution, and just trash it and think that a solution is going to come out of that. That makes no sense. I just don't get it, man. If this is what Democrats have to argue this situation, I'm sorry, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. You have to be able to want to bring people together. You have to be willing to see that no matter what hateful things one group has said to the other, or the other group has said about the other, you have to understand what is the situation they say these hateful things under, and be reasonable. That's how you bring it together. Look, I mean, you can do that. It's possible to do that. It happens. You know, it's not easy, but when you're a superpower and when you can bring the world together, you can make things like that happen. And I just, it's actually sad to hear this guy say that. And he's a Democrat, you know. He's not a democratic socialist, but he's a Democrat. And it hurts me because I'm a member of the Democratic Party. When I hear this, I'm not even a member of the Democratic Socialist Party, but I think I'm going to sign up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I support the Democratic Socialist movement in the United States because pretty much I understand that they want the same things that people already have in the rest of the Western world. You know, in context to the U.S., we need that, right? We need things that everyone else in the Western world has for their tax dollars that we don't have yet. You know, we need more democratic representation in our own country, you know, and this guy is talking about canning it somewhere else, you know. I don't get it, man.
What's going to come in there?
And V, notice how he doesn't take a position, and even when he does, he reluctantly does it, but only to retract it at the same breath, right? You know, and again, it goes to show the hypocrisy, but also when we look at his position, obviously they don't get too in depth here, because they save that for historians. But notice how he fast forwards through the history of Israel, right? Mm-hmm. How he doesn't recognize Palestine because Palestine ended up a territory or under the purview of the Brits over Britain. So Britain technically had purview as a territory after World War I when the Persian Empire fell, right? The Ottoman Empire fell. And so that fell under the purview of Britain. And after World War I going into World War II, after World War II, they essentially, I think it's like the Balfour Treaty, something to that extent, that they vowed to give Jewish individuals a state, right? And that just so happened to be, since they had purview over Palestine, they said, okay, we're going to place you here, right here, right? And obviously the history followed, but the history could also be skewed for any, Jewish individuals have been one of the longest lasting ethnic and religious groups for, in known in modern day, that's still contemporary. So they can lay claim to a lot. They were more nomadic by default because they were prosecuted. So they moved through several other, tons of other lands throughout Europe, throughout the Arab region, and so they can lay claim to a lot of other, a lot of other land the same way they do Palestine, but they just choose to use it more so to have that stake, right? That claim, like this is our land and we're just returning, and so obviously there's a lot more nuance than what I can explain here in this short segment, but he does fast forward over what that looks like in nuance, right? Because there's a lot more nuance than just exactly what happened, right? And so, but yeah, and he does it because he does it to fast forward while also kind of hinting at the claim that, hey, this is Israel's land anyway, and so since Palestine just so happened to be there and live there, now they don't really deserve a stake and claim, right?
It's funny because he's claiming that they used to be there, right? The Jews used to be there. Yeah, there are ethnic
3,000 years ago.
There are ethnic Jews from that region, right? There are. But here's the thing. A lot of those people that were ethnic Jews, they became ethnic Muslims.
Yes.
They're still there. You know what I mean? So it's just, I mean, if you want to believe first of all, the people in the region that live there, who do you think they are? And then secondly, in the story, the religious context is that Jews converted to Islam too. Also, Christianity, Islam. So to me, I don't understand where it's going, where this is going, man. It seems to be like he doesn't know, and he's just not able to really work with those people. It goes back to also say, what is anti-Semitism? Is it just when you have this issue with an Israeli, or are some of the Arabs Semites?
Yeah, and I think that's where, identifying, anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah.
And essentially anti-Zionism is essentially anti-Israel or the larger Israel.
Yeah.
And you notice how, again, there is no, he stakes claim for Israel while still reluctantly claiming that he is for a two-state solution, even though he can't put forth a comprehensive idea of what a two-state would look like. Right. And so he continues to bring up the conflict as if that conflict was essentially even when it never really was, right? As long as Israel was backed by major superpowers, they were always going to get to this point in the conflict, right? Where they have the upper hand, and it would be up to them to concede and rightfully build a two-state solution. But obviously that's not what they want. And also we're not going to ignore, obviously, the October incident where they did suffer a terroristic attack from Palestinian, terrorists, not necessarily Palestinians as a whole, but that furthered the conflict to where it's at now, where they're on the brink of exile. But this is kind of, again, he's getting that pushback slowly but surely, and she'll continue to push back on him and obviously, kind of call out his hypocrisy more and more. But yeah, this is kind of the establishment Dems and establishment, two parties rhetoric when it comes to the claim of why Israel deserves I guess, more power or absolute power in Palestine, or formerly known as Palestine. But yeah, go ahead, Vito.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear some more. Here we go.
Going to be liberal.
Well,
now,
let me
I'm with
ask
you on the taxpayer dollar piece.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself. If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. You know, we sanctioned our ally at the time, South Africa. You support that?
I am one of the original co-sponsors of it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them, and we should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are advocating so much of this. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relationship with Israel-Palestine is serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries? You know, from my perspective, it's been very important because it served as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become an important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue that is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief that we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives these people, yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay, and Trump walked right into that. All right. So the notion that it's just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think, is a misplaced fact.
Can we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I certainly, but I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing. Nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden
because of his age.
Well, because he couldn't. I don't care how old he is. He just couldn't speak. Okay, he couldn't communicate clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly, it had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality. It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunity for enough people.
Yeah.
Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA agenda is actually going to achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right, I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people. I've been working with a woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor up at Boston College who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that. Okay, I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. Part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time, A. And another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was that deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah. It's absurd. The idea that we can just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now, I want to tax people. I want a better social welfare state. But to argue that we can have a better social welfare state because the debt doesn't matter undermines the credibility of that argument.
I just wanted to say this too. I said it in the chat. 80% of government workers, whether it's state or between 75 and 80%, whether it's state or federal workers, 80% of them have private insurance that is not connected to Medicaid or Medicare. That means the American taxpayer, rich, poor, middle class, actually pay them enough money to afford private health care. So there's people in the middle class and in the poor that pay taxes that go to government workers' salaries They get paid enough to be able to afford private health care that has nothing to do with Medicaid and Medicare, and the same people that are many of the same people that are paying their salaries can't afford the deductibles or copay in Medicaid and Medicare. It's just important for people to understand that when we listen to this guy talking about free stuff.
Of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. It's something we have to think more about now. But here's so let
that's
me drill,
the understatement of the morning, by the way. But
let
yes.
me drill down a little bit on a few things you've said. So you've argued both from most of your argument against the DSA thus far, I think you could characterize as an electability argument. You think
No. It's bad policy.
Yo, exactly, Eric. According to his logic, North America belongs to the natives, bro. Seriously, he doesn't understand that. And he's an American. How can he not contextualize it that way? How can he make the argument that it's actually hypocritical totally, you know, but yeah, let's go.
Okay, so
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think
my question,
getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's not just electability.
So
it's
here's a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on here's what the bill did, okay? It's a slogan.
We have an article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats actually who was in office when you voted for DHS.
Can I tell you what this actually does
creation of
so
ICE?
we can have an intelligent
conversation? Of course, yeah. Well, number one, do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay,
because
but you still support it.
That doesn't help anything, because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course. But first, do you still support it? And you can explain more in detail what it is.
Let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
When we created the Department of Homeland Security, we took immigration enforcement away from the Justice Department and we put it into DHS and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And gets rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of... Yeah, no, but...
That's my position, too.
But
we're on the same page here.
Yes, but it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
Okay, so hold on. Let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates, specifically, not a policy paper that they're theoretically says, which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement.
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot absolutely 100% said it.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate who said that. Do you think that? Do you think that her views should be associated with everyone under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be evaluated individually?
Many conversations with many immigration advocates, and I always ask them. And look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime. Okay, and it should be limited. And I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward.
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE.
Well, abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical.
You don't like the label, but you support it, right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay, if you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine. But there are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always, let me tell you.
You've given me one.
Let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get from dozens of different immigration advocacy groups. I said, look, in order for this to work, you have to be able to tell me who would you deport and who wouldn't you let into the country. And they literally never answer that
Are
question.
they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
And here's my other question for you is, you want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that
Let me ask you this.
Let me finish my question, please. That one candidate, Daria-Liza Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? You want to take those positions and you want to tar an entire group of candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on. Aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yeah, see,
by
and
saying
that's always
all
the
these
answer.
people,
That's
they're all
always the
so
answer.
crazy. They don't want any enforcement. They don't want any police. They don't want any borders.
Let me consolidate for you. Do you think?
Easily characterize
all right, you've done your thing. Let me do my thing.
They could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria-Liza.
I can't because the Justice Department is going to enforce it. Let me ask you this. Joe Biden, his policy, okay, so not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically, that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
now, that
to you,
is
though,
something that's widely supported.
But hold on a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment. And so to go back to one of the original,
wherever he comes from, how did he govern?
Well, he funded a genocide, so he governed in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about electability.
You did. You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions for the DSA were part of what brought back Donald Trump.
Fair enough, yes. But there's also policy concerns. But
okay,
yes.
But on the electability point, how can you argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argued the exact opposite. I argued the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When Hillary Clinton loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war, and sort of a primary. So how could it be the fault of the left that we're losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in 3 acts.
Okay.
Number one, we didn't do enough on the economic issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly the Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But we didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two, the left came along and took some positions that weakened.
But they did more than the damn Republicans did. I mean, this is, it is really hard to understand American people because a lot of it is culture wars. It has nothing to do with the data. Every time a Republican gets in office, they they raise the debt and they sink the economy. Every single time. More people lose jobs. I mean, every single time. And the problem is that no matter what Democrats do, there's always a pushback that does the exact opposite from neocons. So, I mean, you could always say Democrats didn't do enough. Of course they didn't do enough. The problem is Americans keep voting for people to fucking cut their own goddamn tax benefits and give it to the rich. Every time a Republican gets in there, they give the wealthy people a tax break. The wealthiest in the country. And this time, this president, this Congress gave them the biggest tax break in the history of the country. How are you going to recover from that? So they have limited what the next party can do just by abusing power. They limit it. You have to balance. As soon as the Democrat gets into office, all of a sudden the Republicans are going to be like, well, the Democrats got to balance the budget. You got to balance the budget. And you got to balance it on who's back. The Republicans never want to balance the budget on the wealthy's back. But then they start screaming it, that you should balance it on everyone else's back who's already paid the price. So Americans just got to learn how to stop supporting wealthy people that don't give a damn. And also pay attention to what your allies are doing. Pay attention to what other people in Western countries are doing. Just pay attention. It's not a crime to actually fund health care. It's not a crime to actually not let health insurance companies rip people off. Americans are paying 1/3. If you get sick, if you need an operation, whatever it is, just the administrative fees in the United States are 30% of what you pay. In Europe, it's 10% at the worst of what you pay. In places like Denmark, it's 5%. The administration fees of what your operation cost. You see what I'm saying? So this guy, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. He sounds like he tries to back up liberal policies, but the arguments aren't really that strong. He's not making strong arguments, but okay.
I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them? It's like, there can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics. And then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement or do they mean change enforcement? Okay, and that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems, the defund the police movement did not help us in any way. And it was a thing. And everyone's, no, we never did that. Okay, and then three, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Those three things are what led to us. And every time, I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point in identity politics. That's my, my position. I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're all like,
no, because
I'm not caricaturing.
I'm not
Yeah, it is a little silly to try to figure out who you can blame for something instead of figure out how are other people doing it better in the West and learn how to do it better yourself. This seems to be the problem with Americans. A big amount of Americans are focused on who to blame, and there's no focus on how do other people do it better, and how do other people do education better? How do other Western countries do healthcare better? We almost have a population of people that just don't want to know. And so when you get people talking about universal health care, they call it communism. They call it socialism, when actually it's not that at all. It's just actually not allowing insurance companies to rip people off. That's what it is, and for some reason, we're stuck on who to blame. But ultimately, it is the American people's blame. It is the American person has to take the blame themselves. 90 million American people did not vote in the last presidential election. And then the ones that do vote, they don't even know what to vote for. They don't vote for progressive policies for their taxes. They just don't. American people just don't. American people think that it's okay that when you pay taxes, at best 45% of the taxes you pay go to something like your family, that assists your family, your neighbor, your community. They think there's something wrong with more than 45% goes to supporting things, infrastructure, or things that support their families and their communities. They think there's something wrong with that. As soon as you leave the United States of America and go to any other Western country, the amount of the tax dollars, the percentage of the tax dollars spent to support families, spent to support education, spent to support communities, spent to support healthcare goes up to 60%. Some countries, Western countries, 70%. The answers are there if we want to look. If we want to look, the answers are there. If we don't want to look, you're only going to have the possibility to blame somebody else while wealthy people rip you off. And while you pay for somebody else's health care that doesn't even think you deserve it out of your own tax dollars. It's absurd. But in any case, I'm going to be out. It's 6 hours now. Damn, this is the longest stream I've ever done. But I appreciate everybody for coming through. We'll be back top of the morning at we'll be back for the therapy session. Yeah, I'm going to start calling this the VMEEDIA therapy session. Why? Because we treat Obama derangement syndrome here every morning live at 0230 Eastern Standard Time America and 0830 Central European Time daily. We treat Obama derangement syndrome here for free. So I hope everybody had a nice time. Obviously, we're going to catch up some more about what democratic socialists are about, and we're going to deal with more comparative data. Listen, we need to spend more time with comparative data, especially when we're talking about who to vote for. If you don't do the comparative data, you don't have answers for nothing. You can't get better answers for your problems. All you get is the same old answers, the same old, left, right thing. And to be honest, taxes shouldn't ever be a left, right thing. Taxes should be an intelligent thing. Know what you get out of your taxes. Know where your tax dollars go to, regardless who you are, regardless what party you are. Know what it's supposed to be used for and know what it isn't it's supposed to be used for. Have some standards on that, have better standards and things will get better. Now, listen, if you're not registered to vote, go to vote.gov. Let me see. Where is it at? Is it right here? Right. Go to vote.gov right here. Register to vote. You can just click on the link. Matter of fact, I should just put the link in the chat for anybody that isn't registered to vote, just in case you see the replay. Let me see here. Boom. I'm going to put it here. Encourage people to vote. We got way too many people that don't vote. We got a lot of people that don't like how shit is, though. But we don't have enough people voting. So if you want to change how things are in your country, the Congress and the Senate have more power than the presidency and the Supreme Court. You have to understand that. The Congress and the Senate can impeach and fire anybody in the White House, anybody in government, anybody in the Supreme Court, anytime you don't like what they're doing when you're paying their salary. That is literally the advantage that the midterms have. So get serious about it. Get serious about the civics. Get as serious as Europeans are, because let me tell you, the amount of people that vote, the percentage of people that vote in Europe is much higher than the U.S. Why do you think they get benefits for their taxes? Why do you think that is? Why do you think people are getting paid to go to school in Europe and not having to pay any fee themselves? Why do you think that is? Why do you think they have universal health care? You really think it's the boogeyman? It just ain't working that well? No. It's just that they're not into ripping off their own people when it comes to shit that is highly important for everyone to have. That's all it is. Look, if you want to sell an ice cream bar, sell it for $1 million fucking if a fool wants to buy it. But when it comes to healthcare, there should be limits on how much you exploit fucking people. That's the problem in the United States of America. So on that note, I'm out. I wish everybody a good start to their day. Some of you have started already. Over here, it's like 3:51 already. It's the afternoon, headed towards the evening soon. So I appreciate everybody for sharing your morning with me. Those of you in the U.S. what is it, 12 o'clock in the U.S. now on the East Coast pretty soon, or 11, something like that. Yeah, 11, almost 12. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Listen, do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't subscribe. It helps a lot. It's going to help more people like you find out about these streams. And trust me, since we're one of the only platforms that's like really doing comparative data, and the comparative data that we're doing is comparative data that not too many other places are doing, share it with your friends. So on that note, I'm out, and I appreciate everybody. See y'all later. Thanks to the mods, Rafika and Eric. Appreciate you all so much. Thanks to Michael from Brooklyn. Michael from Brooklyn from the Democratic Socialist Party for actually, being a co-moderator here. Co-producer, also soon to be co-producer, doing his own segments. So I appreciate you, Mike. Big up. And we will catch up with you all very soon. All right.
Thank you, B. Thank you, chat. Thank you, people.
You're welcome, bro. All right. See everybody in the next live. Peace. Let's go. Oh, shit. Here we go. See ya. Oh. The time, the place. I forgot to say release the Epstein files. All right, peace, y'all.
On the things that are real in your life. Because the others, they ain't got what's necessary. The necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need. You want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul. We're capturing in this distance the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in the way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear, but they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison.
They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call